Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was an Akame ga Kill with Solo Leveling System movie. Before we start, please go support Fenikusu of Abby's for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Prologue. You could see a family talking to each other in a house in the middle of the big city of New York. Issei, and that's all that happened, said a tall and thin young man, with white complexion, black hair and jade green eyes. His hair is long to the waist, and with a red gradient at the end of it, as well as in his bangs. In his right ear he wears a red hoop. He wears a long black jacket with red and gold decorations. In the arm part a bandage sticks out. Under this, he apparently has golden armor with small black and red decorations. At the bottom he has gray pants with a small bandage that turns dark gray as it goes down. Finally, he wears black shoes with white soles. Sung, I see, brother. It's obvious you had fun on that mission, said a black-haired man with an orange streak and bright blue eyes. Issei, yes, even so all this is boring now, even so I have a family to protect, he said while watching his wives talk to each other, and his children play with each other. Some I know, brother. Me too, but I'm not planning on having a child yet. I want to wait a little longer to have one, said the monarch calmly, to which Issei nodded. So, they spent time with their family, where at night Sung went home, while Issei and his family went home, but upon entering they saw a portal, which to the surprise of Issei's children and the seriousness of this as their wives spoke. Portal, good evening, Indomitable Killer, and his family. The portal politely introduced himself, but then he saw Issei standing in front of his family, looking at him seriously. Issei, what do you want, portal? Didn't I tell you I don't want you to bother me again? He said seriously, looking at the portal, since it wasn't the first time it bothered him. Portal, I know, but my boss told me to send you to a world that needs help, but to make it more interesting, you will start everything from scratch, more exactly when you were 10 years old. I explained seriously, so that Issei thinks about it a little. He did not want to leave his family alone, but he saw his wife Lumen, who understood and nodded, giving him permission to go, but her look told him, flirt with a woman and I'll castrate you. Something that Issei noticed and nodded in fear. Issei, okay, I'll go to that world, he said, hiding his fear for his wife, and looking at the portal seriously. Portal, okay, come in and I'll take you to a place where you can start, he said calmly. Issei nodded, and entered the portal, but not before saying goodbye to his wives with a kiss on the lips to each one, and hugged his children, who knew what was happening, and wished Issei luck, where he entered the portal, which closed and disappeared, leaving Issei's family alone. Those who went to the screen in the room, which lit up, showing what was happening in that world. You could see a meadow, from which a portal appeared, from which Issei came out, who saw the area and wanted something. Issei, where am I? I asked with doubt, but noticed his tone of voice, which was more childish, where he saw his body, being 10 years old, but still had his clothes. Then he looked at his stats and status, which made him more serious, since he was level 1 and all his stats were at 10, meaning that what the portal said was true. Issei, what a jerk, he reset everything on me. Well, no way, I'll have to farm everything again, he said, sighing heavily, but then he remembered something. System, see, available skills, he exclaimed, so the system could show him the skills he currently possessed. But he was shocked to see that he still had them, but all at level 1, which made him say something. Issei, I screamed, cursing the portal for that. Issei, damn, now I'll have to hunt everything to level them up, exclaimed, depressed by that. But after about 2 minutes, he decided to explore the area so he could find a place where he could sleep. So he set a leap into the sky and started flying around the area, where after a while he found a cave and descended to the ground, standing in front of the cave. Upon entering, he saw a large bear attacking him, but Issei quickly jumps on top of the bear, and with a strong blow he sent him to the ground, killing him instantly. By killing him, he got 5,000 experience points, which made him level up to almost 9, where he saw his stats, where he distributed the points in his stats, where he accepted. Issei, well, I'm somewhat balanced now, plus I have food for a few days. Luckily I still have access to my shadows and army. They'll be perfect for what's coming later, but I'd better gather firewood for a campfire, he said as he left the cave. So, he went out to the forest, where he took out of his inventory an axe, a gift from his father, the Tartarus axe, where he went to a pine tree, where he began to cut it with greater force each blow, until finally he threw it, where he took it to the cave, and lit a fire with the help of his Dragon Slayer fire magic. Finally, he decided to sleep so he could start training the next day and find out where he was. Cap 1. Issei followed them with his stealth ability, in case something happened, and saw that a wolf-like beast was going to attack Kirum, while another was holding Akame back so that she wouldn't help her. Akame, Kirum! She exclaimed, wanting to help her but couldn't because of the beast holding her back. Kirum closed her eyes, but then she heard the following. Drilling bull, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr beast that was holding Akame, its head was cut off by Issei, who had a katana that was none other than the Plum Blossom Demon Sword. At that, Akame and Kirum saw the person responsible for that, being a boy with black hair with reddish tips and jade green eyes, who went to the bull and he let the boy pet him, while he disappeared into the shadows. But Akame stared at him and a small blush appeared on her face, since according to her he was handsome. When the Shinigami disappeared, Issei turned around and approached Kirum while sheathing his katana. "Issei, are you okay, girl?" he asked doubtfully, while helping her get up from the ground. Kirum, "Yes, thanks for saving me," she said gratefully to the black-haired man with reddish tips, while Akame approached them too. "Akame, thank you for saving my sister," she said gratefully. "And what's your name?" she asked doubtfully, looking at Issei. "Issei, right, my name is Issei Blade Isani, Asteroid Olympus Destroy Apocalypse Chaos, but call me Issei or Blade, it's a pleasure," he said calmly, which they understood. "And what are your names?" he asked with doubt, although he already knew their names. "Akame, my name is Akame, and this is my sister Kirum," she said, introducing herself as her sister. "Kirum, a pleasure," she said with a smile. "Issei, and what are you doing in this forest full of beasts?" I asked confused, but I actually knew the reason. "Akame, we're doing the same tests as you," she said, thinking he was doing the Elite 7 tests. "Issei, what?" "No, I'm not doing any testing. I live in this forest," he said with a poker face and in chibi form. Akame/Kirum, "What?" they exclaimed in shock. "Kirum, how can you live in such a dangerous place?" I asked incredulously about that. "Akame, she's right, you shouldn't be with your parents," she said doubtfully. "Issei, they are dead," he said, pretending to be sad. "Akame, sorry, I didn't know," said sadly upon learning that. "Issei, okay, I'm over it, and where are yours?" I asked doubtfully. "Akame/Kirum, they sold us to the Empire," both said at the same time. "Issei, I'm sorry," said apologetically. At that, Issei realized that Akame was sad, so he approached her and appeared his head. Akame was surprised by this, but she felt a very pleasant warmth when she felt Issei's caresses, so she let him caress her. "Issei better?" he asked with a small, friendly smile, something not unusual for him with anyone other than his wives and children. "Akame, thank you," she said, thanking him, with a slight blush because of it. "Issei, and what is the test you're both in?" I asked doubtfully. So, Akame and Kirum told him what the test was about, and he pretended to be surprised by things that were false, since he was not surprised by that kind of things. "Issei, I understand. What do you think if I help you? I know this forest, and I know where the exit is," he said calmly. "Akame/Kirum, will you really help us?" they asked doubtfully. He answered yes and helped them. As they walked, Akame and Kirum asked him several questions, such as how he killed those beasts, and said that he was their Taigu, so as not to raise suspicions until they left the forest. "Issei, well, we part ways here," he said, looking at both of them. "Akame, really?" I asked sadly, just like Kirum. "Issei, yes, but don't worry, we'll see each other again, I promise," he said with a slight calm smile. "Akame/Kirum, do you promise?" both asked while looking at him. "Issei, I swear," he said as he turned around and started to leave. As I was about to enter the forest, I heard a voice. "Akame, Issei, wait!" she exclaimed, stopping him. He turned around, but was surprised because Akame kissed him on the cheek, where she blushed. "Akame, goodbye," she said as she lifted Kirum onto her sword and ran away. Issei stood there for a few seconds, until he reacted and thought something. "Issei, I'm more than dead when the girls find out. I think paler than a certain snake addicted to the Uchihas." But he put that aside and went back to his cave to rest, even though he knew his family was watching him, so he apologized for not being attentive to that, and went to sleep knowing that when he returns to his world he will sleep on the couch. Chapter 2, POV Akame. "Hello, my name is Akame and I used to live with my sister and our parents, But they sold my sister and me along with other children to the Empire, and forced us to take the tests to be candidates to serve the Empire. While we were in the forest, my sister was about to be attacked. While I was held back so I couldn't help her, I thought it was her end. But out of nowhere, a black bull appeared and tore the dangerous beast apart, while a rather cute boy my age with some kind of katana, with a crimson red edge, killed the one holding me, who went to the bull and petted it, while the bull disappeared into the shadows, where he asked us some things and we asked him. But when he asked about our parents I got very sad, but then I felt him caress my head. Of course I was surprised by that. I wanted to take his hand away from my head, but I felt a very pleasant warmth and I let him do it while I blushed until I calmed down. He led us to the exit and promised to see us again, as he ran towards me and I kissed him on the cheek, which made me blush a little, and then we left. NPOV Akame. Present. Akame would be seen walking through the village thinking about Issei. She looked for him a bit but didn't find him, where she leaned against a tree until she heard a voice. Issei. Hello Akame, how are you? He asked calmly, while hanging from a tree branch. Akame, Issei said, happy to see him again. Issei, in the flesh. He said calmly. Akame, what are you doing here? I asked curiously. Issei, well, I decided to leave the forest and buy some things, and you? I asked doubtfully, looking at her. Akame, I was just walking and decided to rest here. She said calmly. Issei, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with changing the timeline for the better. I mean, I literally changed a canonical event to save Kirum. I'd rather change it more so I have fun, ha ha ha. I thought, laughing with excitement. I see, can I accompany you? He asked with doubt, since his plan was to gain Akame's trust, and then continue with his plan. Akame, of course, she said with a smile. At that, Issei got down from the branch and sat next to her, and noticed how Akame blushed a little, which made him know that she was falling in love with him little by little, which he didn't want anything to do with her because of his loyalty to his wives, but he decided to use that to his advantage. He had to thank his sister Makima Jr. for helping him with the manipulation issue, where they both talked for a while, getting to know each other better. Issei told her that she handled the sword well, where he showed her the Plum Blossom Demon Sword, which she looked at in wonder at such a work of art. Issei, wow, I see you also use the sword, he said, seeing the sword that Akame had on his waist. Akame, yes, but I don't know how to use it very well, she said, somewhat embarrassed. Issei, if you want, I can teach you how to use it, he said with a smile. Akame, really? I asked in surprise about that. Issei, yes, it will be a pleasure to teach such a beautiful girl, he said with a smile, but thought something, but not as beautiful as my queens. He thought seriously. Akame beautiful? I asked, blushing a lot. Issei, of course, you're very pretty to me, he said with a smile, which made Akame blush more. Well, it fell perfectly, he thought with a touch of malice. Issei, then, I'll see you here tomorrow to help you, he said calmly. The next day, Issei met with Akame at the same place as yesterday, and Issei began to train Akame and spend time with her and her sister. Until the day they were separated, months passed where Issei approached Akame and she approached him, and Akame had feelings towards Issei, but he didn't, he only saw her as a friend, until Akame had to go to the Empire, but she didn't want to separate from Issei. Issei, Akame, I know you have to go, but I swear that at some point we will meet again, he said, looking at the aforementioned. Akame, do you promise? I asked with tears, seeing him. Issei, yes, I promise, he said while stroking her head with a smile. Akame, seeing that, blushed again, so Issei spent his last moment with Akame, until she left with her companions. But Issei knew he would find her on night ride, but he decided that with him it wouldn't be the same as with Tatsumi, so he made the decision that night ride would be interested in him, and to do so he decided to wipe out the soldiers and corrupt people of the Empire. Issei, okay, time to start this balance breaker, he said, so that his balance breaker from his darkened skier would cover him. Issei, time to hunt scum, ha 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 ha, he said, laughing like a maniac, to spread his dragon wings and fly off into the unknown, starting his new adventure. Chapter 3. It had been almost 7 years since Issei dedicated himself to hunting soldiers of the Empire, as the corrupt ones did with his balance breaker, with his stand or his dragon slayer magic. But 2 years after starting that plan, he found out that Akame betrayed the Empire and joined Nagenda, a former general of the Empire, and the Night Ride group, which made him understand that it won't be long before the story begins. During that time, Issei was known as the Untamed Killer, the Devil Incarnate, or the Shadow Dragon of Death. Also, He knew that Kirum already had a problem with the drugs in her cookies, so he decided to create an antidote to cure her, then he saved it to cure her when the time comes. He knew he had to recover a lot of his power to fight Esdeath, and he had to figure out how to deal with the Supreme Taigu, but he'll figure that out later. During that time he was leveling up, until 1990, when he hunted the soldiers and corrupt people of the Empire, where he was able to recover almost all of his original power, at a total of 85%, he only needed about 10 levels to reach 100%, and he knew that in the story he would get what was necessary to obtain his power to the maximum. Present, an older Issei could be seen walking towards the Empire to wait for the events to begin, wearing his usual clothes and eating an apple along the way. But he didn't know when the events were going to start. While he was walking along a road, he heard some screams, and as he approached he saw an earth dragon. Seeing him, he understood that today was the day Tatsumi was going to the capital. Everything remained the same with Tatsumi defeating the dragon. When he won, the people gave him money, and told him to go to the capital, where they offered to take him. Of course, Issei took advantage, and with his dragon slayer's shadow magic, he turned into a shadow and hid in the shadow of the carriage. But Tatsumi seemed to see something. "Tatsumi, what was that?" I asked doubtfully. Tatsumi approached the edge, but didn't see anything, so he thought he imagined it. After a few hours of travel, Issei managed to see the capital in the distance. Before arriving, Issei got off when they passed through the shade of a tree, and hid there until they moved away. Then he came out of the shadows. "Issei, it was close. Tatsumi almost discovered me." "Well, that doesn't matter anymore. I'm already in the Empire," he said, looking at the city, where he began to walk towards it. "Issei, Akame, just wait and we'll meet again," he thought calmly, while walking. So, he entered the Empire, and looked for Tatsumi, where he saw him talking to a blonde girl that he recognized instantly. "Hey, I see you're having trouble. If you want to join the army, I know a way to help you. Just buy me a beer," he said with a smile. "Tatsumi, really? Will you only help me if I invite you?" I asked with doubt, but at the same time surprised by it. "Yes, by the way, my name is Leon," said the now known as Leon. "Tatsumi. I am Tatsumi, and if I invite you to drink you will help me," he said, still with doubt. "Leon, of course," said with a smile. So, Tatsumi and Leon went to a bar, and Issei followed them from a distance so they wouldn't detect him. Upon arriving, he heard laughter and saw Leon drinking and Tatsumi uncomfortable. Issei decided to drink, so he covered his face with a hood so they wouldn't see his face, where he passed by them, but Leon saw him and looked thoughtful. "Leon, that guy has an absurdly powerful aura, and I feel different things coming from him," I thought when I saw Issei, and his aura that gave off different emotions, but the most noticeable was the thirst for blood they possessed, and the desire to fight. No, it shouldn't be important. I thought to go back to drinking as if nothing happened. "Issei, hi, give me a nice cold beer, please," he politely asked the bartender. "Bartender, right away," he said to start working. So, he gave his beer to Issei, who while drinking listened to the conversation between Leon and Tatsumi, until Leon took Tatsumi's money. Issei paid for his beer, and went out to then jump onto a tall building, and summon the Plum Blossom Demon's sword. "Issei, well, I still have to wait a little longer, but the wait will be worth it," he said as he disappeared into the shadows. So, he went to Aria's house to wait for Night Ride to arrive, but what he didn't realize was that Golden Eyes saw him. "Leon, wait, I know that sword. It's in the possession of the indomitable assassin," she exclaimed in surprise. "So he's in the capital. I should tell the boss about this," she thought seriously, to get away from where she was. Chapter 3 Part 2. At dusk, Issei found Tatsumi sleeping on the street, until a blonde arrived. "Hi, if you want, you can stay at my house," said the blonde with a friendly smile. "Tatsumi, thank you very much," said gratefully. So, Tatsumi and Aria went shopping with the guards, while Issei looked from afar with his fiery red eyes. "Issei, you'll die tonight, damn hitch," he said as he disappeared in a dark flash. Ouch. At dusk, Issei arrived at the garden of Aria's house, and saw that it was a while before he arrived. Night Ride. "Issei, I won't let them steal my fun, he said with a Waking Dead style smile, while his only visible eye shone blood red. Issei turned into a shadow and entered the house. He took out of his inventory 2 peculiar daggers, his daggers being Moon Shadow, and he quickly began to mercilessly massacre all the guards who stood in his way. The noise it caused made the parents wake up with Aria, where Issei entered, cutting the door into pieces, where he saw them very scared. Father A, who are you? You don't know where you've gone, he said bravely, but he was scared. Issei, I'm just the dragon who came to kill you, he said with a grim smile, which scared the father. Mothers, please don't do it, we'll give you whatever you want, said the older blonde, scared. Issei, what I want is simple, your death. He said so that in a quick movement, he cut off his head, staining the wall with blood. Father A, no, please don't kill me. I have a daughter, said with fear. Issei, meh, then I'll kill her, so you can see her in hell. By the way, say hi to Satan for me. He said so that with a vertical cut, he splits the father in two. Issei, well, it would be better to destroy this house, and I'll do it my way, the Issei way, said to change to his scion appearance. Elsewhere, Tatsumi was seen running through the hallways, seeing that it was full of blood and dead bodies. Tatsumi, what happened here? He asked doubtfully, while running. Suddenly, Tatsumi looked at the screen and saw the following. Leon, what happened here? She asked in surprise, looking at the bodies. Upon entering the room, she found a scene that shocked her, the wall covered in blood, and the father split in half. Leon, it seems there's someone else here, she said seriously, where she decided to get out of there. Elsewhere, guard, miss, come here, he said while holding hands with Arya, where Tatsumi arrived at that moment. Tatsumi, I found them, he said, very tired from running so much. Arya, Tatsumi said, relieved to see him. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them, being Akame. Akame, step aside, you're not a target, she said with her tiger in hand, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, what? He asked with his sword in hand. They were both staring at each other, and everyone else was staring too, when they heard the following. Big Bang attack. An energy sphere hit Arya's house, completely destroying it, where everyone quickly looked to the sky, where they saw the following. They saw Issei, in his scion appearance, with his hand raised, implying that he was the one who launched the attack, where the Night Ride people recognized his aura, and shouted the following. Night Ride, the devil incarnate! They exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Tatsumi, who is he? He exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him fly without wings, but with fear upon feeling his aura. Arya, I'm scared, she said, scared. Issei went down to the ground, where everyone was nervous, but Tatsumi took courage and spoke. Tatsumi, why did you destroy an innocent girl's house? He yelled at Issei, who looked at him with an indifferent look. But then he started laughing loudly, which angered Tatsumi. Tatsumi, what are you laughing at? He exclaimed angrily. Issei, innocent? He asked with a hoarse, dark voice. Everyone was scared by that, where Issei went straight to the warehouse door, and destroyed it with one blow. Issei, look and then decide, said seriously. Tatsumi came closer, and what he saw horrified him. Tatsumi, Seo, is that you? I asked in shock. Tatsumi? Asked a voice that the aforementioned knew, so he turned around in fear, and saw something that left him even more in shock. Tatsumi, Ryasu, is that you? I asked in even greater shock. Ryasu, Tatsumi said, looking at his friend. Issei, welcome to the Empire and reality, brat, said, looking at him with pity. Arya, you're just a stupid peasant, exclaimed with a psychopathic face. Issei, I'll take care of you now, he said while summoning the Plum Blossom demonic sword, surprising Akame. Akame, wait, I saw that sword somewhere else, she thought as she saw the Plum Blossom demon sword, remembering someone. Tatsumi, wait, he said, approaching Arya. Issei, will you continue to defend her? I asked doubtfully. Tatsumi, no, he said, taking out his sword and cutting Arya in two. I'll kill her, he exclaimed furiously. Issei, he deserved it, he said seriously. Leon, impressive, I don't even doubt it, said in amazement. Issei turned around and approached Akame. Everyone got into a fighting stance, but he spoke. Issei, calm down, I'm not here to fight, I want to talk to Akame, he said calmly. Akame, how do you know my name? I asked seriously. Issei, how could I forget my best friend's name? I asked doubtfully. Akame, best friend? I asked with confusion. Issei, yeah, how have you been doing this for almost 8 years without seeing us? I asked doubtfully. Akame was surprised to hear that, and remembered a person and everything that happened to her. Akame, Issei, is that you? She asked with her eyes glazed over. At that, Issei shone, returning to his normal appearance, where Akame, upon seeing him better, began to cry. Issei, hello Akame, he said with a small calm smile. But he couldn't continue speaking, because Akame rushed towards him to hug him tightly, and cry, where Issei only returned the hug calmly. Everyone was surprised to see that, since they had never seen Akame in that state. Then she and Issei looked into each other's eyes. Issei, calm down Akame, I'm with you now, he said with a calm smile. Akame, don't go, don't leave me ever again, she said looking into his eyes. Issei, I promise, I'll never leave you again, he said with a smile, but thought something, how I'll like to see her face when she knows the truth, ha ha ha. He thought laughing mockingly at seeing Akame's eyes full of life, but then he heard a voice in his head. King Ghidorah, I'm with you, buddy, that will be good cinema, haha, said the god of the void mockingly. Issei, I know Ghidorah, I know, thought with a smile. At that, Akame and Issei hugged again, until someone spoke. Leon, sorry to interrupt your moment, but we have to go, she said with a mischievous smile. Akame, hearing that, realized and separated blushing. Akame, Issei, come with me, join us, she said taking her hands. Issei, okay, I'll join your group, he said calmly. Akame was happy to hear that. Leon, okay, let's go, she said, grabbing Tatsumi's collar. Tatsumi, hey, what do you think you're doing? I asked, shouting. Leon took Tatsumi in her arms, and jumped where the others were, and Akame and Issei jumped towards them. Pink girl, Leon, why did you bring that guy? Seriously, Leon, he's our newest recruit, and we also have the indomitable assassin, he said, pointing at Issei. Pink girl, really? I asked in surprise. Akame was also surprised and saw Issei. Akame, Issei, is it true? I asked in surprise since Night Ride heard about him, and wanted to recruit him. Issei, yes, that's me, he said as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Leon, wow, so we have a powerful ally, said with a smile. Issei, how do I tell him that I am a being capable of molding reality itself to my damn whim? I thought with doubt about that. Tatsumi, and when did I agree to this? I asked angrily. Leon, Bullied, you take it, she said looking at the baby in the armor. Bullied, of course, he said calmly. Tatsumi, no, I don't want to be an assassin, he exclaimed, trying to break free, but he couldn't. Bullied, calm down, everything's fine now, he said calmly. Akame, the mission was accomplished, let's go, she said looking at Issei, and took her hand and he hers, making her smile, and she blushed a little. But Issei was only acting so she wouldn't suspect anything about his plan, which was to end that world, but first he had to eliminate the corruption of the Empire, something that would have to follow the story, just to recover his power to the maximum. So they left there, while Tatsumi said the following. Tatsumi, how did I get caught up in this? He asked depressed. Chapter 4. Tatsumi could be seen standing in front of his friends' graves with a sad look. Tatsumi, we promised to save our village together, but now I'm alone, he said sadly, but then he heard a voice. Issei, if it helps, I support you with whatever you need, he said while placing his hand on her shoulder, giving her his support. Tatsumi, thanks for this, he said so Issei understands. Issei, oh right, I haven't introduced myself, my name is Issei Blade, Isani, Asteroid Olympus Destroy Apocalypse Chaos, but call me Issei or Blade, it's a pleasure, he said with a calm smile, but Tatsumi had a drop of anime-style sweat, because of the long name. Tatsumi, likewise I am Tatsumi, he said without looking up. Issei, I'll tell you something, Tatsumi. Don't stop fighting just because you lost your friends. Get up and show everyone what you're capable of, he said calmly, looking at the view, leaving Tatsumi thinking about those words. But then, Tatsumi felt something on his head, and saw that it was Leon's breasts, which made Tatsumi jump. Tatsumi, what do you think you're doing? Exclaimed startled. Issei, as stupid as my cousin Tatsumi, he thought, laughing slightly in his mind. Leon, and have you decided to join us? I asked with a smile. Issei, I'm sure I'll join, he said calmly with a slight smile. Leon, it will be a pleasure to have you on the team. Smiling. Tatsumi, hey, I never agreed to this, exclaimed upset. At that, Leon took Tatsumi and pinched his cheek. Leon, you know, I think you have great potential to kill, said with a small smile. Leon, come, I'll introduce you to the team, she said while putting Issei and Tatsumi on her chest, and dragging them inside the place. Akame looked at them through the window, and saw how Leon was carrying Issei. Akame, I should show Issei around, she said with a slightly frowned face. Leon took them to a purple-haired girl. They've already decided to join us, he said doubtfully, looking at Leon. Leon, he already accepted, he said, pointing at Issei, who was looking around, analyzing every detail. Leon, Shiel, why don't you help me with some motivational words for him? I asked while hugging Tatsumi. Shiel, with a murderous look, well, he already knows our hiding place. If he doesn't join us, we'll have to kill him. She said coldly. Tatsumi, your words scare me, he said with a scared face. While they were talking, a pink-haired girl named Mine arrived. Mine, Leon, why did you bring these two to our hideout? I asked, pointing at Issei and Tatsumi. Leon, they're the team's newest recruits, he said calmly. Mine, well, they don't have my approval, he said as he approached Tatsumi and stared at him. Tatsumi, what are you doing? He asked nervously, but saw Mine turn around. Mine, you failed. Someone like you can't work with professionals like us, she said seriously without looking at him. Then, she approached Issei, who upon seeing her only sighed mentally, so he decided to scare her. He looked at her while his eyes shone in an intense purple tone, with his pupils slit like that of a dragon, releasing a small percentage of his aura that only she felt. Mine, seeing his eyes, became even more frightened when she felt his aura, which was extremely dark and sinister, like that of a being of pure evil. Mine, TTTU passed, she said a little scared, while Issei's eyes returned to their jade color, and his aura disappeared. Issei, thank you, he said with a kind smile. Leon then took them to a training camp, and they saw a shirtless, very strong guy with a weird hairstyle, who was training with a wooden spear, where when he finished he saw them and approached to talk. Wow, they're the same guys from yesterday, he said with a smile. Tatsumi, who are you? I asked doubtfully. Of course, it's the first time you've seen me like this. I'm the one in the armor, he said calmly. To Tatsumi's surprise, my name is Bullied, it's a pleasure. He calmly introduced himself. Issei likewise, he said, raising his hand in greeting. Tatsumi, nice to meet you, he said, shaking Bullied's hand. Leon, be careful, he's gay, he said calmly. Bullied, don't say that, they'll think badly of me, he said, looking at Leon. Tatsumi, he didn't even deny it, he said with a nervous look. Then they went to a lake where there was a green-haired boy. Hee, it's almost time for Leon's bath. If I can see her breasts, the danger doesn't matter to me, he said determinedly. Leon, then I'll break a couple of your fingers, said with a chibi face behind the green-haired boy, who got scared. In a swift movement, Leon had knocked the boy to the ground and stepped on his back. Leon, you'll never learn, right, Lubbock? Asked the one known as Lubbock. Lubbock, that won't stop me, said on the floor Issei, laughing slightly at that. And finally, Leon took Issei and Tatsumi to Akame, who was eating a giant bird. Akame, here, Leon, she said, giving him some meat. Akame looked at Issei and asked if he had decided to join, and he said yes, so she gave him some too. Issei, thanks, he said, starting to eat. Akame, and you decided? I asked, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, I don't know, he said, still undecided. Akame, then I can't share with you, she said a little seriously. Tatsumi, keep it, he said without interest. Leon, by the way, you look very dressed up, what's up? I asked doubtfully. Akame, the boss is back, said eating. Leon turned around and looked at a woman in a chair. It was Najenda, the leader of the night ride group. Leon, boss, said happily. Najenda, hello, calmly greets. Leon, did you bring me something? I asked doubtfully. Najenda, first, I want to know something. I heard that your mission 3 days ago took longer than it should have, she said seriously. Leon got nervous and ran away, but Najenda caught her with her extended mechanical arm. Najenda, and who are these two? I asked doubtfully, looking at Issei and Tatsumi. Leon, they're the new recruits, said with a bump on his head. Najenda, I see, do you have potential? I asked doubtfully. Leon, yes, plus he has a lot of experience, and has a legendary sword, he said, pointing at Issei. Najenda, really? I asked in surprise. Issei, yes, I possess a legendary sword, he said calmly, but thought something, or rather, several legendary weapons, and a katana capable of cutting reality. He thought calmly, but with pride. Najenda, do you mind if I see it? I asked doubtfully, where Issei summoned the Plum Blossom demonic sword, where he gave it to her, and when she saw it she was surprised, because she knew said sword very well. Najenda, this sword is the Plum Blossom demon sword, but that sword is in the possession of. Looks at Issei. Are you the indomitable assassin? I asked with doubt but with surprise. Issei, correct, said as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Najenda, upon learning this, was glad that he was on the team, so she gave him back his sword, and it disappeared in crimson rays. But then, Akame remembered the bull she used to save Kirum. Akame, but Issei, you told me that your taigu was to summon creatures that you call shikigami. She said, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips, who cursed in his mind for saying that. At that, everyone saw Akame. Legenda, what do you mean, Akame? She said, confused by that. At that, Akame told them about when she met him. Issei, to avoid raising suspicions, I'll say that my innate copying technique is my true taigu, and that I copied the 10 shadows, which is what I did. Thought seriously, but calmly at the same time. Legenda, please explain. She said, looking at Issei. Issei, well, the 10 shadows is a taiga that didn't belong to me, but I copied it with my real taigu. He said, sighing. Saying that, everyone was very surprised, except Tatsumi, who didn't know what they were talking about. Leon, can you copy Tigas with your real taigu? I asked in surprise at that. Issei, yes. Said seriously. Legenda, and how does your real taiga work? I asked with interest, since if it could do that, it must be very powerful. Thus, Issei explained in detail how his innate technique works, to Legenda's amazement at such a taigu. But upon learning that this taigu is in Issei's genetics, he immediately knew that his family passed it down from generation to generation, until it was in Issei's hands. Legenda, I see, it will be a pleasure to have you on the team. She said with a smile. Legenda, Akame gathers the others. He said, so she nodded and left with Leon. So, Legenda invited them both to join them, where Issei gladly agreed to join, and Tatsumi agreed after a while. Now Issei is with Tatsumi and Akame in a river to get fish, where Akame undressed, but neither Issei nor Tatsumi were fazed by that, and Akame jumped into the water and explained to them what they should do. She came out with 5 fish, then it was Tatsumi who came out with 2 fish, and finally it was Issei's turn, who undressed so that Akame blushed a little. But she was worried when she saw the scars that Issei had, but she couldn't ask what happened to him, because he jumped and came out with 8 fish and 1 very big one. Currently, Legenda, I see, so Tatsumi only caught 2 fish and Issei caught 8 fish and a very big one. She said calmly, seeing what both recruits brought. Now they were in the room, while they mentioned who to kill, being Ogre and Gamal. Akame and Leon went for Gamal, and Tatsumi asked him to kill the Ogre. Issei decided to accompany him in case of problems. Now Tatsumi was talking to Ogre, while Issei was on top of a building watching everything. Tatsumi, please allow me to enter the Imperial Army, said, kneeling in front of him. Ogre, I thought it would be something important, do the same as the others, said, leaving. But then, Tatsumi pulled out his sword and launched himself at him and cut him. He thought he had finished him off, but he got up and Tatsumi was distracted. So Issei summoned Moon's shadow and launched himself at him, while a voice that only Issei heard said the following. System, the skill, Mutilate has been activated, said a female voice, while Issei launched slashes at Ogre, mutilating him completely, and killing him instantly. Tatsumi turned around and saw the mess and was amazed. Issei, okay, let's go, he said while disappearing his daggers. The two returned to base, and gave their report. Issei, wait, this scene is... Couldn't finish thinking since Akame undressed him. What are you doing? He exclaimed, a little blushed at that, but it was out of embarrassment, not anything else. Akame looked at him from different parts of his body, while she was blushing at seeing Issei's body, which was very marked, although it was not very noticeable, due to the bandages he had on his body, but that marked him more. Akame, I'm glad you came back safe and sound, she said with a blush but with a smile. Issei, I promised you that I would return safely, he said calmly. Leon, wow, you have a very defined body, and those bandages make you look more manly, she said, touching Issei's body, who moved away from her and put on his clothes. Akame, seeing that, frowned slightly, something that Issei noticed but didn't give it importance, since he wasn't in love with her, but with his wives, more with his beloved spring son, Lumen. Where he asked how she and his other wives and children were, he just hoped they were okay. Something he didn't know they were watching him. Where his wives looked at him, some looked at him with a pout like Amani and Lumen, and others looked calmly, knowing that he felt nothing for Akame, while his children looked at him with a drop of anime-style sweat because of it, although they were a little scared seeing how their Lumen mother was preparing her sword and some torture items next to a nutcracker, something that scared her male children too much, and they prayed that their father would come out of it well. While with Issei, he had a slightly strong chill, without knowing the reason, but he put it aside. Tatsumi, it was nothing, he said calmly, but received a slap from Issei. Why did you do that? He asked angrily while rubbing his bump. Issei, why did you get so confident? If I hadn't appeared you would have died. He said seriously. Nagenda, okay, Tatsumi, tomorrow you'll train with mine, and Issei, do whatever you want. She said, looking at both of them. Issei, thanks, but I think I'll go with them. He said so Nagenda would nod. Tatsumi, with her? Exclaimed depressed by that. Chapter 5. The next day, the team was running through the forest to kill some intruders. Issei was with Bullied and Tatsumi. Bullied, they're not used to fighting as a team yet, he said, looking at both young men. Issei, I do, he said calmly, remembering how he worked as a team, with his brother Sung and Apollo. Bullied, focus. In return, I'll show you something cool, he said with a smile. Tatsumi, very well, said determinedly. At that, Bullied approached them too. Bullied, and remember to call me brother or doll, he said with a flirtatious smile. Issei, no thanks, I'm not from that side, said with a chibi face. Bullied, that's too bad, said a little sadly. Tatsumi, very well, brother, he said a little calmly. Bullied, great, in return I'll show you something cool, he said to touch the ground and say the following, raid. He said so his armor covers him, to Tatsumi's surprise. Tatsumi, wow, that's amazing, said amazed. Bullied, this is my taiga raid, he said calmly. Tatsumi, I don't know what that taiga is, but it's cool, said amazed. Issei, not bad, well let's go, he said as he started walking, but made a pose with his hands, from which two black masses emerged, to the surprise of Bullied and Tatsumi, but they saw that from both black masses two wolves came out, one white and one black. Bullied, incredible, exclaimed in amazement at such a thing. Tatsumi, wow. He only said that because he was speechless. At that, Issei turned around and looked at them. Issei, what do you think? He asked with doubt, while the wolves looked at both of them with doubt. Bullied/Tatsumi, that was the best, exclaimed in amazement. Issei, thank you, he said calmly. Bullied, your taiga has more style than mine, he said still amazed, seeing the wolves. Issei, thanks, now let's go after those intruders, he said while summoning two shotguns, together known as the Hunter. Bullied/Tatsumi, of course, they said, although curious to see those shotguns. So, they went to where the intruders were, where Issei, along with his wolves and the Hunter, killed everyone who stood in their way. Bullied, for his part, killed us with his spear and Tatsumi with his sword. When he finished with everyone, they returned to the base, while the wolves disappeared in said black mass and Issei's shotguns disappeared in yellow rays. The next day, Issei left his room and found Tatsumi waiting for mine. Issei, hi Tatsumi, are you waiting for mine? I asked doubtfully. Tatsumi, hi Issei, and yes, I've been waiting for you for a while, said annoyed. Then Sheil arrived and told them that mine wakes up late. She said she would go look for her, but Tatsumi said he would go. Issei already knew what was going to happen, so he came closer to see. So, Tatsumi went to mine's room, where upon entering and finding her getting dressed, they both blushed and mine shot her, making a big hole in the wall. Issei started laughing a little at Tatsumi's face. Later the three could be seen walking down the street. Mine, and why did you come? I asked doubtfully, looking at Issei. Issei, well, I had nothing to do, he said simply. Mine, I understand, said calmly. On a wall, they saw wanted posters of some of the team members, and there was also one of Issei, but he had a hood and a mask covering his face, and the other poster just said, The Shadow Death Dragon. While walking they saw two men attacking a girl in an alley. Tatsumi and mine were about to enter, but they heard something dripping, where they saw Issei, who had his hand squeezing with great force, to the point that it was dripping blood, but they were scared by his look, which was completely darkened and his eyes were still jade green, but without shine, and he was very serious. So, he quickly disappeared in a blur of speed, and in one blow killed both men, one literally exploding from Issei's blow, and the other from an invisible slash from Issei for his cursed ritual, Sanctuary. Of course, Tatsumi and mine were surprised by what he did, but even more so when they saw how he killed the other man without touching him. The girl thanked them and Issei gave her a bag of money, and told her to buy whatever she wanted. She thanked him and left. After walking around and Tatsumi being used as a pack mule, they were on a hill looking at a palace. Tatsumi, hey, he said, getting mine's attention. Mine, what's wrong? I asked seriously but with doubt. Tatsumi, is that also a taiga? I asked doubtfully, looking at mine's rifle. Mine, yes, the pumpkin artillery, said seriously. Tatsumi, I see, said understanding. Mine aimed at the target, where he fired and hit him in the head, where the three went to the meeting point and waited for the others. But a blonde boy appeared behind Mine, about to attack her, but Tatsumi attacked him, where Issei saw an opening and attacked. Issei, piercing blood, said, launching a laser of his own blood towards the blonde boy. The blood attack hit him like a laser, where it pierced him, leaving a large hole in his chest. Damn them, the Prime Minister will make them pay for this, was the only thing he said before falling to the ground dead. Issei, that was easy, he said seriously, while with his cursed energy, he regenerated his blood lost in the attack. Tatsumi, easy? Idiot, look what you did to my hair, he exclaimed, pointing to a part of his hair, which was smoking from the speed of Issei's attack, which grazed that part. Issei/Mine, hee/ha-ha. Both laughing, but Issei did it lightly and Mine did it hard. Tatsumi, don't laugh, exclaimed annoyed. Then, Tatsumi started arguing with Mine and Issei just walked away a little, but then he felt some presences nearby and turned his head, where he saw the others and Akame smiled at him. And he smiled back calmly, although he was pretending. Luckily he was a very good actor at lying and manipulating others. Elsewhere, a man was looking at the posters of Akame and Issei. A female Taiga user and another user are charming assassins, very good, said with a smile. Guard, hey, you look suspicious. Don't move, he said, pointing at the unknown man, but the man quickly cut off his head like his companion. Looks like I'll have a lot of fun being in the capital, said with a psychopathic smile. The amount of people I can kill is huge, really, he said as he left. Chapter 6. The next morning, Tatsumi was training with a giant sword. Bullied was training with a hammer, and told him he wasn't using his strength well and gave him a couple of tips. While Issei was with Akame making croquettes until Tatsumi arrived, and helped them when they finished. Now they were seen eating, but Mine and Shield didn't arrive, and Issei and Akame ate the plate, and when they were going to take Mine's, they touched their hands, which made Akame blush but not Issei, where Issei took Shield's and Akame took Mine's. Tatsumi, you guys do eat, said with a drop of anime-style sweat. Issei, if you only knew that my metabolism is at a level beyond human. He thinks to himself, since being of several races with an advanced metabolism, he has a great hunger. Hell, Issei's symbiote partner, more of me ha. I'd like to see his face, said the hellish symbiote with grace. Issei, Simon haha. I thought, laughing mentally at that. Akame, I prepared tuna for lunch, she said calmly. At that moment, Mine and Shield arrived. Shield, where's my breakfast? I asked doubtfully. Mine, Tatsumi, you ate it, said with a frown. Tatsumi, it wasn't Akame and Issei, said nervously. By nightfall everyone was in the meeting room. Negenda, our target is the killer the capital is talking about. He's already killed dozens of people, she said seriously, looking at everyone. Tatsumi, and half of them were guards, right? I asked doubtfully, receiving a nod from Negenda. Lubbock, I have no doubt, it must be Zack the Executioner, he said, making the others serious, except for Issei and Tatsumi. Tatsumi, who? I asked doubtfully. Mine, haven't you heard of him? You're a peasant, she said seriously, but in a mocking tone. Shield, I don't know who he is either, she said a little embarrassed. Mine, well, you should have forgotten, she said calmly. Tatsumi, so, what kind of person is he? I asked doubtfully. So, I tell you Zack's story, Tatsumi. He's very dangerous, we must eliminate him, he said seriously about that. Bullied, calm down, Tatsumi, she said while grabbing him by the chin. It could be dangerous, so come with me, she said in a flirtatious tone. Tatsumi, I already feel in danger, said with a poker face. Mine, do we already know what Taiga Zack stole? I asked Negenda with doubt. Negenda, not yet, said seriously. Issei didn't say anything, since he didn't want to change the story too much, although he was tempted to say it, but decided to keep quiet. Leon, it won't make things easier for us, she said seriously. Tatsumi, what are Taigas? I asked doubtfully. At that, Akame put her sword in front of Tatsumi and Issei summoned his wolves. Issei/Akame, something like this, they said seriously. Saying this at the same time, Akame blushed and looked away. Tatsumi, I still don't understand, he said without understanding it well. At that, Negenda explained to Tatsumi the history of the Taigas, only instead of 48 there were more than 50. Issei told him the cursed techniques that he copied from Negenda, making them pass as Taigas. Tatsumi, I see, So your Akame's sword and your Issei wolves are two of the more than 50 Tigas? Said understanding. Nigenda, yes, the one who kills with one cut Murasame. She said, pointing at Akame's sword. Nigenda, the king of the jungle, Lionel. Pointing at Leon's belt the Roman artillery, Pumpink. Pointing at Mine's weapon the demonic armor, Incursion. He said, pointing at Bullied, which Tatsumi understood was his armor the wire Taigu, Crosstail. Pointing at Lubbock, who showed his hands, which Tatsumi understood what cuts everything, Ixtase. He said, pointing at Shield's giant scissors. Nigenda, the Taigu who can summon 10 different Shikigami, the 10 shadows. Pointing at Issei's wolves, and finally the Taigu who can copy other Tigas, perfect copy. Pointing at Issei, which Tatsumi understood was in her blood. Nigenda, they all have hidden abilities. Raid can become invisible, and perfect copy and the 10 shadows, we don't know what they can do yet. She said, looking at Issei. Issei, perfect copy can create a closed place, where I can use all the Tigas that I copied up to that moment, and the 10 shadows can summon a being known as the Divine General, Maharaga, an extremely powerful Shikigami and difficult to deal with, the more time he spends fighting. I explained so you understand, although I was curious about that Divine General. Nigenda, also, if 2 Taiga users face each other, one will fall. She said seriously, while Lubbock put one of his threads on Tatsumi's neck. Lubbock, now you know our secret, we share the same destiny. He said calmly. Tatsumi, as sure. He said a little nervously. But at that, Lubbock felt his cheek receive a small cut, and saw Issei, who had his finger pointing at him and was looking at him innocently. Issei, if you don't take that off his neck you'll be left headless. He said innocently, but his aura said the opposite, which was completely hostile, and everyone saw how a dark aura, similar to a flame, covered Issei. Lubbock got scared, and removed the cord from Tatsumi's neck, while the aura surrounding Issei disappeared and he lowered his hand. Leon, calm down, it means the boss trusts you. She said, looking at Tatsumi. So, Nigenda sent them to kill Zack. Issei went with Akame and Tatsumi. Everything continued the same as the story, and Issei knew that Zack was watching them. Zack was on top of a tower, watching everyone and deciding who to kill first, until he saw Tatsumi. Zack, those passionate eyes, they have the mark of duty, said, looking at Tatsumi, where he saw Issei, and was surprised to see that he looked at him calmly, but with a smile of a true lunatic, Sukuna style. Zack, what? How can he see me if I'm so far away? Besides, that smile is like a lunatic's. Well, then I'll go for the black-haired boy with reddish tips. Now I'll focus on the brown-haired boy, he said, seeing the smile Issei gave him, and then leaving. With Issei, Akame and Tatsumi, they stopped at a place to eat something and rest. Tatsumi, excuse me, he said, getting up and going to the bathroom. Akame, are you going to the bathroom? She said, receiving a nod from Tatsumi before going to the bathroom. When Tatsumi left, Issei stayed with Akame, and she didn't know what to say when she saw Issei so calm, where Akame asked him what his parents were like, where Issei told that his mother was a dragon of enormous power, and his father a king of a kingdom far away from there, where he also told that he had a twin sister, who is on the other side of the world with her husband and her newborn baby. He also said that from time to time he would visit them to see how they were doing, where then they started talking about trivial things, while laughing, until Akame saw him and stared into his eyes. She even unconsciously started to get closer and wanted to kiss him, but Issei pushed her away and made her regain her senses. When she saw what she was going to do, she blushed like a tomato, and she didn't have to say anything because she was embarrassed. Issei, Akame, I think Tatsumi is taking too long, he said calmly. Akame, why yes, let's see what happens, she said with a small blush. So, both went to look for Tatsumi, while Akame thought that she had ruined her friendship with Issei. But he told her that it was okay, that it wasn't the first time that this had happened to him, which relieved her that their friendship is still standing. Whereupon, arriving at an open place, they saw Tatsumi fighting against Zack. They both jumped and stood in the middle of each other, Issei stopping Zack's blades with his bare hands, then kicking him away. Issei, Akame, I'll take care of him, you help Tatsumi, he said seriously. Akame, are you sure? I asked, somewhat worried. Issei, yes, he said, while Akame went to help Tatsumi, leaving both assassins there, seeing each other face to face. Zack, well, so the indomitable killer against me, good, said with a psychopathic smile. Akame took Tatsumi and walked away a little. Then, Issei summoned a katana with a dark blue ribbon, which gave off great demonic power, and he launched himself at Zack, throwing several blows with the sheath, surrounded by black fire with lavender purple. But Zack dodged them with difficulty, where Issei launched himself again, but Zack used his blades in an X shape to block him, but in Issei's carelessness, Zack gave him a cut that almost hit him, but in a quick movement he took Yamato out of his sheath to protect himself. Zack, you have good reflexes. Praises Issei, who kicked him away. Issei, thank you. He said seriously, besides, you're the first one who manages to withstand some of my blows, so I'll use something different. He said while making Yamato disappear. Zack, haha, silly. Thanks to my taiga I'll know what you'll do. He said, smiling psychopathically. At that, Zack tried to use his taiga but nothing happened. Zack, what's going on? Why isn't my taiga working? I asked in surprise. Issei, I haven't used this in years, I hope it's not rusty with this. He said while rolling up the sleeve on his right arm, which revealed that it had reddish-black scales and bright blood-red lines. Of course, when they saw that arm, everyone was surprised since it was not human. Zack, what the hell? He exclaimed in surprise upon seeing that arm. Issei, a reminder of my pact with myself. Said seriously, get ready. Said while pointing his dragon bringer at Zack, divide x10. Saying that, Zack felt his body tired, and was struggling to maintain his balance, and spoke. Zack, what's happening to me? Because I feel weaker. He said, trying to stay standing. Issei, thanks to one of my idiot dragonic abilities, he said seriously. Zack, what did you do to me? I asked, looking at him angrily. Issei, it's an ability I was born with, division and absorption, Hangen to Kyushu, a power I developed while training over the course of his life. I am famous among dragons for my ability to divide the strength of an opponent and absorb that power reduced by half to add it to mine. He said seriously. Everyone hearing that was surprised by such ability, as he didn't say it has a limit, so he can do it infinitely. Issei, by the way, think fast. Infernal poison dragon roar. He said, launching a torrent of black and dark red poison against Zack. The roar hit Zack full on, due to the lack of energy and the fact that the roar was very fast and sudden. Zack, what is this? He asked, feeling his body dying. Issei, this is my poison, reduce, Gensho, my second original ability. It has a unique blend of poison that is capable of reducing the existence of all organic matter, including gods. Even their souls are cut off little by little. However, this is ineffective against three beings: my adoptive sister Irina, the dragon goddess of dreams, my adoptive sister Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity, and my brother Sun, the monarch of shadows. Said calmly. Zack was surprised, but what followed left him trembling with fear. Issei, you know, I want to use my other ability again, boost x11. He said while a crimson-red aura surrounds him. He was also giant. This is another ability that I was born with, duplication and transfer, Baizo to Johto, one of the powers that I developed during my life. I am also known by dragons for my ability to multiply my own powers, and transfer that multiplied power to another being or object. He said while concentrating all the accumulated power in a sphere of power. Hearing that, everyone was shocked by such an ability, more Akame since he never thought that Issei has such abilities, plus a poison capable of reducing the existence of all organic matter, including the gods. Issei, think fast, Zack, dragon shot. He said, hitting the sphere of power, which accumulated, launching a crimson laser beam against Zack. Remove the boosted gear and hit him with the other arm, being his dragon bringer. Said attack was directly against Zack, making a large hole in his stomach, but the attack continued and hit a mountain, destroying it in the process. Akame and Tatsumi were amazed by what Issei did, who approached Zack and spoke. Issei, tell me, don't you hear those voices anymore? I asked doubtfully. Zack was surprised by that, but smiled gratefully. Zack, if you haven't heard them yet, thank you. Issei Blade, Isani, Astaroth Olympus destroy Apocalypse Chaos. He said gratefully, before dying in peace now. Thus, Issei approached Akame and Tatsumi. Issei, well, it's over. Tatsumi, stay still. He said while putting his hand on his chest, and a white flame appeared in it. Tatsumi, what are you doing? I asked confused. Issei, heal you. He said simply, to both of their surprise that he can do that. After a few seconds, Tatsumi was healed. Of course he was surprised and got up. Tatsumi, thank you. He said gratefully to Issei, who nodded at that. So Issei saw Akame and told her to leave, while giving her a calm smile, which made her blush, but she smiled anyway. But after a while, Tatsumi could be seen at his friends' graves, while Issei was with him, until Akame arrived. Akame, Tatsumi, come on, we have to make dinner, she said looking at the two boys. Issei, I'll help them, he said standing up like Tatsumi. Tatsumi went inside, while Issei and Akame followed behind him, but their hands touched. But Issei smiled calmly at her, and so did she. Cap 7. Issei was lying on a tree branch, watching Tatsumi train with armor wet with shield. Then he told Tatsumi and Issei why he doesn't have homework. He told them everything. Issei was shaking his head at his mistakes, but he laughed a little about putting mine in the washing machine. Tatsumi, very well done, shield, thought with a smile. Now everyone was in the room, looking at Zack's taiga that was in Nigenda's hands. Nigenda, this is Zack's taiga. I want you to try it on, Tatsumi, she said looking at the brunette. Tatsumi, really, and you? I asked, looking at the others. Issei, we already have a taiga, well, several in my case, he said calmly, but seriously. Bullied, no one can control more than one, except Issei, said seriously. Lubbock, it takes a lot of mental strength, said the green-haired man seriously. So, the same thing happened as in the story. Tatsumi puts it on, but Issei already knew what would happen. Issei, Akame, can you please stand behind me? I asked, looking at the aforementioned. Akame, sure, but why? I asked confused. Issei, just do it please, he said. So she nodded, and stood behind Issei. Tatsumi would activate the taiga, and would see shield and mine in their underwear. Issei, is the view nice, Tatsumi? I asked with a calm, mocking smile. Tatsumi didn't reply, he was too nervous to speak. But then the taiga rejected him. Akame took it from her and gave it to Nigenda. But then Tatsumi asked who the strongest taiga was. Nigenda, if I had to answer, I'd say it would be the taiga who controls ice, but its user is outside the capital, she said, relieved at the last bit. Issei, boss, maybe I have a chance to defeat that taiga, he said seriously. So everyone could look at him. When my mother was alive, and when I was a child, she taught me how to use Dragon Slayer magic. There are several types including fire magic, so maybe I have a chance to defeat that taiga. I explained to everyone's surprise that there is such magic, but Nigenda spoke. Nigenda, I understand, but you shouldn't get too confident. She's excellent in combat, she said seriously looking at Issei. Issei, okay, he said equally seriously, but thought something. If only they knew that I can take on the entire world by myself, he thought, while seeing his level, which was 1995, so he had more than 95% of his original power. He just had to follow the story, and he will obtain his full power. Luckily, with each important part of the story, he leveled up too. Nigenda said to send the taiga to the Revolutionary Army, so they could find a user for it, where Tatsumi asked if there was one that could revive his friends. But before anyone speaks, Issei speaks. Issei, playing with life and death is dangerous, believe me, I know it very well, I did it once. How do you think I have this arm? I asked, showing my Dragonbringer, to the surprise of those who did not know about said arm. But before they spoke, Issei continued talking. Life is one, everyone dies in due time. As a wise man told me, life goes on. You must continue, even if you have lost someone, he said seriously, leaving everyone silent, because they had no way to refute that. Plus the last thing he said. At dusk, Tatsumi was at the graves of his friends, sad, knowing that he could not bring them back, where Shield arrived and comforted Tatsumi, while Issei watched that from afar, and just remained serious. He knows well what it is to lose someone you love, so he will not let another person commit the same sin as him. Elsewhere, in a snowy place, there were many dead bodies nailed to spears, while a naked man was beating the boots of a woman on a stone throne. Guard, the northern tribe has fallen. I expected nothing less from you, General Esdeath, said, looking at the woman, known as Esdeath. Esdeath, and that's the best they had, she said while killing the man. Is there no one capable of satisfying my appetite? She asked while getting up from the throne where she was. But then Esdeath remembered what her soldiers told her, about someone with a legendary sword and who controls some elements, in addition to summoning several beasts that follow him. Esdeath, maybe the Indomitable Killer can give me some fun, she said with a smile. Because of that, back in the capital, Leon, Tatsumi and Issei were walking down the street, until some men came telling Leon to pay what she owed them, where the three ran away, while Issei jumped onto a building and Tatsumi ran away. After a while of not finding them, he decided to return to where they were, and saw Tatsumi talking to someone. Issei, seeing her, knew who she was. She was Seiryu. She was from the Imperial Guard. When she left, Issei went under Tatsumi's. Tatsumi, Issei, this is. I didn't finish speaking when I saw his empty and serious expression. Issei, I hope you entertain me before I kill you, and I won't let you kill someone from my team Hitch. I thought seriously and with a small, imperceptible, psychopathic smile, while with Seiryu, she felt a chill but didn't give it any importance, and only thought about Ogre. Seiryu, I must find Knight Ride and the Indomitable Killer. I must make them pay for the Ogre General. She said, remembering what happened to him. Knight Ride, Dragon of the Shadowy Death, I will never forgive them. She said with a few small tears, and angry about that. Cap 8. It was night, and Issei was with Leon and Tatsumi on the roof of a brothel. Leon, okay, time to get to work, she said as she transformed into her swarm form, while Tatsumi applauded her. Issei, not bad, my turn, he said while summoning a wolf different from the normal ones, which was the fusion of both wolves. Time skip. Now they were walking through the plaza until Tatsumi spoke. Tatsumi, hey, what's happening to those girls? I asked doubtfully. Issei/Leon, it's not our problem, they said without interest in that. Tatsumi, but couldn't speak anymore, because Leon spoke. Leon, calm down, I know a talented doctor, I'll ask him to help you, she said calmly. Tatsumi, Leon, it turns out you are kind, said with a small smile. Leon, I only did it because I knew one of them, that's all, she said calmly. Tatsumi, even so, you just need a glimmer of hope, he said with a smile, which made Leon blush a little. Leon, Tatsumi, when you make that face you look really cute, she said while licking his ear. Tatsumi, ah, he exclaimed as he quickly moved away from her. Leon, I just marked you as the word goes, said with a smile. Issei, hee, you heard Tatsumi, now you have a partner, he said laughing slightly and giving her a funny smile. Tatsumi, shut your mouth, yells at Issei angrily. Leon, you heard, when you grow up I'll make you mine, she said with a flirtatious smile, which gave Tatsumi the creeps. She asked me, how are things going for the girls now, she said doubtfully. Issei, hearing that, remembered what was going to happen, so he became serious and stood still, drawing the attention of Leon and Tatsumi. Leon, is something wrong, Issei? I asked doubtfully. Issei, go back to base, I have something to do, he said while looking in a specific direction. Tatsumi, what do you mean? I asked doubtfully. Issei, I'll tell you later, he said, as he disappeared in a burst of speed from where he was. Leon, where will he go? I asked doubtfully, looking at the place where Issei was. Tatsumi, I don't know, he said with doubt. With Issei, he was running at high speed, while jumping through the houses of the capital to a certain point. Issei, please, I hope I can arrive on time, he said while running, while activating his Quicksilver ability to arrive faster. Elsewhere, Mine and Shield could be seen running after killing their target. Mine, that guy never let his guard down, said seriously. Shield, but we were able to finish it, she said as they ran away from there. But someone was up in a tree, watching the two of them run, where I jump and create a big crater. Mine, who is it? I asked, looking at the stranger. Shield, she's different from other Imperial guards, said seriously. Seiryu, it was worth waiting all those nights, said with a grim smile. Seiryu, we finally meet. Knight Ride. I'm Seiryu Ubiquitous, and the time has come for you to pay for your crimes, he said with a crazy look and smile. The fight was the same as the one in the anime, only Shield couldn't cut off Seiryu's arms, until the moment when Koro was about to eat Shield. Mine, Shili! Exclaimed scared. Seiryu, say goodbye! Exclaimed madly. But before that, they heard something. Dismantle. A large cut appeared on Koro, pulling him away from Shield as he writhed in pain, where Issei appeared and quickly grabbed Shield and took her to mine. Of course he had a mask on so Seiryu wouldn't see his face. Mine, Issei, said surprised. Shield, Issei, said with a smile. Seiryu, you're the one who killed the ogre, you're going to die, exclaimed furiously. Issei, wait here, he said seriously, so Mine and Shield nodded at that. Issei turned around and looked at Seiryu with a bit of his killer instinct. Issei, you damn dared to hurt someone I love and I will never forgive you for that, he exclaimed furiously. In a swift movement, he launched himself at Seiryu, who shot him, but then, Issei, divides X5, he said while pointing his arm at the bullets. The bullets didn't even touch him, due to taking away his speed power. Then he appeared in front of her and with his fist charged with cursed energy, he said the following. Issei black flash. He said, hitting him in the chest, which produced black rays. This blow severely damaged her, and she felt something inside her was destroyed a little. But Issei didn't stop. He jumped and stood in Koro's face and said the following. Issei, God-destroying blow. He said, giving him a strong blow, which completely deformed him, since he had cursed energy, combined with divine energy. Seiryu, damn, now I'll kill you! Koro, fury! Exclaimed angrily. At that, Koro turned into a giant monster. Seiryu, ha ha ha, now the dark dragon dies. Said sadistically. Issei, it seems like this one consumed too many steroids. He said in a mocking tone, angry at Seiryu for that. Seiryu, Koro, kill him! Exclaimed angrily. Koro lunged at Issei, who dodged it by just jumping, but decided it was time to use that thing he didn't want to use. Issei, well, I have no other choice, he said while putting his arms in front of him, and began to recite a chant that no one understood, because it was in a language they didn't understand. Mine, what are you doing? Move! She exclaimed worriedly, looking at Issei. She couldn't say anything, because of the pain she was in. But Issei continued reciting that strange chant for them, but they noticed that the atmosphere became more tense, as if something was being brought to the human world. Seiryu, I don't know what you're doing, but it seems you've accepted your fate, now die! Exclaimed while Koro launched himself at Issei. But they managed to hear something that they did understand. Issei, I summon you, Divine General, Maharaga! He exclaimed as a kind of cocoon appeared behind him, while several wolves and toads appeared in front of him. But the cocoon began to take shape, becoming a giant humanoid being, with a ship's steering wheel on it. Of course, that surprised everyone and scared Koro, who felt he had to flee far from Maharaga. Issei, you made me use this Shikigami, I'll just say this, Maharaga, destroy! He exclaimed so that the aforementioned nodded, and launched himself against Koro, cutting the organic Taigu, who stepped back upon receiving said cut. Seiryu tried to attack Maharaga, but Issei got in his way, giving a double kick to the stomach, while he began to hit him hard consecutively, drawing blood. Then he gave her another kick that made her roll, while Maharaga took Koro and threw him into the sky, which Issei understood, and prepared an attack. Issei, thanks Maharaga, boost X6. He said while with his dragon bringer, he created a sphere of energy a little dense and more powerful than the first one he made against Zack. Issei, superior shot, said, hitting the sphere of power, launching a crimson and emerald green laser into the sky, more accurate against Koro, doing great damage to Koro, but the attack was so powerful that it was seen from the hiding place. Everyone seeing that wondered what it was, but one person already knew who it was. Akame, Issei said worriedly. Back with Issei. Koro fell to the ground very injured and Seiryu was somewhat scared, where Issei approached her while Maharaga disappeared in Issei's shadow, but Seiryu attacked him, with a gun coming out of his mouth. Seiryu, die monster for justice! Exclaimed while shooting him. The bullet went to Issei's chest, but it did nothing to him, because Issei caught it with his dragon bringer, but Issei decided to end this. Issei, this is as far as you go, he said seriously. He summoned the Plum Blossom Demon Sword, but when he was about to kill her, he sensed and heard guards arriving. Issei, you're saved for today, but I won't let you go just like that, he said seriously. In a quick movement, which no one saw, Issei cut off Seiryu's arms where he quickly took mine and shield, and they disappeared in Issei's shadow. When they arrived at the base, everyone was waiting for them at the entrance. When they appeared, they ran towards them. Issei, before answering what happened, give me a second, he said so that the same white flame came out of his hand, with which he healed Tatsumi, after he fought with Zack, where he cured mine, where she was left with less pain and so was Shield. Issei took them to the hideout and upon entering, the black-haired man with reddish tips answered everyone's questions and told them what had happened. Nagenda, I see, you sensed someone was in danger and went to help, she said, understanding that. Issei, yes, he said while eating some bread with strawberry jam. Nagenda, I see, now go rest, said to everyone, who nodded and went to rest. As Issei walked towards his room, he heard a voice. Akame, Issei, wait, she said, stopping the Astaroth. Issei, what's wrong, Akame? He didn't finish because Akame hugged him. What's wrong, Akame? He asked doubtfully. Akame, I was worried when I saw that attack of yours. I got scared and thought that something happened to you and I wouldn't see you again, she said with her face in Issei's chest. Issei, Akame, She looked at him. I promised you that I would stay with you, and I'm not going to break that promise, he said with a calm smile, but thought the following, too bad, he doesn't know what will come later, haha. He thought mockingly, looking at Akame. Akame smiled, and when Issei wanted to separate, she tried to kiss him, but Issei stopped her and separated her from him, while he looked at her with a serious look. Issei, what were you going to do? I asked hesitantly, but seriously. Akame, she said a little red, but sighed and spoke. You see, Issei, I love you. I've loved you since we were kids. You were always with me in the good and bad times. That's why I want to be your girlfriend. She said a little red because of that. Issei pretended to be surprised. While his wives and children watched the scene, Issei's wives were serious and jealous, and Issei's children were a little nervous because of their mother's auras, especially their mother Lumen, who was releasing her aura more than the others. But they expected Issei's answer, while Akame did not. Issei, I'm sorry Akame, I don't feel the same for you. I only feel a strong bond of friendship for you, so I'm sorry for not reciprocating your feelings, he said as he turned around and left, but not before saying something that broke Akame's heart. Besides, I'm already married to several women who decided to share me between them, something I accepted because I love them, so I ask your forgiveness, but my heart already belongs to them and to my children, he said before retiring to his room, leaving Akame heartbroken, who went to her room to cry in silence. What they didn't know was that Najenda heard their conversation and felt sorry for Akame, but she didn't say anything and went to her room to rest. Chapter 9. In the palace, in the throne room, Esdeath was kneeling, in front of the Emperor and the honest ministers. Emperor, General Esdeath, your victory was magnificent. I will give you 10,000 gold coins, said the boy while Honest gave Esdeath a bag of gold. Esdeath, thank you sir, I'll send it to those left in the north, she said, putting the bag of gold on her waist. Honest, Esdeath only cares about subjugating and fighting, seriously thought Esdeath. Now that I'm back, I'll take care of the night ride, she said with a smile. Emperor, I would like to give you something more than monetary. Do you want something else? I asked doubtfully, looking at Esdeath, who thought for a moment before speaking. Esdeath, I would like to experience love, said with interest in the subject. Elsewhere, Shio was resting in her room, while mine was eating with some difficulty, due to using the reverse ritual. Due to its 50% effectiveness on people other than the user, it did not cure her completely, but she could eat, while Akame was in her room still crying silently, for being rejected by the love of her life without knowing what the future holds for her, and for the entire world, while Issei was meditating under a tree, trying to increase his energy reserves. Back at the palace, Esdeath, before, I was only interested in war and killing, sighed. Honest, oh, talk about love, said the fat man calmly. Esdeath, yes, I can't deny what my heart says, she said calmly. Honest, it's natural, he said calmly. Esdeath, okay, but for now, I'll use that energy to take down Night Ride, she said with her typical sadistic smile. I hope they give me a challenge, she said calmly. Honest, I think one could, said getting Esdeath's attention. Esdeath who? I asked with interest. Honest, the Indomitable Killer, he could give you the challenge you want, said calmly. Esdeath, maybe he can give me a fight. I've heard of his skills. It could be interesting, she thought as she left the throne room. With Esdeath, she was in front of 3 people. Esdeath, I have a new mission for you, she said seriously. 1. We will follow your orders, Lady Esdeath, said the first one with respect. 2. We are your most loyal servants, Lady Esdeath, said the second one with respect too. 3. No matter your orders, we will obey them, he said regarding the third. In the den, it was a cold night, and Issei was walking towards the kitchen to eat something. Issei, it's cold, luckily my fire magic is useful, I think, with total calm. Naga, confirmed partner, here we are in a party sauna, said the dragon-type Bakugan calmly. Issei, damn lucky guys. I thought a little depressed about that, but I put it aside. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Akame with some dangos, where Akame saw him, where Issei saw his eyes red from crying so much. Akame, Issei said looking away, because her rejection still hurt. Issei, Akame, what are you doing eating so late? I asked with doubt, although I knew the reason. Akame, SLN for Shio, she said looking at Issei out of the corner of her eye. Issei, I see. By the way, Akame, don't keep hiding your pain, he said, confusing the black-haired girl, who looked him in the eyes. Akame, I don't know what you're talking about, she said, trying to leave, but Issei took her by the arm and spoke. Issei, I know you well, you're very worried about Shield's condition, aren't you? I asked doubtfully. Akame's eyes were darkened, but suddenly, she jumped up and hugged Issei, which surprised him slightly since she didn't expect that after his rejection of her. Akame, I've seen hundreds of people die, but I almost lost a friend, she said, looking into his eyes while shedding a few tears. I'll never get used to that pain. We work in the shadows, and we should be able to endure this, she said, trembling a little. Issei remained silent at that, but he stroked her head, like he did when they were children, and spoke. Issei, enduring pain is bad. You did well to open up to me. I understand well the feeling you're feeling. At the end of everything we are human too, except me who am an Arcadian. I think the last thing calmly, Issei Akame. She looked at him. I'll make you a promise. As long as I'm on this team, I won't let anyone die. I promise you that, she said with determination. Akame, really? She asked with tears still falling down her cheeks. Issei, I swear, he said as he stopped petting her, which she pouted at, as she watched Issei enter the kitchen and come out with an apple in his hand, while he ate it. So, they both went to their respective rooms, although Akane was still hurt by her rejection, but only time will tell what will happen. The next morning, Akame was having a sword fight with Tatsumi, until a blow from Akame threw him aside. Akame, you should rest, she said looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, at a time like this, I don't think so, he said to lunge at Akame, but someone punched him in the face. Tatsumi, oh! What are you doing, brother? He exclaimed, seeing Bullied. Bullied, if it were a real fight, you'd have to watch your surroundings, he said looking at Tatsumi. At that, Issei appeared behind him in a blur of black and red, and tried to hit Bullied, but he caught his hand. Bullied, you see, he's always watching, he said calmly, letting go of Issei's fist, who only nodded at what Bullied said. Who saw Tatsumi? You're more lively. What's wrong? He asked doubtfully. Tatsumi, I just want to get stronger, he said with determination, so Issei patted him on the back. Issei, good, you've matured, he said with a calm smile. Bullied, now your opponent will be me, he said so Tatsumi would nod. After entering the den, Nigenda called them into the living room to talk. Shio was already feeling better, so she was present. Nigenda, I have bad news. Esdeath has already conquered the north and is already in the capital, she said extremely seriously. Everyone was surprised, but Issei only feigned mild surprise. Nigenda Leon, I want you to go to the capital and keep an eye on it, she said, looking at the aforementioned woman. Leon, at your service, said seriously, but Issei already knew what I was thinking, so he spoke. Issei, Shio, go with her, he said, looking at the aforementioned. Shio, why? I asked doubtfully. Issei, because I know very well that Leon is impulsive, and will want to fight with her, he said bored, while eating a chocolate cupcake. This is good, he thought while eating the cupcake. Leon was surprised by what he said, but he was right. Shio, okay, she said calmly. Nigenda, there are also many politicians being murdered, and they've left, night ride, posters at the scenes, she said, holding up a poster. Bullied, so, they want everyone to believe it was us. Seriously, Tatsumi, but we never took credit, he said confused by that. Nigenda, yes, but everyone thinks it was us, and I'm sure it was Esdeath's lackeys, said seriously. Tatsumi, and why would they do that? I asked without understanding, but Issei spoke. Issei, it's an invitation, they want us to go to them, he said neutrally, so everyone understands. Nigenda, besides, all the murdered politicians are against the minister, she said seriously, to everyone's surprise except for Issei, who was extremely serious. We can't lose those kinds of people. They're vital to the kingdom we want to create. I want their opinions, she said looking at everyone. So, everyone gave their opinions, except Issei who spoke last. Issei, as long as I can fight strong people, I'm in, he said calmly and uninterestedly, causing everyone to sweat anime style, but Nigenda smiled. Nigenda, it's decided, demonstrate our principles, she said smiling. So, Nigenda sent Lubbock and Akame to a place, and Bullied, Tatsumi and Issei sent them to a large ship. Bullied was hidden with raid invisibility, and Issei was camouflaged with his stealth ability. With Akame, Issei, if the enemy came for you, be careful, thought looking at the sky. With them, Tatsumi, the guy is protected by guards, it's impossible to kill him, he said, whispering for Issei to speak. Issei, don't get too confident, Tatsumi. Remember who we might run into, he said behind him, But Bullied also heard him. Bullied, Issei is right, don't be too confident, Tatsumi. He said seriously next to him, but with invisibility on. Tatsumi, I'm sorry Issei and brother, listen, how many times have you hit me? He said and asked in a doubtful whisper. Bullied, tough love, he said blushing, but it wasn't seen because of his helmet. Tatsumi, don't repeat that so much. Screams while whispering nervously. Issei, hee. Laughs slightly at that. Tatsumi, your Tigas are very useful. You can make yourself invisible and you can camouflage yourself with the environment. He said whispering and looking at Issei who was behind Tatsumi. In that Bullied tells them a little about his story. Bullied, my invisibility time is running out. I have to take off my armor, he said seriously so Tatsumi wouldn't notice. Tatsumi, leave this area to us. Whispered to Bullied. Bullied, okay, I'll check inside. He said as he left. So, Tatsumi looked around and said that everyone is a suspect, even himself. Issei, really? The suspect would be me, meaning if I run out of energy I'll have to wait a while so I can use my techniques again. He said calmly. Tatsumi, that's true. He said, whispering a little calmly. But then, he started dreaming of a flute, but Issei covered his ears. Since being a dragon god demon slayer his hearing was super mega ultra sharp. Somewhere else, Esdeath could be seen at an ice cream stand. Esdeath, bring me your best dessert, she said seriously so the seller nodded in fear. Salesman, you are being followed, miss, he said with fear because of her serious face. While that was happening, Leon and Shio were on top of a house looking at it. Leon, look, she's sitting there quietly and the worst thing is that I can smell her evil, she said seriously like Shio. But then Esdeath released an aura of pure evil, which made the two nervous. Leon, shit. She said nervously because of that aura. Shio, Leon, it would be best if we left here now. She said nervously but also seriously because of that aura. Leon, okay, she said so they could both leave. Esdeath, where did they go? Too bad she didn't bite and wanted to try out my new torture techniques. She said while eating her ice cream. Esdeath, this is so good. She said eating the ice cream like a little girl. Back with the kids. On the other side of the boat were two people, an older man and a small woman. Liver, splendid Niao melody. Said congratulating his partner. Niao, I've been playing it for a while, everyone must be tired. Said a girl with horns and a fake demon tail with a smile. Liver, yes, but some may not have heard it, so don't trust it, he said seriously about that. Niao, okay, he said but smiled calmly. With Tatsumi, the aforementioned was staggering wherever he went. Tatsumi, just listening to that melody makes me tired, and it can still be heard from out here. This was done by a Taiga user. He said tiredly but was conscious. Like Issei who covered his ears with darkness plugs, so he wouldn't hear the melody but could hear other things. Issei, yes, that seems like Tatsumi, but stay alert. He said seriously, knowing what's about to happen right now. But in front of Tatsumi appeared a big guy with an axe on his back who spoke. 3 Wow, one resists the music. If you had stayed still, you wouldn't have been hurt. He said with a smile so that Tatsumi would look at him like Issei next to Tatsumi. Tatsumi, you're one of the Night Ride imposters. He said seriously while composing himself perfectly. 3, and you're one of the real ones? Perfect. He said throwing a sword at him, which he caught. Tatsumi, what are you doing? He asked with doubt but on guard, while Issei prepared to appear and help him. 3, I want a fair fight and more experience. He said with a smile, taking out his weapon. Tatsumi, if you want experience, I'll give it to you but I'll send you to hell. He said and shouted to throw himself at the guy. So they started fighting where it was like cannon, until the part where the axe was going back there Issei deactivated his stealth, and moved Tatsumi to another side to the surprise of the imposter. 3, and where did that come from? I asked, surprised but with doubt about that. Issei, so that's your Taiga no Deidara? I asked looking at the guy known as Deidara, who was surprised that I knew his name. Deidara, how do you know my name? I asked, surprised by that. Issei, I know a few things, nothing more. He said taking out his Tartar axe. Thus, Deidara threw one of his axes towards Issei and Tatsumi. But Issei only threw his axe so that there was a clash of axes. But Issei's was the winner but both axes fell in the middle together. But Issei just raised his hand so that his axe would go to his hand, to the surprise of those present. But Tatsumi went against Deidara but in the middle of the road Bullied, and Issei hit him with a punch that sent him flying. Issei / Bullied, are you an idiot or what? He was already expecting that attack. They shouted at the same time, angry at Tatsumi. Deidara, and how can you all stand the music? He asked doubtfully, while at a speed that no one saw except Issei. He picked up his other axe and appeared in the same place where he was. So, Issei pointed to his ears, which had darkness plugs, something that surprised Deidara, and Bullied said the same thing about the cannon. That's how everything happened until the moment where Bullied demonstrated why he was from Night Ride, where the others also appeared. Issei, hey Bullied, leave this to me since I want to try something. He said so that the aforementioned Asintra, and Issei puts away his axe, and out of nowhere a heat appears, and Issei's body was wrapped in fire, and some yellow rays appeared in the fire. Issei, it took me a while to control the state, but I did it, he said with a smile while being surrounded by fire and lightning, to everyone's surprise and shock at that state. So, Issei launched himself against them, who did the same. Issei, Hellfire Dragon Lightning Fist. He said so that his fist is wrapped in fire and lightning, to hit Liver, burying him a little from the ground. While hitting Liver, Niao tried to hit him from behind, but Issei noticed, and quickly put his hands on the ground to kick Niao in the face, sending her flying and crashing into a wall. And finally, with his Tartar axe in hand, he split Deidara in two, killing him instantly. Bullied and Tatsumi were surprised by that. Bullied, that's what I mean, Tatsumi, that you should be careful, he said calmly, but surprised by that. Tatsumi, he killed the biggest one, and was able to handle the other two and all in an instant. He thought with surprise, and then spoke. Issei, I knew you were strong, but you are incredible, he said in amazement. Bullied, you're right, Tatsumi, he said, smiling. Issei, thank you, that's why I'm the Shadow Death Dragon, he said calmly, but then they heard a voice. Liver, its appearance and that tiger, I have no doubt that it's you, Bullied, he said, standing up and seeing the aforementioned, who recognized him. Bullied, General Liver, said, surprised by that. Chapter 10. Previously, Issei, Bullied and Tatsumi were on a ship fighting against the three beasts of Esdeath, until Liverpool recognized Bullied. Bullied, you are General Liver, he said in surprise. Present, Liver, I'm no longer a general, I'm now Lady Esdeath's servant, said seriously. Bullied, if we were on the same side, we would have drunk to this reunion, he said with a sad smile, but then he got serious. But you are my enemy, and I will kill you, he said seriously. Liver, that's what I was going to say, he said while taking off his glove, revealing a ring. Liver, with this tiger that Lady Esdeath gave me, exclaimed seriously. Then, large amounts of water came out of some barrels. In that, Liver told about the origin of his tiger and his abilities. Issei, he controls water, huh? Not bad for a lackey of that ice lady, he said while dodging the piercing water. Liver, my lady creates ice, said seriously. Liver attacks them, launching torrents of water towards them. Bullied dodges them, and Issei turns into a shadow to avoid it. Meow, a little help wouldn't hurt, he said, but then he heard two voices. Issei/Tatsumi, I don't think so, they said seriously. At that, Issei came out of the shadows with the plum blossom demonic sword, and Tatsumi with his sword, and both gave him a vertical cut, but he blocked it with difficulty. Meow, night rides are a pain, she said annoyed. So, she launched herself at them too, where she began to throw blows with her flute, where Issei blocked them with ease, but Tatsumi with a little effort. Meow jumped and stood behind Tatsumi and began to hit him and threw him to the ground, but Issei appeared in front of her and threw several punches, pushing her away. Bullied was fighting Liver, who was on top of a water dragon. Meow, as long as we're in the water, Liver will win, she said confidently. Tatsumi, I don't think so, but victory belongs to Bullied, said confidently. Meow, Liver, said seriously. Tatsumi, Bullied, he said seriously too, where both started a comical fight, forgetting that they were enemies. Issei, these two fight like 5-year-olds, he sighed heavily, because they reminded him of his own children when they were little kids. Liver launched the dragon at Bullied, but he split it in two with his spear. Liver, you won't be able to dodge this in the air, he said while raising several torrents of water, which hit Bullied in the back. Issei jumped and caught Bullied before he hit the ground. Liver threw dragons at Bullied, but Issei put him in his shadow thanks to the 10 shadows. Liver, I killed him, he said to himself with doubt. Issei, I don't think so, said seriously. Liver turned around, and there they were, and Bullied was right in front of him. Bullied, don't underestimate the enemy until they're dead, he said seriously, but then Niao lunges. Bullied was going to hit her, but Issei got in the way. Issei, deadly white dragon iron fist, he said while a white light appeared in his fist, with which he hit Niao. The blow hit him full on, drawing some blood, and he rolled away. Meow, I missed my chance, said annoyed with Issei. Tatsumi, brother Issei, I'm sorry, he said, throwing himself on the ground. Issei, well, now it started to bother me, balance breaker, he said, entering his balance breaker from his dark dividing. Meow, what the? I asked in shock. Liver, that doesn't matter, he said seriously, feeling Issei's evil aura in that armor. Bullied took off his armor, and Issei took off his helmet. Bullied, don't worry, he said, looking at Tatsumi with a smile. Issei, it's surprising you survived without a taiga, he said, praising Tatsumi. Liver, it seems like the armor disappears after taking damage, he said seriously. Issei, I don't think so, your ears are bleeding, he said seriously. At that, Liver saw his ear and if it had bled. Issei, those attacks are taking their toll on your body, he said seriously. Liver, I see, and I wanted to use her at my will. Tell me, Bullied, wouldn't you like to join Lady Esdeath? I asked, looking at him straight in the face. Issei is next to Bullied. Liver, and you too, Shadow Dragon, he said, looking at them. You could be my second in command, he offered seriously. Issei, before dead, said coldly. Bullied, I don't mind working for the Empire anymore, Liver, he said seriously. But Liverpool tried to convince them, saying that they could do whatever they wanted. Liver, even those politicians who spread their corruption, said seriously. Bullied, I refuse, he said seriously. Issei, I already said no, old man, he said coldly. Bullied, I am a defender of the people, seriously. Issei, and I'm a protector of the innocent, despite my thirst for fighting, he said seriously. Liver, defender and protector, I didn't expect to hear that from you, Bueller, and you, Dragon, said seriously and disappointed. Meow, she's at her limit, said sitting on the floor, but we still have a secret weapon, said smiling. Bullied, Issei, let me fight him, he said, looking at the aforementioned. Issei, fine, he said as he walked away a little. At that, Liver took something out and injected it into his neck. Liver, I want you to be my greatest opponent, he said seriously, as he took off the tank top from his neck. Tatsumi, brother, be careful, warned worriedly. Bullied, I'll be fine, smiling. Bullied took out the raid sword, and Liver a sword, and they rushed at each other and began to fight, until Bullied broke his sword and made a cut drawing blood. Issei, seeing that, knew it was time. Liver did a technique that made his blood go straight against Bullied, but Issei stood in front of Bullied. Bullied, Issei, what are you doing? Exclaimed worriedly. Issei, deadly poison dragon guard, he said, as from his hands a blacker one with red came out, which formed a kind of shield, protecting them from Liver's blood. Issei, you're welcome, he said, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Bullied, what did you do? I asked doubtfully. Issei, I saved your life, he said simply. Bullied, oh, thanks then, said with a smile. Liver, seeing this, fell to the ground and told them the reason for joining Esdeath, and then fell dead. Tatsumi, it's over, he said, relieved, as he approached them too. Issei, this isn't over yet, he said, pointing at Niao, who was playing his flute. Niao, the real trump card is me, he said, while he began to grow and his muscles increased. But Issei felt he was stronger. Issei, he's stronger than in the story. I know what to do, I thought calmly. Niao, also thanks to my taiga, I can change my own body, said with a smile. Issei, so that's his hidden ability, said seriously. Niao, it's been a long time since I used this form, he said seriously, stretching a little. Tatsumi, what can I do? He asked himself seriously, while Issei approached Bullied. Issei, I'll take this for a second, he said, taking the raid, and approaches Tatsumi. Tatsumi, here, use it, he said, giving it to the raid. Tatsumi, what, you want me to use the Bullied taiga? He said, taking the sword. Issei, yes, do it, he said, while changing to his balance breaker from his darkness gear, to Tatsumi's surprise at that. Meow, haha, a raid wields a lot of power, laughed at that. Issei, now do it, he said, while the gems on his armor shone. Bullied was encouraging Tatsumi, while a voice was heard saying the following. Kami, boost X7, said the red-eyed dragon god seriously, since he was watching the whole fight, and will help his bearer in any way he can. While Tatsumi took the raid and shouted the following. Apparently the evolved armor made Tatsumi feel amazing. Tatsumi, now you will suffer your punishment, he said, looking at Niao. Niao, how conceited, said annoyed by that. Tatsumi, I'll finish you off now, he said seriously. Niao and Tatsumi pounced, and both were bumping fists. but they were the same until they heard a voice. Kami, hey kid, take this transfer. He said while Issei touched Tatsumi, so that a dark crimson-red aura surrounded Tatsumi, who felt stronger. Tatsumi, now I feel stronger, thanks Issei, exclaimed gratefully. Thanks to the boost, Tatsumi won and delivered a powerful blow to Niao, sending him crashing into a wall. After finishing, Tatsumi approached Issei and Bullied. Tatsumi, thanks for the support Issei, and he said so the voice could speak. Kami, tell me, brat, Kami, he said through Issei's arm gem, so Tatsumi would nod. Issei, and you're welcome, now I must heal Bullied, he said while laying Bullied down, and using the reverse ritual, he healed him. Bullied, thank you Issei, he said, receiving a nod from him as his armor disappeared. Tatsumi, brother 10, he said while handing him over to the raid, but Bullied denied that. Bullied, keep it, you are more compatible than me, he said, refusing to accept the sword again. Tatsumi, thank you, he said gratefully. So, the three went to the base to rest. When they arrived they told everything that happened. Issei when leaving the room met Akame, who smiled at him, which he returned with a slight calm smile, and they went to their respective rooms to rest. Elsewhere, Nana, a girl hums, on top of a mountain of bodies. Human bodies are very entertaining, said the girl with a smile. Soldier, it's better to make a bonfire to get rid of the bodies, said a serious soldier. Soldier Kirum, a message has arrived, he exclaimed to get the attention of the acquaintance. As Kirum, you must return to the capital, he said to Kirum. Kirum, did they ask me? I asked doubtfully. Soldier, if that's right, you're one of the 6 chosen, he said, confusing Kirum. Kirum, one of the 6, said confused. Soldier 2, they'll form a new organization. Another soldier said, so she'd understand? Kirum, so the capital, she said while watching the sunset. I guess we'll see each other soon, dear sister and friend, she said with a smile. Chapter 11. Mine could be seen running through the corridors of the base. Mine, I must try hard just like everyone else, she said running. Mine, upon arriving at the training camp, saw them training. Mine, okay, who wants to train with me? She said doubtfully, looking at them. In front of her, Tatsumi, Lubbock and Issei were exercising. But the funny thing was that Tatsumi had Leon on his back, Lubbock had shield, but Issei had a huge, heavy rock and Akame on his back, and all 3 of them were shirtless. Tatsumi, hello mine, are you better now? He said, looking at her. Shield, I'm glad. Smiling. Mine, what are you doing? I asked doubtfully, but when she saw Issei her eyes were wide open. Leon, they were eager to train, so we're helping them, he said calmly. Tatsumi, I need to improve my raid control skills, said something serious. At that moment, Bullied arrived at the field. Bullied, yes, raiding requires a lot of energy and stamina, he said calmly but seriously. Mine, it's strange to see you in sweaty Lubbock, said looking at the aforementioned. Lubbock, yes, Issei is very strong, so we decided to be stronger too, he said looking at the asteroid, who was still doing his thing, despite having a huge and heavy rock already Akame on his back, and the worst thing is that he wasn't even sweating. Shield, you just want to impress, said Chibi. Leon, that's right, Tatsumi did double and Issei did triple, she said with a chibi face. Akame, it was to be expected, Leon and Shield weigh more than me, she said simply. Everyone went silent, but then Leon hit Akame, leaving a big bump on her. Nagenda, oh here they are, she said, as she reached the field. Leon boss, she said as everyone approached, and Issei put the rock aside and approached as well. Nagenda, I'll go to the Revolutionary Army barracks to hand over the T-gas we obtained, she said looking at everyone. Tatsumi, that axe is very heavy, he said looking at the Taiga axe. Nagenda said she could still transport her. Tatsumi, has the boss always been this cool? I asked, looking at Issei and Lubbock. Issei/Lubbock, if she was a general, you didn't know? They asked doubtfully. Nagenda, Akame, you're in charge, she said, looking at the aforementioned. Akame, I think I understand, said with a chibi face. Tatsumi, you just believe it? Exclaimed upset. Bullied, calm down, he takes his role seriously, he said calmly. Where Tatsumi apologized, but Nagenda and Bullied cheered him up, so Nagenda left. Nagenda, Esdeath will create a squad of Taiga users, said looking at the sky. Nagenda, I have to do something, she said as she started to leave for her destination. At the cemetery, Esdeath was leaving flowers for her servants. Esdeath, I guess they were too weak, How incompetent, but I'm going to avenge their deaths. She said as she left. Their replacements will arrive today, but I think I'm going to have fun. She said with a smile. At the entrance to the capital, a young man was looking at the entrance. POV, my name is Wave and I'm from the Imperial Navy. I was recruited to join the capital squadron. I'm a little nervous, but I don't want to look like a peasant, so I put on the best clothes I could find. Also, before I left, a friend from the Navy gave me a bag of fish, which I'm grateful for. End of Wave POV. As he walked, people watched him and said things about Wave, but he just ignored them. Present. Wave was in front of a door. Wave, all right, here are my new teammates. Said looking at the door. Here I go. Said sighing to calm down a little. So, he opened the door and spoke. Wave, good afternoon, I'm from the Imperial Navy. He said as he entered, but upon entering, he could only see a man with a strange mask and no shirt. Wave, excuse me. He said, scared on the ground, since he fell from fright. So, he closed the door and said something to himself. Wave, I don't think so, this must be the torture room, I'm an idiot. He said, while taking out a sheet of paper, and I looked at the name of the room. But he went blank, seeing that this was the room. Wave, he's one of my classmates. He exclaimed in a low voice, with a face of horror. With no other choice, he went back in and said hello, and sat at the end of the table. But the guy was staring at him, which made him nervous. Until the door opened again, and Kirum walked in. Wave, a normal girl. Thought relieved. Kirum sat in front of Wave, and started eating her cookies. Wave, hello, what's your name? My name is Wavy. I didn't finish because Kirum spoke. Kirum, stay away from my cookies, said Chibi. Wave, not normal. Thought with a drop of anime-style sweat. Sorry for bothering you, said sitting back down. The door opened again, and Seryu appeared with mechanical arms and Koro, who had a scar on his chest and stomach, and some roses. Seryu, I am Seryu of the Imperial Army and he is Koro, he said, pointing at her and her organic taigu. Wave, she does seem normal, thought when she saw Seryu, but then, Seryu threw the petals to the ground. Seryu, Dr. Stylish, please come in, she said as a man in a doctor's coat walked in. Stylish, worrying about the first impression, he said with a smile, while adjusting his glasses, which he was wearing. Stylish, that's what I call style and being elegant, said calmly. Wave, another lunatic, thoughts while looking at Stylish. Stylish, wow, it's obvious you're a peasant, but you're a pain, said while looking at Wave, who, upon hearing that, shuddered. Wave, I think he liked it, thought nervously. Hi, I think I'm the last one to arrive, said a blond man with a feather on his head entering. Wave, nice to meet you, I'm Wave, said Waving. Run, I'm Run, it's a pleasure to meet you, returned the exit with manners. Wave, finally, someone normal, thoughts relieved. Then the guy in the mask came with a tray of tea, and said he was shy, and that his name was Bowles and he was from the arson squad. Wave, I didn't think he was shy, whispered to himself. Stylish, that squad burns everything in its path, thought looking at Bowles. So, everyone was talking, until a woman with a mask came, and attacked everyone but Kirum cut her mask and it was Esdeath. Wave, our boss is even weirder, I thought looking at Esdeath. Now, they were in a hallway with some elegant suits. Esdeath, I'm sorry for scaring you, I thought a simple greeting was boring, she said calmly. Wave, it's okay, I'm used to mistreatment, sighed. Seryu, I'm very grateful for the lesson, she said calmly. Esdeath, fine, we'll celebrate after seeing the Emperor, she said calmly. Of course, that surprised everyone, and Stylish asked what the name of the group was. Esdeath, we'll call ourselves the Jargers, she said, and everyone nodded. Seryu, General, and what he does in his free time, he said doubtfully, looking at Esdeath. Esdeath, I hunt prisoners and torture them, but now I'm interested in finding love, she said calmly, to Seryu's surprise for the last thing. Seryu, love? I asked surprised. Esdeath, yes, by the way, I heard you had an encounter with Night Ride, said looking at her. Seryu, yes, I was about to kill one, but she said the last thing angrily. Esdeath, but? I asked with doubt. Seryu, that damned shadowy death dragon appeared, he exclaimed angrily, drawing everyone's attention, including Wave and Bowles, who had arrived with the food. Esdeath, really? And what can that person do? I asked with interest. Seryu told how she appeared and what she did, leaving everyone surprised by what the orange-haired girl said. Esdeath, are you telling me that guy summoned a being considered a divine general? she said, amazed by such a thing. Seiryu, yes, General. In his last attack he threw Koro into the sky, and launched an attack piercing him like a laser, he said when launching that attack superior shot, also when he appeared he said dismantle. He said remembering said attack, but not his dragonic arm, Esdeath, and that's why Koro has a scar on his chest and stomach. She said looking at Koro and his scars. Seiryu, yes. She said still angry. Esdeath, from what they told her, was more interested in Issei. The next morning Tatsumi and Issei were in a bookstore, where Lubbock made a tunnel appear, and when they entered they found Leon. Leon, welcome to the Empire's secret hideout. Reddened from the alcohol. Tatsumi, you look very relaxed, he said with a drop of anime-style sweat, like Issei who had a small one. At that, Lubbock took out 2 posters, one was of mine and the other was of Issei with his mask. Lubbock, with mine on the signs, only the 4 of us can drive around the capital. Seriously, Leon, hey Issei, where did you get that mask? It has a great design, and your hair isn't what it looks like now that I see it. She said so Issei could take out the mask and talk. Issei, it was a gift from my father. He told me that this mask is a special one, since when I put it on, my hair changes to however I want it. According to my mother, this mask was used by the people of the kingdom where my father comes from, he said looking at the mask, and remembering when his father gave it to him. Lubbock, I see, he said while Issei put away the mask. In that, Ksumi talked about the Jargers, and Lubbock talked about Esdeath's past until he mentioned the tournament. Tatsumi decided to enter for the reward, but Issei decided not to enter, since he did not want Esdeath to fall in love with him, without knowing what would happen later. Now Leon, Lubbock and Issei were watching the fights, and in the box was Esdeath sitting, and Run next to her. Run, and what does Lady Esdeath think of them? He asked his leader with doubt. Esdeath, a street fight seems boring, no one here is worthy of my interest, she said without interest and bored. Now in the final, Wave presented both of them. In the stands, Leon, good fake identity, can he forge it? I asked, looking at the sand. Lubbock, he wouldn't be as good as me, said eating some popcorn. Issei, you wish, in blacksmithing I'm the master, he said taking a drink. In the sand, Calby, you're too small, the prize is all mine, he said arrogantly, looking at Tatsumi. So, Wave gave the signal where the fight began, and Tatsumi won. Tatsumi, I won, I did it, he said with a happy smile. Esdeath blushed when she saw that smile. Esdeath, I found it, said looking at Tatsumi. Run, refers to I didn't finish because Esdeath spoke. Esdeath, yes, said standing up from her chair. Thus, Esdeath began to descend towards Tatsumi, until she was in front of him, with Issei. Issei, here it comes, he thought as he saw the scene, while Lubbock and Leon were nervous. With Tatsumi, he thought they would give him money, but Esdeath put a necklace on him. Esdeath, from now on, you'll be completely mine, she said with a smile. Tatsumi, ha ha ha, said blankly because of that. Esdeath began to take Tatsumi, but left him unconscious. Esdeath, we'll talk in my room, just you and me, she said, taking Tatsumi. In the stands, Leon and Lubbock were in shock, while Issei laughed a little on their faces. Lubbock, I screamed in shock, to Issei's further laughter. In hideout, Akame, Tatsumi was captured and Issei went to watch over him. She exclaimed, worried for her childhood friend. Despite having broken her heart, they remained friends. Flashback 1. We have to warn the others about this, exclaimed upset Lubbock. Yes, he said the same thing as her, but Issei was completely calm. Issei, you guys go, I'll follow Tatsumi, he said calmly. Leon, you're crazy, they'll kill you, she said more upset. Issei, don't worry, I have an ability that completely makes my presence, smell, and essence disappear, he said calmly. Lubbock, okay, be careful, he said as he went with Leon to the hideout. Issei, of course, he said as he walked away, and activated his stealth ability to follow Tatsumi. End of flashback. Akame, Issei, be very careful and look after Tatsumi, she said, looking at the window, worried. Chapter 12. Tatsumi was with the Jargers on a mission to kill some bandits. Tatsumi was sitting next to Esdeath, and Issei was watching from afar. Tatsumi looked at Esdeath, and then turned his head towards Issei's direction, and was surprised as he could see Issei's eyes in the shadows, and made his hand and mouth visible and put his finger on his lips, making the silence sign. Tatsumi understood and fell silent. Then he looked back at Esdeath. Tatsumi, hey, what am I doing here? I asked doubtfully, looking at Esdeath. Esdeath, you're almost part of the Jargers, you should learn from them, look at them, she said, looking in one direction, which Tatsumi did the same, and saw the Jargers' eye. Issei looked directly at Seiryu, with his eyes red as blood, and with an aura of death but not enough to be detected. Issei, when the time comes I'll kill you, you damn hitch. He thought coldly, looking at Seiryu. Tatsumi was thinking about running away, but Esdeath took his hand and the brunette got nervous, where he looked at Issei, who was with a mocking smile, while giving him the sign of approval. Tatsumi, there's no escape. I think nervously. While the Jargers were attacking, Seiryu was attacking in all directions. Everything was the same as the story, until everyone came out into the fire. Issei, I must admit that in this scene they do look great. I thought watching the scene, like his tenants, who agreed with Issei. Tatsumi, incredible, said in amazement. Esdeath, in no time you'll be like them, I'll train you, she said, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, thanks, I think, he said, somewhat bewildered, since he wasn't acting as they said. Esdeath, I'm not as equal as the rumors say. I've never experienced love, but it feels good, she said with a smile. Tatsumi, maybe I can make her an ally, but she can overthrow the empire as an amendment. Tonight I'm going to try. Thought seriously, but determined. Everyone went to the palace. Issei followed them far behind. Everything remained the same, with Esdeath bathing and Tatsumi in his room. Tatsumi, how did I end up in this situation? He asked himself, depressed. Issei, that's because you don't know how to be firm, he said in a whisper. Tatsumi, hearing that, looked down and was scared to see Issei's head in the shadows. Issei, hello? Calmly whispering greeting. Tatsumi, what are you doing here? Hide, whispers, somewhat alarmed. Issei, don't worry, hide my presence and I won't come out of the shadows. Calm whisper. Tatsumi, what are you doing here? Whisper with doubt. Issei, I'm watching you, whispered simply, where Tatsumi was about to speak, but Issei spoke. I already wish you good luck tonight, whispered in a mocking tone. Tatsumi blushed and tried to step on Issei's head, but he hid and moved. Tatsumi, stop bothering me and get me out of here. Annoyed, blushing whisper. Issei, I can't carry someone else in my shadow. It takes up too much of my energy, and we wouldn't get that far. Seriously whispered, he may have gigantic reserves of cursed energy, but doing such a thing consumes too much of his cursed energy, to the point that he could only use his cursed techniques once and then wait to fully recover his cursed energy. Tatsumi, so what do we do? Alarmed whisper. Issei, when there's a chance I'll save you, for now I'll be on the roof of the palace. Calm whisper. Tatsumi, no, you can't leave me here. Nervous whisper. Issei, sorry, good luck. Whispers and crawls into his shadow, then leaves through an open window, and climbs onto the roof to sleep with Tatsumi. Tatsumi, I'll convince her to join. I know I can. I'm a fierce man, he said to himself, as a cat appeared out of nowhere. Everything was the same. Tatsumi tried to convince her, but he couldn't. Esdeath, it would have been better to bathe together, she said, a little disappointed. But then Esdeath remembered the practice with the Jargers and the bowling tips. Esdeath, I won't give up. You're going to fall in love with me, Tatsumi, she said determinedly. The next morning, Issei woke up and activated his stealth ability and looked out the window at Tatsumi, who didn't have a good face. Issei, hee, that face always made me laugh, I thought with a calm smile. Wave, good morning Tatsumi, how did you sleep? I asked doubtfully, looking at the aforementioned. Tatsumi, I was so nervous I couldn't sleep at all, he said, remembering the night before he said he wouldn't do anything, but it didn't take long for him to hug me like a pillow, he said, depressed. At that, Wage looked at Kirum, who was eating her cookies. Wave, isn't it a bit early to be eating Kirum cookies? I asked doubtfully about that. Kirum, that doesn't matter to you, Wave, she said seriously, while eating her cookies. Wave, you should eat more seafood, that would be good, said calmly. Kirum, then I'll stink just like you, said seriously. Wave, really? Said depressed. So, Wave asked Tatsumi if he stank, who said it was nothing, and the chestnut saw Kirum and said the same thing as the story, even his gluttony. Tatsumi, I'm sorry, but you look like that Tao Akame from the posters, said looking at her. Wave, I thought the same thing, said looking at her too. In that, she told her version of what happened. Kirum, I want to see her again to kill her. After all, she is my sister and an old friend, said eating her cookies. Of course, Issei was slightly shocked by that. Issei, me too? Those drugs make her believe that I'm also a traitor. He thought seriously about that, while taking out a small box, where it had a tube with a liquid inside. With this you will be sane again, Kirum. He thought, while putting the box in his inventory. Tatsumi and Wave remained silent, until Esdeath arrived and said she was going hunting. Esdeath, we will hunt dangerous beasts and bandits. She said so everyone would nod. Issei quickly went to the outskirts of the capital and followed Tatsumi and Wave. Both walked until Tatsumi took out the raid, and jumped into a monster tree saving Wave. Wave, thanks, I owe you one. Said gratefully to Tatsumi. Tatsumi, you're welcome. He said with a smile. Thus, both of them killed all the dangerous beasts. While Wave was distracted, Issei took Tatsumi in his shadow, and they moved away as fast as he could. Wave, this was easy. It seems you're also finishing, she said, turning around, but didn't finish when she didn't see Tatsumi. Where did he go? She asked doubtfully. To start looking for him elsewhere. Tatsumi and Issei were running with their respective armor. Of course, Issei had his darkness gear. Tatsumi, thanks for saving me. Said gratefully to Issei. Issei, don't worry. He said as they ran away. Tatsumi, well, where is the base? He said, standing up like Issei. Issei, I don't know, I was following you. Said Chibi. Tatsumi, how do you not know? Exclaimed upset. Issei, never come through here. Said defending himself with Wave. Back with Issei and Tatsumi. Issei, I think it's over there. He said, pointing to the side. Tatsumi, no, I think it was that way. He said, pointing to the other side. But before continuing, they felt something approaching and dodged something. Tatsumi, what, a tiger armor? I asked doubtfully. Wave, hey, look what I found. She said as the dust cleared, revealing her appearance. Wave, I know those tigers. This raid is the prototype of my grand chariot. He said, pointing to Tatsumi, and the other is the dark dragon armor. He said, pointing to Issei, and the most important thing is that you are using it means that you are a night ride and the black dragon of shadowy death. Change of plans. Ending a night ride is more important than finding Tatsumi, but even more important, ending the devil incarnate. He said, looking at both. Tatsumi, is it Wave? Thought surprised. Issei, I want to see you try. He said challengingly. Tatsumi tried to escape, but Wave got in the way. Wave, you won't escape. Said seriously. So, Wave lunged and attacked Tatsumi, who tried to speak but Wave ignored him. Tatsumi jumped again but Wave was going to kick him, but Issei got in the way. Issei, divides x5. Said, pointing his arm, which was the dragonic one. The Wave kick lost strength, where Issei grabbed it and threw him to the ground. Wave, what the hell did you do to me? Why do I feel weaker? He asked seriously, while getting up from the ground, with some difficulty. Issei, it's my tiger arm power, now an ability of one of my tigers. He said, surprising Wave. Wave, that you have more than 2 didn't finish because Issei attacked. Issei, divergent knee. He said, throwing a knee covered in cursed energy against Wave. The attack was so strong, it sent Wave crashing into a giant rock, destroying it on impact and leaving him stunned. Issei, use the water to hide, I'll go in my shadow. He said, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, okay. Nodding. So, Tatsumi jumped into the water and Issei used his shadow, so they left. Wave, where are they? Damn, they escaped. He said frustratedly, while regaining his senses. Elsewhere, Tatsumi came out of the water and Issei out of the shadows. Issei, are you okay? I asked doubtfully, while helping him stand. Tatsumi, yes, thank you. He said while accepting the help. At that moment, they heard some birds flying in fear, where they were on guard, and saw a dangerous beast looking at them. Tatsumi, a dangerous beast. Said seriously. Issei, well, I can handle her. He said while getting ready. The beast launched itself at them, and when they were about to attack, Akame appeared and killed the beast. Akame, Issei, Tatsumi, are you okay? I asked, approaching them. Tatsumi, what are you doing here? I asked doubtfully, looking at the black-haired girl. Akame, we've been watching them. She said calmly. Issei, well, thank you, he didn't finish because he received a karate blow to his head from Akame. Akame, that was because I was worried. She said seriously, looking at Issei. Issei, well, that's it, he didn't finish because he was hugged by Akame. Akame, but I'm glad you're okay. She said with a smile. Issei, okay. He said, stroking his head. Tatsumi, you two look like a couple. He said with a drop of anime-style sweat. That's why. Issei/Akame, what did you say? They asked with an aura of death. Tatsumi, nothing. Said scared. But then, Lubbock arrived and grabbed the 3 of them and then ran to the base, where Tatsumi thanked him. Lubbock, It's nothing, I guess it's my fault for making you participate. Although without you and if something happened to Bullied I would be the last man in the group, and it wouldn't be so bad," he said calmly. But a sphere of fire passed by Lubbock, who got scared and saw Issei. "Issei, what did you say?" he asked with a kind and innocent face, but with his hand on crimson fire. Lubbock, "Nothing," he said, shaking with fear. With Wave, "I'm sorry, I don't know how it happened. General Esdeath, I ask you to forgive me," she said with comical tears, seeing the aforementioned. "Esdeath, Tatsumi escaped because you were distracted. I can forgive that. But what I can't forgive is that 2 members of Night Ride escaped. Kirum another block," she said seriously. At that, Kirum throws another block at Wave's legs. Wave, hhhh. Screams in pain because of that. "Esdeath, Wave, you're smart, but it's no use if you don't use your head," she said seriously. But later, Esdeath forgave him, but threatened to torture him the next time. Then Seiryu arrived and said that Koro didn't find Tatsumi. "Esdeath, where is Stylish?" I asked doubtfully, seeing that the doctor was missing. "Seiryu, he hasn't contacted me," she said, somewhat worried about him. "Esdeath, well, I won't have hope," she said seriously, but thought of something. So, besides having a legendary sword and a divine general, she has several Tigas in her possession. I'm getting more and more interested, she thought with greater interest about him. "Run, General, what if Tatsumi appears again but as an enemy?" I asked doubtfully, waiting for his general's reaction. "Esdeath, I still love him, but I care more about the lives of my subordinates," she said seriously, so that everyone would nod accepting that. But she thought again. "Tatsumi, if they kill you, it means that you are not worth as a man, but I know that our paths will cross again, and when that happens, I will make you accept my love," she thought, looking at the window of the room where they were. "With Night Ride, Tatsumi, and that's all," he said, finishing telling everything that happened, while Issei finished telling what he heard from Kirum to Akame. "Akame, so she does too," she said with her eyes closed, but opened them when she heard what Issei said. "Issei, don't worry, we'll save her," he said with a calm smile. Akame opened her eyes to look at him in surprise, but then gave him a hug. Akame told him about her past, and when she finished they went to sleep separately. In the forest, Stylish always suspected Tatsumi since he first saw him while a guy with a long nose was tracking. "Stylish, we'll find Night Ride's hiding place," exclaimed seriously. Chapter 13. Leon was in the water, but when he looked at his reflection he saw a stranger, but the man stabbed him in the forehead. "I did it, Dr. Stylish. The great Truma finished one off," he said, mad about that. "I will now put their names. Mimi, the message is, keep going, you've already got the first one, Doctor," she said, looking at Stylish. "Stylish, wonderful, I expected nothing less from my gentleman." "Very well, go ahead, Team Stylish," he exclaimed as he and his team made ridiculous poses. Inside the hideout, Lubbock was running through the corridors looking at his Taigu. "Lubbock, damn, there are too many enemies and they are too close," he said, running. Then one of them comes in, breaking the window, and sees Lubbock and prepares his claws. "Lubbock, looks like they're already here." Seriously, at that moment the intruder attacked Lubbock, but he dodged it and caught it with his laces, where it twisted its neck. "Lubbock, we're in trouble, I have to gather the others," he said seriously. Lubbock thought he had killed him, but the subject was still alive and attacked him with his claws. With Stylish, "Mimi one less," said, looking at a radar. "Stylish, my upgraded soldiers are stronger," he said proudly about that. "Mimi, oh," she said when she saw that he was still alive. "Stylish, what's up?" I asked doubtfully. "Mimi, it seems they are strong too," said seriously. With Lubbock, he was still alive, as he barely managed to dodge the attack, where he pulled out more cords from his body, which were tangled around him. "Lubbock, I have many ways to use my laces," he said while taking some laces out of his body. So the guy launched himself at Lubbock, but he intertwined his laces, creating a spear. "How ingenious," he said before dying, since Lubbock threw the spear at him, straight into his heart. "Lubbock, I work at a bookstore, and they have comics with lots of ideas," smiled Here Come More. Seriously, but when he turned around, he saw too many opponents. "Lubbock, sorry, but I prefer not to face large groups," said with a nervous smile. Then he ran away. "Lubbock, ah, they're so fast!" Running exclaimed. At that, Issei and Akame jumped and stood in front of them. "Lubbock, Akame, Issei," said, relieved by that. "Issei, Akame, Lubbock, stay back," he said while taking a big breath. So when he blew, he looked like a dragon, as he spat out a great flame of fire. The attack destroyed them completely, leaving no trace of them. Lubbock, wow, well done, said, amazed by such a flare. Akame, yes, she said with a smile at that, but equally surprised. At that moment, they heard footsteps and saw another person. Nice to meet you, my name is Toby and I'm requesting a meeting with you, Akame, he said seriously. So, Toby pulled an axe from his arms and launched himself at Akame, who jumped, but Toby pulled another axe from his foot, but Akame blocked it with Murasame. Akame, this Taiga user looks like a machine, said seriously. Lubbock, watch out, he exclaimed, warning Akame of the danger. Lubbock and Issei approached Akame, but two soldiers stood in front of them. Issei, well, more fun for me, normal series, consecutive normal hits, he said, throwing thousands of quick hits towards the two soldiers, who barely covered themselves. Outside the base, Tatsumi came out through a wall and fell in front of everyone, and with several blows, he killed them. Bullied and Shield jumped through the hole and began to kill, Bullied with a sword and Shield with her scissors. Kaku, hey, you in armor, it seems you're the one I should kill, he said with an arrogant smile. Tatsumi, I want to see you try it, said in fighting pose. Thus, Tatsumi launched himself at him with his spear and Kaku with a sword. In a moment of carelessness, Tatsumi received a cut but dodged it. Kaku, you have good reflexes, I thought I had killed you, but your armor is useless, he said arrogantly, while she'll cut everyone into pieces, and Bullied with his sword, with stylish. Mimi, looks like the raid is in trouble, she said, watching him from afar. Stylish, just as I thought, just find the right opponents, he said, adjusting his glasses. Mimi, and it seems we've lost a lot of soldiers, he said seriously, so Stylish would nod. With Tatsumi, he fell to the ground after receiving a blow from the subject. Mine, it seems you have problems, how careless you are, he said, arriving at the field. Kaku, they couldn't kill you, now I'll have to do it, said, looking at her. So, Kaku jumped and lunged at Mine, who aimed at him. Kaku, stupid girl, my modified body withstood a raid attack, you won't do anything to me, she said arrogantly, but I didn't expect the following. Mine fired, and a powerful beam completely destroyed Kaku. Mine, the stronger they are, the more powerful my attack will be, said with a smile. With Stylish, am, we've lost Kaku, said seriously. Stylish, too bad, it seems my calculations failed, it's time for plan B, he said seriously. Mimi, something's coming, said to Stylish. They both turned around and saw a giant manta ray, and on top of it was Negenda and two hooded men. Stylish, how interesting, they donated a beast to ride on, said interested. Negenda, listen carefully, it's time to introduce the members, she said, looking at both hooded figures who nodded. At that, Stylish put on a glove. Stylish, I didn't expect it, but I'll make you my test subjects, I'll reveal my trump card, he said seriously. Inside the base, Akame cut Toby, who lost an arm. Akame, if you don't fall, I'll keep unraveling you and it will hurt, he said seriously. Toby, my body no longer remembers the pain, he said seriously. Toby launched a flurry of attacks, but Akame dodged them. But Toby pulls out a weapon from his mouth that almost hits him, but he dodges it, and after his missing arm he pulls out a sword that Akame blocked. Then Akame cuts off the other one, which made Toby lose his other arm. Toby pulled a rifle from his now missing arm and shot him, but Akame dodged, cutting off his leg and Lubbock spearing him. Toby, damn, from behind, said annoyed. Lubbock, my friends are in danger, and I'm not going to stay still, he said seriously. Toby, Akame, before you kill me, explain to me how I was inferior to you, he said, looking at her knowing he was dead. So, Akame explains to him and finally cuts him on the head. Outside the base, Tatsumi, Mine, Bullied, and Shield looked at the blanket. Shield, what is that? Said, looking at the blanket. Bullied, another enemy? Seriously asked. Mine, wait a bit, she said while taking out some kind of telescope, and looked at who was on the blanket. She's the boss, she said happily. Bullied, just in time. Smiling. Tatsumi, how unfair, it looks amazing up there, I want one, said depressed. Mine, you have very strange tastes, said with a drop of sweat. Behind them in some bushes was Truma. Truma, what a pretty little girl, your back is uncovered. I thought seeing that I neglected my back. So, he lunged at me from behind with a knife, but Leon appeared very angry, and caught the knife with her teeth, where I then kicked him away. Leon, you're a bucking bastard, she exclaimed angrily. You threw a knife at me out of nowhere, and you knocked me out," she said while cracking her knuckles. "Bullied, you're in serious trouble, my friend," he said, looking at Truma. At that, Leon grabs Truma by the neck. "Truma, let me go, I can't breathe," she said, feeling Leon's strong grip on her neck. "Leon, I love attacking others by surprise, but I hate it when they do it to me. They may have improved your body, but your death won't be slow," she said angrily with a demonic smile. "Bullied, Shield, mine and Tatsumi had an anime-style sweat drop, that's why." At that, Truma pulled a knife from his boot, but Leon caught it with his teeth, then slammed him into the ground. "Leon, that surprise attack was effective," said with a normal smile. But then, Leon looked and had already killed him. "Tatsumi, Leon, are you okay?" I asked doubtfully. "Leon, yes, I regenerate faster when I'm transformed, cool right?" I asked with a smile. At that, Issei, Akame and Lubbock left the base and joined them. "Issei, guys, are you okay?" he asked doubtfully, while wiping off some of the blood from the 2 soldiers he killed. "Leon, yes," said calmly. At that moment, they were surrounded by stylish men. "Shield, is there more?" I asked doubtfully. "Lubbock, according to my laces, these should be the last ones," he said seriously. "Leon, I don't smell like anything else either," said, confirming what Lubbock had said. But suddenly, everyone fell to the ground except Tatsumi and Issei. "Leon, I can't move," said on the floor. "Akame, this is poison," she said seriously but on the ground, with stylish. "Mimi, it seems that it affected everyone except for the raid and another one," said seriously. "Stylish. Hidden ability 1, stylishly prepared paralyzing poison." Smiling, "But why didn't it affect the other one?" I asked, looking at Issei, who wasn't on the ground, even though he wasn't covered with them. "Everyone tried to get up, but they couldn't." Issei, sighing heavily, "Let me help you," he said calmly. "Tatsumi, Issei, what will you do?" I asked doubtfully. "Issei, just watch," he said calmly. At that, Issei began to suck the poison, which concentrated and went towards him. Issei was eating the poison. Of course, everyone was shocked when they saw that, even Stylish. "Stylish, what the hell? That guy is eating the poison!" exclaimed in surprise. "Akame, Issei, what are you doing?" she exclaimed worriedly, but hearing what he said left her in shock. "Issei, ag, how disgusting, is this really poison? I can't believe how horrible it tastes," he said disgusted, while wiping his mouth. Everyone, "What?" They all shouted in shock, except Issei's family, who watched everything calmly, although Lumen, A-Lynx and Ammonai just shook their heads at that, since their husband will never change. "Issei, hey Stylish, thanks for the idiotic food," exclaimed the aforementioned mockingly. Suddenly a subject fell from the sky, causing a crater. "Leon, is he with us?" I asked on guard, now standing up like the others except Issei. Nigenda saw what Issei did, and her mouth was open. "Nigenda, I didn't know he could do that. He certainly has several secrets that he didn't reveal to us." But then he asked him. "Go ahead, Susanoo, finish them off," she exclaimed to the one known as Susanoo. "Susanoo, at your service," he said seriously. So, Susanoo started killing all the soldiers until he finished them all. With Stylish, "Me, another one appeared who is killing everyone," said, seeing the situation. "Mimi, it's impossible, but now they're at a disadvantage since that guy ate the poison," she said, looking at Issei, who saw it, and that scared him, since he was looking at him with a satanic and distorted smile, as if he was seeing the devil himself. "Stylish, in that case, I don't need any more test subjects. Seriously." At that, Stylish took out a detonator, and upon using it all his men exploded. "Stylish, how are my human bombs?" I asked with a smile. As the smoke cleared, Susanoo could be seen injured, but he had recovered. "Me, your ally is an organic Taigu," she said, looking at him with fear. At that, Susanoo approached Shield and mine. "Shield, what will she do?" I asked nervously. "But Susanoo only fixes their hair." "Susanoo ready," said with a chibi face. "Mine what?" he said with a drop of anime-style sweat. "That's why." Everyone except Issei. "Huh?" they said the same as mine. Issei, shaking his head, in a funny way. "Nigenda, if someone is giving them orders, they shouldn't be far away," she said seriously. At that moment, Nigenda found them and told Susanoo to go get them. With Stylish, "Mimi, they discovered us," said seriously. "Stylish, it would be best to get out of here," he said seriously. But then the blanket passed over them, causing a wind that sent Stylish and his soldiers flying. "Stylish, it seems like they won't let us escape," he said, a little hurt. At that, Susanoo and Issei jumped out of the blanket and caused a large crater, where Stylish's men stood in front of it. Stylish, they have no chance, I have no alternative. Seriously thinking. At that, Stylish took out an injection and injected it into him, where he began to transform into a dangerous beast. So, he grabbed his men and ate them. Mimi tried to escape, but he caught her anyway and ate her. Stylish, I knew it, all this meat will make me level up, said with a lunatic smile. Tatsumi, what is that? I asked, looking at him. Bullied, a mutation, said seriously. Stylish, well, it's not bad at all, but I haven't reached the level of the Supreme Tiger yet. Now prepare yourselves because I'll eat you, he said madly, trying to take Issei and Susanoo, but both dodged it, and Issei approached Susanoo. Issei, let me take care of it, he said, looking at Susanoo. Susanoo, okay, said, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips. Tatsumi, we must help, he said, but Akame held him. Akame, trust Issei, she said, sure he has something in store. Stylish, what are you planning to do? You can't beat me in that state, he said, looking at Issei with superiority. Issei, you know something, Stylish, I'm not entirely human, I only have human emotions, but my blood is not human, he said as he slowly approached the giant, who was confused by that. Stylish, what are you talking about? It's obvious you're human. Don't make fun of me, said mocking him. Issei, okay, then don't say I warned you, said before throwing himself directly into his giant face. But when it was in the air, it began to shine brightly, and they saw that the glow was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it was similar or even bigger in size than Stylish. Where when the light disappeared, Stylish stepped back as he received a large scratch on his chest, where everyone saw something that left them in shock. There was no longer Issei, but a large wolf as white as snow, with eyes as black as darkness, with claws and teeth as sharp as giant knives. But what was most striking was his bloodthirsty gaze. Ignore the chains. Then, he gave a roar. As it roared, the place shook violently, and everyone covered their ears because the roar was so loud. Tatsumi, it's so loud, exclaimed, covering his ears. Mine, and powerful, exclaimed just like him, and the others were the same. Akame, I'm done with Issei, she said, supporting him, since she knew that wolf was Issei, although she didn't know since when he could do that, but she'll ask him later. With Issei. Issei, wolf, what do you think? I asked in a deeper, but serious tone of voice. Stylish, what the hell are you? I asked nervously. Issei, wolf, simple, I'm an Arcadian, now die, he said, launching himself at a speed similar to a sonic boom. Stylish tried to hit him, but Issei in his legendary wolf form moved too fast, so much so that he looked like a silver-white flash of light, and he gave him several blows that did a lot of damage. Issei, wolf, it's time to end this, he said while loading a large amount of energy into his mouth. Stylish, seeing that, tried to attack him with his tubes, but Issei moved at great speed, dodging them. Issei, wolf, this is the end. Omega beam, he said, launching the attack towards Stylish, which was a beam of pure energy, white with black metal. The attack tore through him, leaving a large hole in his chest. Everyone was in shock seeing that attack, even Najenda. Stylish, there were so many experiments I wanted to do, I just wanted to be more stylish, she said, watching Issei approach her as he returned to his human form, without his top, only with his pants. Issei, I did it quickly, if it's any consolation, he said while summoning the hunter and blowing his head off with a single, cold-blooded shot. Cap 14. The next day they were all on top of the manta ray. Tatsumi, wow, this is great. It feels so good, he said, amazed but excited. For a killer, you're quite sweet. I didn't expect that from you, said a redhead with red eyes, looking at Tatsumi. Najenda, while we reach our goal, Issei, what was that you did? I asked, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips, where everyone else saw him with doubt as well, where this one who had a stick in his mouth speaks. Issei, nothing special, just one of my astral forms, he said without interest, confusing everyone. Mine, explain yourself better, we don't understand anything, said seriously. Issei, in short, my legendary wolf form is one of the representations of my soul, at its maximum splendor, something like releasing even more power or returning to one of my past lives, I explained calmly, where everyone understood and remained static. Bullied, I mean, you have more ways than that, said Static about that. Issei, bingo, But I don't usually use them because it consumes too much energy, apart from the fact that I can be controlled by my primitive instincts. He said seriously. Negenda, so, you use them as a last resort, right? I ask, understanding that, where Issei just raises his thumb, in confirmation. Shield. But how many forms do you have? I asked doubtfully. Issei, well, I have my wolf form, my dragon form, my phoenix form, my monarch form of both the beasts and the shadows, among others that I don't even remember what I called them. He said in chibi form, but when he said phoenix and dragon, they were petrified. Everyone except Issei. Are you a phoenix and a dragon? Exclaimed in shock. Issei, it's not that bad, he said, standing up and looking at them with a chibi face. Of course, the third celestial dragon and the black emperor dragon of cruelty say so, said a voice, which everyone heard. We're seeing behind Issei, seeing a beautiful young woman with white hair and violet eyes, a perfect body in a few words, but the most curious thing was that she had demon horns on her head. Everyone wondered who he was, but then Issei spoke. Issei, don't burn me, York, he said, looking at the woman known as York. York, I'm just telling the truth, asshole, said in a funny way. Issei, I still wonder how the hell I put up with you, with that childish attitude, said with a poker face. York, who knows? Maybe because you made me make a contract with you, you idiot, said in chibi form. Issei, shit, cursed with a small depressive aura. Akame, Issei, who is she? I asked doubtfully. Issei, her. No one special, just the demon of fear and the progenitor of the true demons. Upon saying that, they were shocked and petrified. Tatsumi, really? I asked with some fear. York, calm down, pretty boy. I don't bite, I think so, hee. Laughs in a funny way at that. Issei, before you ask, she's just like that, a first-class idiot, he said, only to receive a smack on the head from York. York, women are to be respected, you piece of shit. Pouted. Issei says so, the one who keeps pestering me about eating strawberry ice cream, he said with a bump on his head, making York look away. Of course, everyone had a little anime-style sweat drop when they saw that interaction, but someone asked something. Negenda, hey Issei, what does York mean when he says you're the third celestial dragon and the black emperor dragon of cruelty? I asked doubtfully. York, simple, Issei was trained by the other two celestial dragons, where he was able to learn their skills and techniques, and when he was in the Dragon Kingdom, he was feared for his cruelty towards the arrogant, literally leaving them worse than traumatized, said Chibi. Of course, upon hearing that, they felt a chill at the last point. Now they were in some mountains full of dangerous beasts. Negenda, these mountains will serve as our new hiding place, she said to everyone, as the blanket flies away. Mine, is it okay for him to leave? I asked doubtfully. We'll return to his nest in the hiding place of the Revolutionary Army. I'm surprised you don't know something like that, ha ha ha, said mockingly. Mine, what? I hate her, said with annoyance. Negenda, well, I'll introduce you to the new members. First, I didn't finish, since the girl wasn't there, and she was touching Akame's hair. You really are very pretty up close, Akame, said with a smile. Akame, what's wrong with him? She said confused. My name is Chelsea, here I'll give it to you, she said, giving her a lollipop, where Akame saw her hungry. Akame, welcome, she said, taking the candy. Tatsumi, I bribed her with food, said with a drop of anime-style sweat. That's why. Lubbock, the old man must have gotten hungry, said the same as Tatsumi. Tatsumi, but she doesn't have the appearance of a killer like mine, he said, still with the drop of sweat. Negenda, don't worry, despite his appearance, he's completed almost the same number of missions as Akame, she said calmly, and he's the organic Taigu I obtained in the Revolutionary Army. Lightning speed, Susanoo, she said, pointing at the aforementioned. Tatsumi, nice to meet you, said greeting Susanoo. Issei, likewise, he said calmly, as York returned to his mental space, to sleep again. At that, he saw that Tatsumi's pants zipper was open and Issei's clothes were somewhat loose. Susanoo quickly fixed them. Susanoo, ready, said with a chibi face. Negenda, he's also a neat freak. Laughing a little. Leon, and what are your powers? I asked doubtfully. Negenda, I'll show them. Susanoo, do it, she said, looking at her Taigu. Susanoo, understood, he said, understanding the order. At that, Susanoo began to cut down trees and build a house, wash clothes and cook. Bullied, what is it supposed to do? I asked with a drop of anime-style sweat. That's why. Tatsumi, looks like he's doing cleaning, Bro said the same as Bullied. In that, Nagenda tells them the origin of Susanoo. Issei, you have my approval. Said eating a piece of pork. Mine. But how will that help us? She exclaimed annoyed. Nagenda, she's still very practical. She said calmly. So everyone started doing their thing, like Chelsea bothering mine, Lubbock bothering Susanoo. Lubbock, you're just a taigu. Said mocking Susanoo. Tatsumi. But these guys don't know how to work as a team. He said with a nervous smile. In the palace, Esdeath was talking to Run and Bowles. Run, we already checked the doctor's residence, but there are no clues about his disappearance. He said seriously. Bowles, but all his stuff was still in the lab. Seriously, Esdeath, they killed him. Said seriously. Bowles, he should have died in combat. He said, looking at Seiryu, who was on the grass cleaning one of his weapons, although he looked at her with pity. Esdeath, poor Seiryu. She thought when she saw her subordinate, so she approached her. Will you be able to continue your maintenance without stylish? She asked with doubt. Seiryu, I'll be fine, even if I can't get better I can still do the maintenance. She said calmly. Esdeath, excellent. She said, but she looked at her with a little pity. At that, she went to the doctor and started crying. Seiryu, all my loved ones were killed. Said crying about it. At that, Esdeath approached and hugged her, then began to comfort her. Elsewhere. Wave, I'm ready to cheer for Seiryu. Said seriously. Kirum, I don't think you can. Said eating her cookies. In that, Wave the message that his mother gave him. Wave, and this is one of those moments. Said determinedly. But when he left, he didn't say anything, since he saw how Esdeath had already calmed Seiryu, who fell asleep on her breasts, which brought a smile to the others. Back with Night Ride. Nagenda, the Empire has increased its forces. Said seriously. Akame, we still lack power, we must be strong. She said seriously too. The next day, Akame, Susanoo and Issei were fishing. Issei is in the middle of the two. Akame, I have one. She said feeling it bite. So a giant fish came out of the water and Susanoo hit it with his stick. Issei, there will be a feast tonight. He said calmly. Akame, yes. Said with a smile. On the way back, everyone ate and only left the fish's head. Leon, Sue's cooking is delicious. I've regained all my energy. She said, feeling like a new person. Tatsumi, let's train tomorrow, Sue. Said to the aforementioned, who nodded. Nagenda, you didn't believe I was cool. Smiling. Issei, I'm happy with how we are. He said, cleaning his teeth with a stick. At that, Susanoo said that Nagenda looks like her former partner, but he was a man. Nagenda, a man? I asked without understanding. Issei, he. I tried not to laugh out loud, so he wouldn't hear my laughter, but it was difficult. Leon, ha ha ha, the boss looks like a man. Laughed loudly. Bullied, ha 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 ha. Laughs out loud at that. She'll tried to stop them from laughing, but she was trying not to laugh too. She'll, Leon, Bullied, you shouldn't laugh. She said, laughing a little. At that, Tatsumi and She'll started laughing out loud, until they heard a somewhat crazy and psychopathic laugh. At that, everyone sees Issei, who was the one laughing like crazy because of that, although some felt the chills from that laughter, and they were also surprised since they had never seen him laugh, and seeing him laugh like that scared them a little. But Nagenda looked at them with a look that promised pain. Leon, I'm sorry. She said, falling silent, but looking at Issei with some fear, since her instincts told her to run away from him, as if he were an unusual predator. At that, Nagenda hit them with his arm and took out a bump on each of them. Lubbock and mine, who was eating cake, watched that from afar, and said that they became friends very quickly. But when they heard Issei's laughter, the laughter gave them a rather strong chill, since it seemed like a crazy and psychopathic person's, but they let it pass. Mine, your only role is to be the comedian of the group, he said, looking at Lubbock. Just then, the door opened and a small cat came in. Lubbock, aren't they afraid of humans? He asked doubtfully, but saw how the cat wanted Mine's cake, but she refused to give it to him. Mine, hey, I won't give you anything, she said seriously, but seeing the cat's tender gaze, she finally gave an okay, but just one bite, she said, blushing in embarrassment. At that, the cat jumped up and took the cake from Mine. When it hit the ground there was an explosion of smoke, and when it cleared, it was Chelsea. Chelsea, I think I'll eat this, she said with a mocking smile. Mine, it was you, she said, surprised but angry. Chelsea, how easy it is to fool you, she said mockingly. At that, Lubbock asked her if that was her taigu, and she told them that it was. Chelsea, if you don't pay attention, you could be the next to die, said Chibi, but mine counterattacks saying that her taigu is useless if she is discovered. Mine, you're disgusting, exclaimed annoyed. The next day, you could see Tatsumi, Leon and Issei who were killing dangerous beasts. Leon, guys, I'll leave the weaklings to you. Smiling, Tatsumi, fine, said seriously. Issei, forget it, I love the strong ones too, he said with a demented smile, which gave Leon the chills. So, the three of them rushed to fight, but Issei saw that many were going after him. Issei, well, let the massacre begin, dismantle, he said while charging cursed energy in his hand, more exact in his dragon bringer, where he then pointed towards those who were going for him, where thousands of cuts appeared. In addition to having recovered 99% of his power, there was only one requirement to fully recover his power: kill Esdeath and destroy the Supreme Taigu, which will be very easy for him with his current power, and that he is in his golden age. The attack was so swift that it left only a great sea of blood and guts everywhere, creating a scene worthy of a battlefield. But Leon saw what Issei did. Leon, that's new, she said, somewhat surprised, but at the same time scared by such a cutting attack. Even with her regeneration, she couldn't come out unscathed from an attack like that, so she was grateful that Issei was on the side of the revolutionary army without knowing the truth. At that, Leon saw Tatsumi and said that Bullied was approaching, so they returned to the new hiding place. Negenda, we conquered this place very easily, she said, smiling. Tatsumi, this place is full of dangerous beasts, he said seriously. At that, Negenda then told them that they became stronger and asked Chelsea what she thought of them. In that, Chelsea praised them, but then mentioned Bullied and Shield, saying that they weren't that strong, and that's why they almost died. But she couldn't continue because a cut that no one could see passed by her side, causing a cut, where everyone looked at Issei, who had a black aura coming out of him, while his eyes were covered by his hair. But when she looked up, Chelsea was scared by her eyes, which were not jade green, but were blood red. Issei, repeat that, I dare you, he said with a demonic voice, and without emotions, while his black aura turned a dark red color and expanded around him, asking for blood in droves. And it didn't help at all that Issei was releasing all his killing intent, which was absurdly gigantic. Seeing that, Chelsea was shaking in fear and the others were scared, but Akame put a hand on her shoulder, making her look at her. Akame, Issei, calm down, seriously asked. At that, Issei gave a heavy sigh, where his aura and killer instinct disappeared completely, but his eyes remained in that blood color. Issei, don't talk about them like that again, otherwise, next time you'll know why they call me the devil incarnate, he said seriously to Chelsea. At that, Chelsea nodded nervously and quickly entered. Now there were mine, Lubbock, Shield, Bullied and Issei. Bullied, what do you want to talk about? Mine, I asked doubtfully. Mine, I can't stand her. Did you really let her talk bad about you too? She said, looking at Bullied and Shield. Issei, don't worry, with the scare I gave him, I don't think he'll do it again, he said calmly. Lubbock, yeah, really, when you get angry you're really scary, he said, looking at Issei, who laughed a little nervously at that. Issei, well, rest, I'll go see some water for a while, he said, leaving. At that, Lubbock told Tatsumi an idea to get revenge on her. He was relaxing in the water, but out of nowhere he felt there was someone else. Issei, who's there? He said seriously, looking at a specific place. As the steam went away, he saw that it was Akame, where the two blushed, although Akame blushed more when she saw Issei's marked body, and he only blushed out of embarrassment, seeing Akame in her underwear. Issei, sorry, he said, quickly looking away so he wouldn't see her. He was going to leave, but Akame stopped him, taking his dragon bringer. Akame, wait, don't go, she said, stopping him. Issei, but I didn't finish because Akame spoke again. Akame, please, she said, looking him in the eyes. Issei, it's okay, he said without looking at her directly, so as not to see her body. So, they both stood back to back, where they remained silent until Akame spoke. Akame, you scared Chelsea, she said, remembering when they entered, she was still trembling with fear, or rather the dread she felt. Issei, I wasn't going to let him talk about them like that, he said seriously. Akame, if she had talked about your wives, would you? I didn't finish since Issei spoke. Issei, if I had talked about my wives, if I knew, I would have passed her by without thinking twice, because I won't let anyone speak ill of women, who took me out of my loneliness, he said seriously and calmly, which made the aforementioned women blush a little, especially Lumen, since she knew how far Issei would go for them. He already did it once. So, they talked for a while, until Issei and Akame left, and then went to sleep. Thank you. This one was with his invisibility, doing what Lubbock told him where he gave him a bucket, so he approached slowly but saw that it was a man. Tatsumi, a man. Thought screaming in his head, that's why. Chelsea, so you know it's not Susanoo but Chelsea using her taigu. Don't worry, I know you're there. He said calmly, seeing where Tatsumi was, which surprised him. Tatsumi, Sue? I asked looking closely and it was him. That's how he removed the invisibility, but I was still surprised, because I could see him. Chelsea's Incursio can only make you invisible, but it can't hide your presence, she said while giving Tatsumi some advice. Tatsumi, yes. He said, discouraged by that. Chelsea's, you let your guard down, said to confuse Tatsumi. But what about Susanoo? It exploded into smoke, revealing it was Chelsea, to Tatsumi's surprise. Chelsea, actually it was me this whole time, she said with a laugh at that, to embarrass the brunette. So Chelsea spoke to Tatsumi and then threatened him. Chelsea, by the way, if you do that again, I'll cut it off, she said, making scissors signs with her fingers, to make Tatsumi shudder, who nodded in fear. The next day, and with Esdeath, she was with Run walking through some corridors full of people, but Esdeath kept looking everywhere. Run, is something wrong, General? The blonde asked doubtfully about that action of his general/leader. Esdeath, I can't help but look for Tatsumi, she said, looking everywhere, desperate for that. At that, Run tried to replace Tatsumi with another, but Esdeath refused. Esdeath, there's only one Tatsumi, and I won't accept a substitute, she said seriously, so Run would smile at that. Run, it's quite a dilemma. I knew he was strong, but I also thought that deep down he was selfish. It would be best to keep watching. I thought calmly but then seriously about that, since he wanted to change the capital from the inside. But Night Ride was ruining everything. But he doesn't know that he will never change, if he doesn't die honest. Esdeath thought what was bothering her was whether it was because of Tatsumi, or because the fight with Night Ride was near, somewhere else. Some men were working in a mine, but then they heard loud footsteps and saw a dangerous beast. Miner 1, a dangerous beast. Screams in fear at that. Miner 2, run! I shout for everyone to start running, but the beast grabbed one and ate his head. Then, more dangerous beasts came out from where the first one was, and ate the other miners while behind them, a hooded man appeared but his skin was noticeably black. Looks like I got some really cool toys, he said with an evil grin, while the dangerous beasts went after the others. I haven't been to the capital in a while, I'm going to enjoy it like never before, he said while starting to laugh like crazy because of it. Cap 15. It was night, and in a house there was a couple talking. Man, they say new dangerous beasts have appeared. Try to go out alone, he said, cleaning his weapon. Woman, yes dear, she said with a kind smile. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, scaring both of them, whereafter beasts broke the door and killed both of them. The next day, in the capital, Emperor, thanks to the Jargers there are almost no rebels, but Night Ride remains hidden, but congratulations, said looking at Esdeath. Esdeath, don't worry, we'll finish them off when we find their new hiding place, she said determinedly. At that, the Emperor offers a replacement for Tatsumi, but Esdeath only wanted Tatsumi without knowing that she would find her true love. Now, Esdeath was seen with honesty and he told her about the new dangerous beasts, and asked her to take care of them. Esdeath, those beasts started appearing in mines and deep forests, she said, analyzing what Honest told her. They both talked, and Honest asked him to bring a couple so he could study them. Outside the capital. Man, quick, I want to leave this dangerous place quickly, said Scared. But then the horse stops and the two men get scared as they see three dangerous beasts. Man 2, oh no, said with fear. The beasts attacked them, but then Bowles appeared and kicked one of them and the other two attacked him, but Bowles incinerated them and the other beasts escaped. Seryu, everyone is safe now, he said calmly. Man 1, thank you, he said, sighing in relief. Man 2, they must be from the capital, they saved us, said gratefully to them. The other three beasts ran, but were frozen by Esdeath. Esdeath, freezing them is the best way to hunt, she said with a smile. At that, Kirum saw the beasts hungry. Esdeath, Kirum are not food, she said looking at her subordinate, with a drop of anime-style sweat. That's why. In the palace, Bowles arrived at a room where Wave and Kirum were playing and he had wine with tea. Bowles, what's up, Wave? I asked, looking at the aforementioned, very frustrated. Wave, this is very frustrating. You're very kind, Bowles, but everyone seems to be afraid of you because of your appearance, said frustrated. Kirum, you did it too, she said. What's up? She remembered how she met Bowls. Bowls, Wave, I'm not kind at all, he said as he began to tell his past, and when he finished he looked at his hands. Bowls, that's why everyone fears me, he said, clenching his fists tightly. In that, Wave tried to encourage Bowls. Wave, if you need a shoulder to cry on. I didn't finish because the door opened, revealing a woman with a blonde girl. Woman, honey, said looking at Bowls. Girl, Dad, said happily. Bowls, what are you doing here? I asked, surprised to see them there. Woman, you forgot your lunch again, silly, she said, laughing a little amused. Girl, Mom, Dad is very stupid, she said innocently. Bowls, ha ha ha, laughs a little nervously. At that, the three of them started laughing, while Wave and Kirum watched that with a face of. Bowls thanked Wave for cheering him up while the two of them had a face of what the hell is going on. But that scene burned their eyes, and the Wave members literally caught fire, which they quickly put out. Night Ride. Issei was at a waterfall with Tatsumi and Susanoo, where they were both breaking rocks that were falling from the waterfall. Tatsumi broke one, but Issei broke one 5 times bigger. Susanoo advised Tatsumi while Issei watched. Tatsumi, but can I do it during a fight? I asked doubtfully. Issei, of course it's possible, he said calmly and serenely, which made Tatsumi see him by that tone of voice, so calm and serene, but he didn't give it importance. At that, Tatsumi started saying that Susanoo was from the team, where Susanoo stood asking him to explain. Issei just watched that calmly but laughed a little at it, until Akame arrived. Akame, Tatsumi, Issei-su, we have an emergency meeting, said seriously. Tatsumi, emergency, what's going on? I asked, looking at the black-haired girl. Akame, some dangerous beasts are lurking around the capital. We have to kill them to get to the new hideout, said seriously. Issei, with what dangerous beasts, huh? Hey, at least I'll have a little fun, he said while standing up from the rock where he was, and stretched a little, making his bones crack. Tatsumi, the capital, he said while he remembered the Jargers. Now, they were in the hideout, which was just like the original. Tatsumi, it feels the same as the first hiding place, he said, feeling that it was practically the same as the first one. Bullied, calm down Tatsumi, it's supposed to be harder to find, he said with a smile. Shield, it feels like being home again. Smiling. Mine, it's great that we have hot springs again. Smiling. Then, Lubbock arrived saying that he had already put up the barrier on the perimeter, and Susanoo was about to make the escape tunnel. Legenda, well done, Susanoo, she said smiling. At that, Lubbock pointed his finger at Susanoo. Lubbock, don't think you've won, he said seriously. Legenda, well, we just arrived, but we have to finish off some dangerous beasts. They appear in packs. They're a little intelligent, and they have great strength, she said seriously. Thus, Legenda told about the problems that these beasts caused, and said that the Jargers faced them daily. Legenda, even if I don't want to say it, we'll have to stay in the capital. What do you say? I ask, and almost everyone nods, except for Tatsumi, Issei, and Chelsea. Tatsumi, okay. Sighed. Issei, sure, I want to fight those beasts to see if they get my attention, he said calmly, so that everyone except Tatsumi could see it. At that, Leon grabbed Issei by the collar of his clothes and began to shake him. Leon, who are you? Where is Issei? Exclaimed, shaking him hard. Issei, calm down, Leon. It's me, Issei, only this is my true personality, he said calmly, too much so that it scared Leon a little, who let go of him, where Issei began to fix his clothes with total calm. Akame, Issei, are you serious? I asked, surprised by such a change in personality. Issei, of course, I only acted like that with those I truly trust. It's not the first time someone has told me that, he said calmly, so they would nod. Tatsumi, now that I think about it, why do you use several weapons and not just one? I asked so that everyone except Chelsea remembers that Issei had several weapons, from what they saw. Issei, simple, my father trained me in various weapons, such as swords, spears, daggers, scythes, firearms, katanas, and many other things. He even trained me with several of his forbidden-level grimoires that we had, he said calmly. Chelsea, and what does the forbidden-level mean? I asked doubtfully. Issei, simple dangerous curses, dark magic or magic forbidden by magicians, because of its price, an example taking someone to hell in exchange for your soul, he said simply, to everyone's shock for such a price. Legenda, and what forbidden spells do you have? I asked seriously. Issei, I have several, although most are to make the enemy suffer. An example would be one of the most horrendous spells ever created, which is in my possession. he said, getting everyone's attention, but before they speak, a voice spoke. Mate, are you sure you're going to tell me about that spell? Asked a greasy but doubtful voice. At that, everyone sees Issei's hand, which had a bright purple gem. Issei, yes Fafnir, they must know what this spell is capable of if I'm going to use it once. He said, looking at the gem, which the one known as Fafnir just sighed. Fafnir, okay kid, and the others, don't say that forbidden spell is scary because if Esdeath had it, her torture would be worse. He said seriously, before disappearing. Bullied, who was he? Asked doubtfully. Issei, him, it's the Golden Dragon King, Fafnir, but I'll tell you more later. The spell he spoke of, well, better reading. He said as a book appeared in his hand, which said, Skills and Techniques of Issei Blade. Isani. Astaroth Olympus Destroy Apocalypse Chaos. Which is almost like the Bible, which made everyone shed a drop of anime-style sweat, that SY. So, Issei looked for the spell and gave the book to Nagenda, so that she could start reading it. Nagenda, Hellfall, this is one of the most horrific magic spells that Issei possesses, one of the most forbidden and terrifying ever created. In this case, the user releases a powerful curse on the opponent's soul, causing their lifespan to shorten, but instead of dying, a portal to hell opens beneath their feet, and they are dragged by demonic presences into the depths of it, where they will be tortured for eternity. The spell is terrifying because it works instantly, and it does not matter if the human or being on which it is used has been a good person or a saint. If one is cursed with this magic, they will be blamed for the original sin and cursed with eternal hell. Issei demonstrated the ability to cast this horrible curse on several people at the same time, as seen when he liquidated and cursed the souls of almost all the students of the Nephilim Institute, for laughing and humiliating his twin sister Izumi, and he did it without hesitation or thinking about consequences. He said reading, where when he finished he saw Issei in shock, like the others. Chelsea, did you really do that? Said in shock. Issei, believe me, you don't know the atrocious things I did in the past. I'll just say this: I once committed genocide for my twin sister. He said while taking the book and putting it in his trench coat. Hearing that, they were petrified. Would he do that for his sister? Was everyone's thought, as they saw Issei lean against the wall and close his eyes, where they left that aside, despite how shocking it was to know that, where they returned to the main topic, where Chelsea spoke. Chelsea, back to the main topic, really? We should let the Jargers handle it. She said, not interested in helping, but that's what Issei said. Issei, did you say something? He asked while opening one of his eyes, which terrified her when she saw that it was red like a ruby, but it was asking for blood, and it didn't help that his aura had increased a little, causing fear in her. Chelsea, nothing, she said nervously, since she still couldn't get it out of her head that she had such a curse on her hands, and what it was capable of doing. At that, Tatsumi started talking to Chelsea, but Susanoo spoke. Susanoo, Tatsumi, your pants are open. He said it so everyone could see it, and start laughing. Everyone, ha ha ha, laughed out loud at that. Leon, ha ha ha, when you wanted to play the hero, exclaimed laughing at that. Issei, he, your moment was ruined. He said laughing slightly at that. Lubbock, what does it feel like now? I asked mockingly. Tatsumi, shut up, exclaimed Red in embarrassment. While they were laughing, Nagenda apologized to Chelsea and said that Tatsumi is very similar to Bullied, where Chelsea asked if she knew anything about Ale, but she replied that she knows almost nothing about him, only that his power can destroy an entire continent if he wants to, or so the High Command of the Revolutionary Army told her, something that Chelsea understood that she should not mess with Issei. Otherwise it will be her end. In the palace, Esdeath, run, I have to tell you something, she said, drawing the attention of the aforementioned. It seems that those beasts were human. She said seriously. Run, do you suspect it? I asked doubtfully. Esdeath, only a tidy user could do this. Said seriously. Run, maybe they were experiments. He said seriously, so Esdeath could think about it, where Run mentioned that maybe they were stylish experiments. Esdeath, are you saying that maybe he had a secret laboratory? I asked, thinking about that possibility. Run, it's possible. Although I don't want to deny that he could be a Taigi user, but it's still a probability. He said seriously. Esdeath, it seems stylish was more corrupt than I thought. She said seriously. Run, I'll keep investigating. Said determinedly. Esdeath, I'm counting on you. She said while looking at some flowers. Run, I must say, I'm surprised to see her looking at flowers. Said seeing that behavior, something unusual in their leader. Esdeath, they're great for torturing, she said calmly. Elsewhere, Seryu was fighting the beasts, while Koro was eating them, but hidden there was someone watching them. So these are the Jargers, they look strong but I'll let them play with my toys a little longer, said behind a tree. Thus, the subject disappeared from there without a trace. At night, Lubbock, why did I have to work with you? I asked, seeing that he was with Tatsumi and Issei. Issei, stop complaining, he said calmly. At that, Lubbock began to look around. Tatsumi, stop worrying, he said, looking at Lubbock, with a drop of anime-style sweat. That's why. But then, Tatsumi asked him why he was calling Nagenda by his name, where Lubbock blushed. Issei, I see you like it, he said calmly, but also mockingly. Lubbock, shut up, blushing exclaimed. Then Tatsumi asked him about his past, where he told the reason for joining Night Ride. At that, Tatsumi and Issei touched their shoulders. Tatsumi/Issei, then stop spying on other women, they exclaimed seriously. Then, Tatsumi and Lubbock started fighting, while Issei watched that while shaking his head in a funny way. Then they walked again. Tatsumi, I don't think there are any more beasts or the Jargers killed them, he said with doubt. At that, Tatsumi said he would see from above, where Issei accompanied him, and when he got to the top there was nothing. Tatsumi, do you see anything? I asked Issei with doubt. Issei, nothing, I think they're probably sleeping, he said, seeing with his enhanced vision. Even with his dragon vision, he didn't see any beast. Elsewhere, Esdeath could be seen on top of a dragon flying around the area. She was patrolling and passing by looking at the scenery, but she couldn't help but think about Tatsumi. Esdeath, Tatsumi, I'm sure this wasn't your fault, my love, she said, but then she sees two figures on a mountain, two dangerous beasts. If they are, they have very bad luck, she said with a smile. Then she jumped, and when she hit the ground, she raised a lot of dust. Issei, seeing that, remembered what was going to happen, but he believed that nothing bad would happen. Tatsumi, what is that? Turning around like Issei. Issei, I don't know, he said calmly, but seriously at the same time. At that, they saw that it was Esdeath, who had a psychopathic smile, while her eyes were red, and she pulled out her sword. Esdeath, I see it's not your night. I'm going to try my new Tor techniques. She didn't finish because she saw Tatsumi, which made her blush and surprised seeing him there. Esdeath, Tatsumi, she said happily, but she saw Issei, and for some reason she doesn't know, she blushed more when she saw that serene look, but with a certain touch of seriousness. Tatsumi, what are you doing here? Issei, what are we doing? He asked first, looking at Esdeath nervously, and then looking at Issei, who remained calm. Issei, no, Tatsumi said peacefully, but they heard something, and they saw three beasts coming. Tatsumi, and they appear right now. They look strong, while Issei is fighting. Let's escape, he exclaimed, but then he whispered to Issei, who nodded, knowing what would happen. But then, Esdeath quickly killed them. Issei, well, it didn't work out, said in chibi form because of that. Esdeath, out of my way, she said coldly, then looked at Tatsumi. Am I dreaming? You don't know how much I wanted our reunion, she said happily, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, I wish I was dreaming, said a little nervously. Chapter 16. Esdeath, Tatsumi, am I dreaming? She said with a blush, looking at the aforementioned. Meanwhile, with Lubbock, he had detected another intruder at the foot of the mountain. Lubbock, he's very fast. Seriously, it seems they've exhausted stylish resources, he said, running at high speed, then jumping, ending up in front of the moon. I'll be back soon, Imperial Capital, he said, smiling, with Issei and Tatsumi. Esdeath, your scent is unmistakable. Why did you run away? She asked, hugging him. Tatsumi, what are you doing here? I asked hesitantly, but nervously. Esdeath, I eliminate beasts for the capital, she said simply, while hugging Tatsumi. Tatsumi, can you let me go? I asked nervously. Esdeath, I'm not going to let you go, she said, hugging him tighter. At that, Esdeath saw Issei and saw that he was calm, although he blushed a little, because his aura was intimidating and powerful, although he did not know that it was not his entire aura but a small fraction of his aura. Esdeath, and who is he? I asked with a small blush, seeing Issei. Tatsumi, he's a friend of mine, he helps me train although his workouts are extremely hard, said nervously because of that. Esdeath, really? I asked with doubt about the last thing. Issei, oh come on, I just make you run with a big rock on your back for 8 hours, then I make you do exercises with that rock on your back. Don't complain that I carry a gigantic rock, the size of a medium-sized mountain to do mine. He said calmly for that. Of course, Esdeath was amazed when she heard how Tatsumi trained, but both she and the brown-haired boy, when they heard how Issei trained, were a little shocked, since that was suicidal, whereas Esdeath thought she had great physical strength for that. Issei, but if I train him, my name is Issei Blade, Isani, Asteroid Olympus Destroyer Apocalypse Chaos, but call me Issei or Blade, the Prince of the Arcadians. He said with manners while making a small bow, to the amazement of the two, that he is a prince. Esdeath, I am Esdeath Partas, a pleasure. Said with manners, since he was royalty of a kingdom. Tatsumi, there are many beasts and together we eliminate them. He said somewhat calmly. Esdeath, how brave, especially you, prince. Not just any prince would do such a thing. She said, looking at Issei. Issei, well, my father apart from being a king was a warrior by nature, being the best in the kingdom of Arcadia. My mother was no exception. Being a dragon, she was a danger in herself, especially being a high-caliber dragon goddess. He said calmly, to Esdeath's shock, since her mother was a goddess. Esdeath, wow, that's surprising, even more so knowing that you are, so to speak, a dragon demigod. She said in amazement. Issei, with all due respect, Lady Esdeath, don't tell me that. I hate being treated like someone superior. I only have one dream in life, to live like someone normal, although that is almost impossible because of my status as a prince and elite warrior. He said, sighing heavily. Esdeath, I understand. I wish you luck in achieving that dream. She said with a smile. At that, Esdeath asked Tatsumi if he already joined the army, and she started touching Tatsumi. Tatsumi, don't let his compliments fool me. Thought seriously. Esdeath, I think there are no more beasts left. They were a nuisance, but if it weren't for you I wouldn't have found love. She said, hugging Tatsumi happily, who was nervous. Esdeath, now prince, with respect, go ahead, Tatsumi will come with me. She said, looking at the aforementioned. Tatsumi thought he would listen to him, but what Issei said surprised him. Issei, of course not, what guarantees me that he won't do anything to him? The last time I left him alone with someone, he almost raped the poor guy because of his virgin face. He said seriously, while releasing a bit of his dragonic aura. Of course, what Issei said, Tatsumi was embarrassed, since that was half true and half not, but Esdeath was serious about that. Esdeath, I won't repeat it again. Issei, go now if you don't want me to freeze you. She said seriously, releasing her eyes aura. Issei, I want to see you trying walking fridge. He said, releasing his hellfire aura, to Esdeath's surprise. But before they could fight, both Issei and Esdeath looked in one direction, confusing Tatsumi. Esdeath, how can there be so many interruptions? She said, annoyed by that. Issei, come out now. He said while taking out his curse from his inventory, which only he could see his sword, Crimson Sword of Darkness. I thought I hid well, it seems they're done with my toys. He said, coming out of the shadows, but they couldn't see his face. Esdeath, it seems you know the origin of these beasts, now I will take you to the torture chamber. She said with a sadistic smile. I don't think so, Taiga Shambhala activate! Exclaimed while spreading his arms. At that, a purple circle appeared below the three and they disappeared. Let's see who I'll play with now. He said, disappearing from there. With the three, they appeared on what appeared to be an island. Tatsumi, where are we? I asked, upset by the new area. Issei, it looks like an island. He said, still with his sword in hand. Tatsumi, Issei hit me. He said seriously. Issei, why? I asked with doubt. Tatsumi, to know if I'm not dreaming. Said upset. Issei, okay. He said while cracking his knuckles. Esdeath, I'll do it. Said seriously. Issei, sure? I asked seriously. Esdeath, yes. Said seriously. Issei, okay. Said calmly. At that, Esdeath approached Tatsumi, who closed his eyes, but instead of getting hit he got a kiss on the lips. Issei, congratulations, Tatsumi. You've had your first kiss and are no longer a lip virgin. He said very mockingly. Tatsumi, shut up. He said very blushing. Esdeath, to me, all of this is real. She said with a small blush. Issei, looks like that guy teleported us. He said seriously, looking at the area. Tatsumi, is that possible? I asked doubtfully. Esdeath, in the Empire, there are more than 50 known Taigas, and some control space and time. She said seriously, so that Tatsumi would be surprised, but who was that guy? Let's take a look. She said to touch the ground, to create a large ice piano, which raised them to the sky. Issei, we are surrounded by the sea. he said, seeing how the entire island was surrounded by the same ocean. Esdeath, I like the view. Smiling, Issei, it seems like they're both on a date, he said calmly, trying to annoy Tatsumi. Tatsumi, shut your mouth, shouted at Issei, who laughed like a maniac at that. Esdeath, he's right, she said, hugging Tatsumi. Issei was laughing like crazy, but then they felt a tremor and saw a giant beast. Tatsumi, it's the same as stylish transformation. Issei had to resort to his wolf form to defeat him. He thought seriously, where Issei and Esdeath saw how the beast began to run towards them. Issei, here comes my fun, he said with a maniacal smile, to launch himself against the beast, while changing to his scion appearance. To the surprise of Esdeath and Tatsumi, that's why, although Esdeath blushed a little, seeing Issei's body in that form. Issei had launched himself against the beast, where when he was in front of its face, he kicked it so hard that it made it retreat, where Issei took the opportunity to launch one of his techniques. Issei rot in hell. Final glow. Shout, launching a very powerful ki blast against the beast. The attack was so powerful that it disintegrated part of the beast's body, leaving him without an arm. Seeing that, both Esdeath and Tatsumi were amazed by such a technique, more so Esdeath since not even she could do such damage in a single hit. Tatsumi, amazing, exclaimed in amazement at such a technique. Esdeath, impressive, I wanted to use my power to surprise you, she said, somewhat surprised by that. At that, the beast, without anyone noticing, hit the pillar. Tatsumi, he's coming for more, he said, seeing that. Esdeath, I'll give him what he deserves, she said, while Issei took Tatsumi, and they rose into the sky, since he knew what would happen. Esdeath created a large ball of ice, and launched itself at the beast, crushing and killing it. Tatsumi, she's very strong, how would you kill her? Issei Akame. He thought, seeing such ice power, and then seeing Issei, who looked at him and understood, where he only whispered something to him. Issei, don't worry, we'll find a way to kill her, that's for sure, whispered to get Tatsumi to nod. He trusted them both. Now, they were in the shadows talking. Tatsumi, and what do we do now? I asked doubtfully. Esdeath, first we'll look around, she said while she was drawing in her notebook. Tatsumi and her. Esdeath, and we'll have a date. Issei, go somewhere else. If you find a way out, let us know, she said, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips, still in his scion form. Issei, okay, bye Tatsumi, and don't make me an uncle so soon, he said while making a seal with one of his hands, and disappeared in a blur of speed, leaving Tatsumi alone. Tatsumi, Issei, don't go, he exclaimed, but it was too late. He was gone. Issei appeared behind a tree where she was, and activated his stealth ability, and was following both of them cautiously. Issei was shaking his head in a funny way, mockingly for Tatsumi. Now Tatsumi was with Esdeath in the arena looking at the stars. Tatsumi, we spent the whole day exploring, he said, sitting on the sand, looking at the stars. At that, Esdeath placed her hand on top of Tatsumi's. Esdeath, I had a good time by your side. I also found out where we are. We are on an island south of the capital, which means we are alone on this island, she said with a smile. Tatsumi, but Issei is also on the island, he said nervously. Esdeath, but he must be around there, she said with total calm. With Issei, this was where they appeared, appreciating the stars, until he heard a voice in his head. King Ghidorah, what are you thinking, my friend? The god of the void asked calmly. Issei, nothing important, it's just that all this is almost over. I already recovered all my power by facing Esdeath on the mountain, so if I want, I can destroy this world as if it were a baby game, I think, with total calm. King Ghidorah, and why don't you do it now? I asked doubtfully. Issei, simple, when I finish with Esdeath and the attack on the capital, I will reveal everything. Everyone will be tired from the fight, very weak both physically and mentally, plus many of the revolutionary army will be frozen by Esdeath before starting the fight against her, so it will be the perfect time to reveal the whole farce. I'm surprised no one has noticed that. Since I decided to reveal my true personality little by little, it shows that I am a great manipulator, haha. Also I want to have fun with the other enemies, haha. He thought with total mockery towards everyone, even his friends, although he only sees them as a nuisance and a burden, but he wants to see the faces of all of them when he reveals everything, plus Akame's when she sees her face of shock and anger towards him, which she will love to see. Shimo, come on Issei, it's clear that you got your sadism from your grandfather and father, that's why I like you, ha ha ha, said the Ice Titan calmly. King Ghidorah, I'm dying to hear the shit they'll say, haha. Said laughing with the tone of voice of Dom from Gears of War 3, when they go to the deck. Genesis/Kami/Helios/Hell/Shimos/York. We re-going for the popcorn. The six exclaimed with amusement, while they had the tone of voice of Marcus Phoenix, from Gears of War 3. While Issei and his Kwawi Zen had a drop of anime-style sweat, because of that. But Issei just laughed a little, but in an evil and maniacal way, with Tatsumi and Esdeath. After saying that, Esdeath gave a couple of options, but Tatsumi didn't choose any of them. Esdeath, you're so boring. Pouted Tatsumi. How can you be so calm? I ask with a drop of anime-style sweat, that's why. Esdeath, I'm calm because I already know how to return, but I need your collaboration. She said looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, yes. Said determinedly. So, both went to the place where they appeared, and there was Issei already calmed down from laughing so much, lying quietly. Issei, what's up? He said, looking at them calmly. Tatsumi, so you were here. He said looking at Issei angrily, who returned it mockingly. At that, the three saw a circle. At that, Esdeath said that at some point it will activate, and they will be able to leave. But Esdeath said that they will get to know each other better, where Issei moved away from them. Tatsumi, we'll be able to get to know each other in different ways. He said a little nervously, since Esdeath climbed on top of him, and unbuttoned her top, revealing a white bra. Esdeath, you want me to stop? Tell me about yourself. She said sitting next to Tatsumi. She asked him some questions, and he answered and he asked his own questions, trying to get to know Esdeath a little better, where she told the story of her past. Tatsumi, so revenge was justified. Said looking at her. Esdeath, it should sound like that. She said calmly. Tatsumi, but you found out hundreds of thousands. He said a little seriously. Esdeath, I did that to impose respect. Besides, I was only following orders. She said sighing, surprising Tatsumi. My father died because he was weak. Something else? She asked looking at her beloved. Tatsumi, so, what's your taiga like? I asked doubtfully. At that, Esdeath took Tatsumi's hand and placed it on the mark on her chest, where she later told the origin of her taiga. Tatsumi, so, Issei is something similar because of his copied taiga, only he has it in his genetics. He thought, remembering that Issei told him that his original taiga was in his genetics, and only he would decide who would get it from his children. Esdeath, but I already mastered it. She said calmly. Tatsumi, that's why you like to torture. He said, but Esdeath spoke. Esdeath, no, I just do it because I like it. She said calmly. Tatsumi, she's always been like that, I could never change her. Thought seriously. In the palace, it's time to open the portal and bring them back. He said calmly. Shambhala opening of point B, that should be enough. He said calmly. Woman, what are you doing there? I asked doubtfully. At that, the woman spoke to the stranger, and he said he was the minister's son, where the woman was surprised and the woman told about him, where the man got angry and attacked her. On the island, Tatsumi also asked what the second way back was, and Esdeath said she needed transportation, where Issei shouted something. Issei, something like that. He asked while shouting, pointing at a manta ray, which they both saw. Esdeath, yes, stay here, I'll take care of it. She said, going for the manta ray. But then, the purple circle appeared again. Tatsumi, if we escape now, but he behaved very well with me. He said, watching Esdeath go for the manta ray. Issei, decide quickly, because I'm going to hell. He said, entering the circle and disappeared. Tatsumi, I'll return the favor. Esdeath showed us the exit. Issei already left, now I'll go. He exclaimed to the aforementioned, who turned around and saw that it was true. Esdeath, wait, Tatsumi! She exclaimed, but saw that he had already entered and disappeared. Where Esdeath entered, but neither Tatsumi nor Issei were there. Esdeath, it's the same mountain we were at yesterday. She said looking at the area. Tatsumi, you're here. It's impossible for him to go so far away in just a few seconds. She said seriously, but behind some rocks, Tatsumi was invisible, and Issei was behind some rocks with his stealth ability activated. Esdeath, he's not here, maybe he was sent somewhere else with Issei. I lost him again, but I'm sure we'll meet again, fate says so. She said confidently, to retreat towards the capital. Tatsumi, that's true, but when we meet again we'll be enemies. Zero and so sadly because of that. But Issei thought something. Issei, okay, the second phase of the plan is complete now, the third phase of the plan begins after my carnage begins. Thought evilly. Chapter 17. The next day, a man was looking out a window. Man, cattle, I love seeing the expression on their faces. They're only good for being exploited. Said while drinking wine. Man, wine tastes better, paid for by citizens' taxes. Said with superiority. Maid, sir, it's time for your massage. Said a maid respectfully. Man, okay, I want a full body massage today. Said with a smile. But then, the servant pulled a needle out of her mouth without her noticing, where she stabbed him in a vital spot, killing him instantly, where the maid exploded into smoke, revealing that she was Chelsea. Chelsea, mission accomplished. Smiling. But then, she heard quick footsteps coming towards her. Wave, we are the Jargers, we are here to protect you. He said, entering quickly, next to Kirum. Kirum, look at this. She said seriously to Wave, who saw the man's body. Wave came closer and saw that he was dead. Wave, we're late. Said frustrated. Kirum, I don't know what happened, but it seems our information was leaked. She said seriously, so Wave would nod and they both left, to inform Esdeath of what happened in hideout, and that's how I almost found the Jargers. Finished telling Chelsea to the others. Sheil, but you were able to escape, it was very clever. She said with a smile. Chelsea, there were a lot of cats, and I dressed up as one of them. She said calmly. Mine, I think I would have had a lot of problems, I admit your tiger is very useful. Said sighing. Chelsea, of course, after all, you're already known and Issei, not so much. She said calmly. Mine, thank you. Said with a vein in his forehead. Chelsea, while I save the day, you guard the house like a pig. She said mockingly, but she heard Issei speaking. Issei, Chelsea, he said, releasing a fraction of his dragonic aura, which made Chelsea nervous. Chelsea, forget it. She said nervously. Bullied, the Jargers targeted us. Seriously, Leon, without those beasts, maybe Night Ride is the only thing that gets in the way. Seriously, Issei, Tatsumi already spent an evening with his leader, maybe if we hand him over they won't bother us. He said calmly, where Tatsumi, who was drinking coffee, spat it out upon hearing that. Tatsumi, I already told you I didn't do it. Exclaimed nervously because of that. Lubbock spoke calmly, although he was truly jealous. At that, Leon takes Tatsumi and puts him between her breasts. Leon, come here, I'll help you erase those memories. She said with a smile. Issei ha 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 ha. Laughed out loud at that's why the Arcadian. At that moment, Nigenda arrived with wet hair and spoke to Tatsumi, who asked her age, and she replied that she was in her 20s, where she understood the question, and got upset and started beating him up, where Issei laughed like the bucking joker at Tatsumi's face. Akame, talking about a woman's age is rude, Tatsumi. She said seriously, seeing him on the floor, all beaten up. At that, Akame and Issei helped Tatsumi to stand, but then Susanoo arrived with the food where Akame let him go, where Issei just shook his head, and helped Tatsumi to sit down. Nigenda, the time is coming. The Revolutionary Army will take the first step toward overthrowing the Empire. She said seriously, so everyone would nod. Outside the capital, Seria was in front of 3 tied-up people. Man 1, we only stole because we were hungry. Said with fear. Seriu, admit they stole. Death is the only way. Koro devora. Coldly orders. In that, Koro devoured the 2 men, and the woman was scared and tried to convince Seriu, but she spoke. Seriu, but you still helped them. She said seriously. Koro bit Seriu, and she pulled out a sword. Seriu, justice must prevail. He said, killing the woman without mercy. At that, Wave came running. Wave, Seriu, are you there? What happened to the bandits? I asked doubtfully. Seriu, they won't be a nuisance anymore. She said seriously. At that, Wave saw that Koro had blood, which made him understand what happened. Wave, Seriu, did you kill them? Listen, even though we have authority, we shouldn't kill them just because. He said seriously. Seriu, even though they weren't night rides, they were criminals, and that's why I finished them off. She said seriously. So, she left and Wave was thinking. Wave, I knew everything in the capital was bad, but this is worse than I thought. However, I must pay my debt. He said while taking out his taigu, and putting it on his shoulder. I will continue to fulfill my duty as a soldier. He said seriously, while leaving. With Night Ride, Nigenda, the army will go into action. She said seriously, while everyone listened. So, Nigenda explained to them and asked about a group called the Path of Peace, and Chelsea answered where Tatsumi said they passed through her village, and mentioned the statuette she had. Nigenda, they'd gained many allies. Said seriously, where I mention his influence, where Tatsumi tried to convince Nigenda to revolt, but Nagenda calmed Tatsumi down a bit. Lubbock, have you already forgotten what happened with the band tribe and the hero of the north? I asked seriously. Where did Tatsumi remember that? Where Lubbock calmed Tatsumi. Nagenda entered the revolutionary army here, she said, to mention the plan of attack for the invasion. Issei, a three-pronged attack sounds risky even for them, but as my grandfather used to say, he who doesn't risk his life doesn't gain heaven. He said seriously, but with a slight, calm smile. Of course that was a farce, since he would love such a massacre. In that, Nagenda explained how to compensate those mentioned. Mine, the western region belonged to the native tribe, and recovering it is their greatest wish. Said seriously, Nagenda mentioned that they were going to kill a certain Boric, and what he did with his followers' food. Lubbock, he probably takes advantage of all the girls. Said annoyed. Sussanu, mixing drugs with food is a culinary crime. Said angrily. At that, fire surrounded both of them, and they exclaimed the following. Both, it's unforgivable. They exclaimed furiously. Nagenda, guys, I think you're mad for the wrong reasons. Said with an anime-style sweat drop, that's why. But then, everyone heard some murmurs, and saw Issei in a corner with a depressive aura, while he muttered things like, damn traumas, or, why did I have to believe Lumen-chan? Of course they were confused by that, but then they saw a cloud of smoke appear, and out of it came York, who patted him on the back for that. Akame, hey York, what's wrong with Issei? I asked doubtfully. York, the thing is, whenever they get the chance, his wives put a very strong aphrodisiac in his food and drink. You'll know what happened, hee. Laughing a little nervously. Of course, everyone understood when they heard that, and the women present blushed when they thought about it, while the men felt sorry for Issei. But Lubbock felt envy because of that. Issei, the worst thing is that when I don't pay attention, they give me a drug that makes them take advantage of me while I'm sleeping soundly. He said depressed, so everyone would feel sorry for him. On the other hand, some of Issei's wives laughed a little nervously, while others like Lumen, Carrie and Amani had a funny smile, while Lumen's children had a drop of anime-style sweat because of that. Nagenda, well, leaving that aside, as long as Esdeath guides the Jargers, they will be part of the minister's army, which is why we must finish them off. Now they are using their resources to find us, she said seriously, while Issei came back to his senses, and York disappeared in a puff of smoke. Nagenda, so, it's time to attack, she said seriously. Mine, it's time for battle, she said seriously. Issei, yeah, I needed to stretch my muscles and fight someone strong, this will be fun, he said as he started cracking his bones, while his eyes changed color and shone a blood red. Nagenda, the mission is to finish off Bowles and Kirum. Do you think you can? She said, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi was thinking about Wave, while Issei was thinking about Kirum. Tatsumi, I won't last, he said with determination. Hearing his answer, everyone smiled. Chelsea admitted that Tatsumi has courage, but she didn't know why she was staring at him so closely, but she blushed. With his death, she was looking at a drawing of Tatsumi. Run, Commander, you saw people describing Akame and mine in a masked man. It must be the devil incarnate from Night Ride in the East, he said seriously. Esdeath, call the Jargers now, said seriously. So, everyone prepares for the confrontation they saw coming without knowing that it is just one more step towards their imminent destruction. Narrator, now they march toward the final battle. You could see the Jargers leaving and heading east. Man 1, the Jargers, and there are 6 of them, he said seriously. Man 2, everything is according to Nagenda's plan, said seriously. At that, the man tied a note to an eagle and sent it on a night ride. With night ride, Nagenda, it seems that everyone left the base. They shouldn't arrive until tomorrow afternoon. Akame, mine, Issei continued to attract attention, she said, looking at those mentioned in swimsuits, mine being a normal one, Akame a red bikini, and Issei had only swim shorts, leaving his marked body exposed, and without the bandages since those areas had completely healed, but he had some scars from cuts in vital areas, but nobody knew that. All 3 understood, they said seriously. Chelsea, Leon and Shio were playing in the water. Lubbock was watching them with Drool, and Bullied was sleeping. Leon, Tatsumi, will want to know who has the best swimsuit, she said, looking at the aforementioned, while striking a provocative pose. Shio has one just like Leon's but purple. Chelsea, be careful with your answer, she said, smiling playfully, while Tatsumi was very blushing, but he arrived. Sue. Tatsumi, Sue, what a great physique, he said, seeing the aforementioned comer. Leon, wrong answer, said a little seriously. Lubbock, if you asked me, the 3 he didn't finish because he was knocked out by a blow from Leon. Up above, mine looked at that, and shook its head. Issei approached Akame and asked her to accompany him. Akame, what did you want to talk about? She said hesitantly, while thinking about her sister. Issei, do you think about your sister? I asked calmly. Akame, yes, but she hates me and wants to kill me and you, and I'm afraid I'll have to kill her. She said sadly about that, but Issei spoke. Issei, I don't think so. He said calmly. Akame, what do you mean? She said confused, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips, who was looking at the sky, and then looking at her. Issei, Akame, does your sister take any drugs? I asked with doubt, which surprised the brunette. Akame, how do you know? She said surprised. Issei, while I was in the palace watching Tatsumi, I entered his room and took one of his cookies, and when I smelled it I smelled that smell. He said seriously, although he was lying. Akame, yes, said understanding. Issei, there is an alternative, for that I need to knock her out. He said confusing Akame. Akame, and why would you do that? I asked even more confused. Issei, so she can drink this. He said taking out the tube with the liquid, and she looked at him. Akame, what is that? I asked confused. Issei, the cure for that drug and for Kirum to come back. He said dropping the bomb. Akame was surprised, and Issei explained to her, and when she finished she hugged him. Akame, thank you so much, she said with a few tears. Issei just stroked her head, and only said the following. Issei, I'm your best friend and childhood friend, and I want you to be happy with your only living family. I don't want you to lose your sister, that's why I created this antidote. Also I want you to see with her something at the end of all this. He said with a kind smile. She didn't understand the last part, but she didn't ask, so they both went back to the others. With Esdeath, Nagenda went east, and I was also informed that they saw a black armor with red gems already Akame in the south. The locals saw them separate. Explains to the Jargers seriously. Bowls, to the east is the headquarters of the Peace Corps. He said seriously. Wave, we must catch them. He said seriously. Esdeath, not so fast, Wave. Night Ride is known in the capital, but I don't understand why they are showing up now. Seriously. Run, it's true, maybe it's a trap. He said seriously. Seryu, to get away and conquer the capital. Said in a huff. Esdeath, that's how Nagenda acts. The Night Ride people have hidden and are now arriving on a plate. Seryu, run, and I will go after Nagenda, Kirum, Wave, and Bowls after Akame and the dragon. I order seriously, making Kirum smile grimly. But Wave was thinking about the fight he had with Issei. Wave, I must be careful of his ability to divide power. I think remembering such ability, of his, Taiga arm, when in reality it was one of his dragon abilities of Issei. Esdeath, if you outnumber them, you can retreat. Now finish them off. She said coldly. The Jargers, at your service. They said seriously. Now you could see Kirum, Wave and Bowls were riding horses. Bowls, we're facing Night Ride, but there's one thing to watch out for, the dragon. He said seriously to the two, who nodded, where Wave spoke. Wave, if you fight the dragon, don't be too confident. He has a Taiga arm that can divide your opponent's power, but your Taiga can be very useful for doing more damage. He said, looking at Bowls. Bowls, do you think so? I asked doubtfully, so that it seems as if he is astonished. Kirum, with that attitude you'll end up getting in our way. She said with a chibi face. Wave, you think I'm an obstacle? Said offended. Kirum, yes. She said still with a chibi face. Wave, but you've never seen me use my grand chariot. He said seriously. Kirum, I want to see that. She said defiantly. Bowls, stop fighting. He said seriously to the two of them, but they stopped, as in front of them was a strange statue. Bowls, it's dangerous if it's a trap. He said seriously, as he got off his horse, like Wave and Kirum. Wave, be careful. He said seriously, so that Bowls and Kirum would nod. Mine, target in sight. Said with his Taigu, aiming at Kirum. Mine looked at how everything went as Nagenda planned it. When he saw Kirum he knew that she was Akame's sister. Mine, just one shot, it will be painless. She said seriously, while shooting, but something happened that she didn't expect. She shot, but Kirum narrowly dodged it. Mine, I avoid it. Said seriously, through a communicator. The statue exploded, revealing it to be Susanoo. Wave, watch out. exclaimed, unsheathing his taigu. At that, Wave blocked the attack, but Susanoo sent him flying. Nagenda, getting rid of one is a good start. Smiling. At that, it was revealed that Issei, Shiel, Bullied, Tatsumi, Leon, Akame, and Nagenda were there. Bowls, Night Ride, that's everyone. He said seriously, like Kirum. Nagenda, Kirum, and Bowls are the targets. She said seriously, while Bowls remembered his family. Bowls, I can't afford to die, he said as he prepared to fight, while Akame and Issei looked at Kirum. Kirum, hello sister. Greet, happy to see you. Akame, Kirum said seriously. Kirum then looks at Issei. Kirum, hello Issei, old friend, I see you joined Night Ride, said with a smile. Issei, hello Kirum, he said calmly but seriously, where she put her hands together with a happy face. Kirum, I really wanted to see them, she said while she took out Yatsufusa if I managed to kill them, she said smiling. Akame took out Murasame, and Issei took out the Plum Blossom Demon Sword, and wrapped it in both darkness and fire. Kirum, if I manage to kill them, I'll add them to my Yatsufusa collection, she said, while pointing at the sky with her taigu, and a black sphere appeared at the tip of the katana, and black rays came out of that sphere. The ground began to shake, and a giant skeleton came out of the ground and Kirum climbed on top. Kirum, I've improved a lot. Smiling, Nagenda saw that this plan was nothing to them. Kirum, well, let the tiger fight begin, she said smiling. So everyone was on guard. Issei, Kirum, you're not the only one who's improved, he said while some rays came out of him, being seen by Kirum, who was a little surprised by that, like the others. But out of nowhere, many rays came out of Issei, which surrounded him, generating an aura of high-voltage rays, to Kirum's surprise, as well as the others who did not know about Issei. Issei, forward, he exclaimed as the lightning combined with the darkness and fire of the Plum Blossom Demonic Sword, increasing its power as well. Cap 18. Every Night Ride looked at Kirum. Kirum, let the Taiga battle begin. Who will die first? I asked with an amused smile. Akame, she may be slow, but she controls 8 bodies, she said seriously to the others, who nodded. So, Akame and Issei launched themselves at her. Akame hit her but Kirum blocked it, but she heard something. Issei, black flash, he said, hitting Kirum, which sent her flying while black rays came out of his hit. But she recovered, where Akame launched herself but someone got in the way. Akame was amazed when she saw him. Akame, Natala said in surprise. At that, Natala launched herself at Akame and gave her a series of attacks that she missed. Akame, make him come back, said annoyed by that. Kirum, he's a friend of mine, and that's why I want him to be with me forever. I also want you and Issei to join us, she said with a smile. Issei, nonsense, he said seriously, before launching himself again. But Natala sent them flying. Issei, big bang attack, said, launching a very concentrated energy sphere. In the attack he hit Natala, damaging him. Bowls launched a fire attack at them, where Issei stood in front of Akame and put his Dragon Bringer in front of the attack, where the fire went directly to the arm, which began to absorb it in a small sphere of fire, where Issei then ate it. Issei, thanks for the food, ugly face, he said in a mocking tone. Bowls, seeing that, was surprised, where Issei took Akame and lowered her to the ground, while her lightning aura disappeared a little, as did the lightning from her Plum Blossom Demon Sword. Issei, don't do it alone, I'm with you on this, he said, looking at Akame, who nodded. Tatsumi, it seems we won't beat them easily, he said seriously. Kirum, Akame, you betrayed our companions and joined them, and Issei, you abandoned us and joined her. Kill them both, exclaimed to the giant skeleton. At that, the dragon skeleton charged a kind of blue roar and launched it, where Issei took Akame and jumped away like the others. Elsewhere, Lubbock thought he should declare himself or Sue would steal Nagenda. Back with Issei and the others, Nagenda said they should all attack him together, but Susanoo said he would take care of it. Nagenda, just as I expected from my taiga. Smiling, mine was aiming at Kirum again, but Natala saw her and extended her spear and almost hit mine, since she dodged it, but another person was going towards her. Mine use firearms perfect, said sarcastically. Tatsumi was fighting with some kind of gorilla beast, where the beast threw punches at him, but he dodged them, until he bit him and Tatsumi hit him and separated him. Another one was going towards him, but Shield tried to cut him, but he barely dodged it. The guy slipped between the scissors and was going to hit him with a sword, but he stood in front of him and blocked him with the sword he had. Akame avoided the fire, while Issei made it into a small sphere of fire and ate it. Bowls, But that guy can absorb and eat fire. I'm at a disadvantage. Said nervously, Issei. Akame attack him from behind. I said seriously, Akame, understood. She said seriously. At that, Akame quickly got behind Bowles, but a guy appeared and got cut. Akame, Murasame is no good with living corpses. She said seriously. At that, the guy kicked her so hard that she was sent far away. Leon, Akame! Exclaimed worried for her friend. Leon was walking towards her, but a kind of rope wrapped around her leg and sent her crashing into a rock wall. The person responsible was a redhead. Leon, you really made me angry, she said angrily. The redhead, using his whip, made him move quickly and gave a series of blows to Leon. Kirum, what a good battle, she said smiling. Kirum, Toya is a top-notch assassin, he's very confident. Said of the blonde wall is a guard. Said of the bald man 8-man is one of my favorites, he's strong and easy to handle. Said of him 8 Hunter is from a wild tribe. Said of him with the red mask Rocco was a general of the empire. Said of the redhead Destagul I found him when he was hibernating. The skeleton, Kirum, and my other childhood friend, Nadala. She said smiling. Tatsumi was fighting with Hunter, but 8-man intervened and took Tatsumi's spear, and hit him with a blow that buried him in the ground. Leon was fighting with Rocco, where she had marks of blows. Leon, don't think the same move will work again, said seriously and angrily. At that moment, Nigenda arrived and hit him with his robotic arm. Leon was going to attack again, but Kirum cut off his arm. Kirum, dear, never lose sight, she said smiling, but she heard something. Issei, and you about me, he exclaimed, while hitting her hard on the head, sending her crashing against the wall. Besides, because of what you did to Leon I can't be too confident, so I have to use more power, he said while changing into his scion appearance, to the surprise of Nigenda and Leon by that change. But out of nowhere, the sky darkened, lightning struck, and everything began to shake, while stones rose from the ground. While that was happening, the following happened. Issei, gave a war cry, causing his hair to change color as well as his eyes, going from black with reddish tips to golden blonde, and his jade green eyes to emerald green, and his tail to golden blonde. Both Kirum and the others were surprised by that, but they could feel a monstrous power emanating from Issei. Issei, I wanted to use this against Esdeath, but I have no other choice. This is the Super Scion and now, I'm ready, he said while getting into his fighting pose, when he takes everything seriously. Chelsea, attack from behind, we can do that too, she said while taking something out of her taigu. I am, Kirum. Damn, that hurt, she said, but when she saw Issei, she couldn't remember who he was. Issei, I told you, good luck trying to remember who I am, he said to launch himself at Bowles, who was fighting with Akame. While that was happening, Leon stopped her bleeding and Nigenda tells her to help Issei and Akame and that she will take care of Rocco. Esdeath, I'm surprised we didn't find them, she said seriously. Run, yes, he also answered seriously. Esdeath, maybe it's a distraction, she said seriously. But then, bandits appeared in front of them. Seryu, I bet they're Night Ride's allies, said seriously, with Issei and the others. Akame and Issei began to spin, where they looked like a golden ray with black spots. Bowles shot at Akame but missed, where Wall got in front of him but Issei kicked him away, where Akame tried to cut him but Bowles protected himself, where Wall appeared again and pushed Akame away, where Bowles asked Akame why she joined the army and she answered, Bowles, I understand, but my job is to burn, he said seriously, but Issei spoke. Issei, then I'll burn you, cursed dragon's flare, he said, launching from his mouth a large flame of fire, combined with ki, making it more lethal. The flare hit Bowles full on, causing great damage, but he was able to withstand it, where the attack destroyed entire mountains. Issei, wow, you withstood my flare, I'll give you some credit, he said while putting on a smile, since he knew her reason for standing. Nigenda, for her part, was fighting with Rocco until Nigenda threw a punch, and she quickly approached him and kicked him and ripped his head off, but he was still alive, where she got angry and beat him up. Susanoo was fighting with Rias and Nigenda ordered him to use his secret weapon. Susanoo understood, said seriously, with Bullied and Shield. Bullied, they are very fast, said seriously, like Shield. 8-man and Hunter went towards them. Hunter slashed but Shield blocked it with her scissors, and 8-man knocked Bullied aside. But in front of Hunter appeared a man with a strange mask. The subject approached Hunter and stuck a needle into his forehead. Akame was right, they still have emotions, said the serious guy. The subject exploded, revealing that it was Chelsea. Henter was going to attack, but Bullied cut him in two with a vertical cut. Chelsea, I won't bother you anymore, she said seriously. Bullied, thanks for saving me, said gratefully. Chelsea, I'll leave that gorilla with you, she said, looking at 8-Man, who was fighting with Tatsumi and Issei, who was still in SSJ. Tatsumi, using corpses as puppets, I won't forgive it, exclaimed annoyed. Issei, me neither, he said while getting into a fighting stance, where he launched himself at 8-Man, and hit him with a blow that destroyed his skull, where due to the speed, Issei rolled a little and quickly stood up. Wave. He was buried with some wounds in an earth wall. Wave, I have to hurry, Bulls and Kirum might be in danger, he said as he left the wall and shot off towards the fight. Mine. She was shooting at Toya until she managed to hit him in the stomach. Mine, I am a prodigy after all, she said smiling, but then, a tongue caught mine. Kirum, it's my new acquisition, Kaiser Frog, she said while a large frog had mine trapped. By the way, Saria told me that Koro almost ate your friend, she said smiling. Mine, I don't plan on dying in this place, she exclaimed, trying to get out of the grip. Issei, I agree, he exclaimed while cutting off his tongue with a key sword. And saving mine, are you okay, mine? He asked with doubt. Mine, yes, thanks for saving me, she said gratefully. Issei, you're welcome now, he said as a golden aura surrounded him, expelling more power, while Tatsumi appeared in front of Kirum. While that was happening, Susanoo said a few words, while a yellow aura surrounded him. Nagenda, Susanoo's ace, said seriously. At that, Susanoo began to change. Her hair changed and a kind of ring appeared on her back and she transformed. The skeleton fired and Susanoo used a kind of shield, then with the sword he gave it a vertical cut, splitting it in half. Meanwhile, Tatsumi and Issei fought with Nadala and Issei increasing their power, and then, he gave some increases to Tatsumi. Issei, boost X5, transfer, he said so that the increases of his dragonic arm are transferred to Tatsumi. Tatsumi, thanks, Issei, he said so Issei would just give a thumbs up. So, they fought with Nadala again, until Nagenda and Sue arrived. Issei, okay, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going with Akame and Leon, he said as he flew off to where the two mentioned were. Kirum, well then I'll kill them, she said seriously. With Akame and Leon. Issei, I'm here, he said, landing where the two women were. Akame, Issei, said with a smile. Leon, just in time, smiling. So, the three of them launched themselves at Bulls, and where Issei went straight, while Akame distracted Wall. Bulls shot, but Issei absorbed him into a small sphere and ate it, and Leon broke his taiga. Leon, and what will you do now? Your taiga is useless, she said with a mocking smile, but what Bulls said surprised her. Bulls, in that case, I'll destroy her, he said while throwing his taiga into the sky, with great force. Leon, don't do it, exclaimed in shock at that, like Akame. But in that, Issei protected Akame with a force field like Leon, while he didn't, and the taiga created a huge explosion. Bulls blew up his taiga. Tatsumi, what is that explosion? I asked doubtfully, seeing the explosion, where the fire cleared and everything was burned. Tatsumi, Kirum isn't here, he said seriously, with a smile. Kirum, if they could beat Bulls, I can't do it alone, she said seriously, while running. Night Ride. Akame and Leon were on a shield, while Issei was in his place while having burns, 3rd and 2nd degree. Issei, Akame, Leon, are you okay? He asked while instantly healing himself, while deactivating the energy shields. Akame, yes, thank you, she said gratefully. Leon, I'm fine. Smiling. Issei, stay here, I must have done something, he said, flying off in a specific direction, while Bulls was able to escape. Bulls, I hope Kirum is okay. Running away. At that, Bulls remembered the conversation with Esdeath and their practice, that Bulls doesn't want to eat with others and that she took off his mask. Bulls, I wish I could sit down and eat with them again, said sadly. Suddenly, he heard some crying and saw a little girl crying. Bulls, oh no, what are you doing here, girl? This place is very dangerous, he said, approaching her. At that, the girl saw her. Girl, ah, ghost, exclaimed in fear. Bulls, no, I'm not a ghost, said looking at her. At that moment, Bulls saw that the girl was still injured. He tried to bandage her, but she moved a lot until he was finally able to bandage her. Bulls, okay, it'll stop hurting in a while, he said kindly. At that, the girl approached her and stuck a needle in her, where the girl vanished into smoke, revealing herself to Chelsea, who told her what Bowles did to her home. Bowles, I knew my punishment would come, but they're waiting for me, he said weakly. Bowles tried to leave, but fell. Lubbock, you killed him before he could escape, he said, leaving where he was and approaching Chelsea. Chelsea, hello Lubbock, calmly greets, which the aforementioned greets back. Lubbock, let's go, we have to get back to the others, he said seriously. But Chelsea said she was going to kill Kirum. Lubbock tried to stop her, but in the end Chelsea convinced Lubbock and he left. Chelsea, she's right, I think I've become naive, come on, concentrate, she said to herself, where with her tigers she took the appearance of Bowles. Chelsea, Kirum, you're next, said seriously. So she left but didn't notice that someone was watching her. Issei, he's already gone, I have to do it quickly, he said, coming out of the shadows. Quickly he approached Bowles and began to heal him, using both his reverse ritual and his power from heaven. Bowles, what happened? He said, sitting on the floor. Issei, I saved you, he said simply, making Bowles look at him, surprised by what he did. Bowles, but why did you do it? I asked, surprised. Issei, easy, you have to take care of a woman and a girl, he said calmly. Bowles, how do you? I didn't finish because Issei spoke. Issei, I was listening, said calmly. Bowles, I see, said understanding. Issei, listen, you won't die now, but I advise you to stay away from the Jargers and focus on your family. Seriously. Bowles, I will, said determinedly. Issei, now go, he said seriously. Bowles, thank you very much for giving me another chance. This he said so Issei understands. Issei Blade, Isani, Asteroid Olympus destroy Apocalypse Chaos. But if you tell anyone who I am, I'll kill you myself, said seriously. Bowles, don't worry, I won't say anything. I'm leaving now, love, my girl, I'm coming with you now, he exclaimed, running off to his family. Issei, done, I've already avoided this guy's death, now it's time to avoid Chelsea's. Let's go quickly, he said, transforming into SSJ-1 and flying off at top speed towards the place. With Kirum, she sat down to eat her cookies, while remembering how she and other children were taken to a test, the wolves that almost attacked her where she met Issei, until the happy moments she spent with Issei and Akame, until where she was separated from them. Akame and Kirum, she exclaimed as she was forcibly pulled away from her sister. Kirum and Akame, exclaimed in fear. Kirum was then used for experimentation. Present. Kirum, I'm tired, sighed. In a cabin, mine was being bandaged by Susanoo and Shiel. Mine, hurry up, I want to change my clothes, she said annoyed. Shiel, wait until we're done, she said seriously. Akame, where is Issei? I asked doubtfully. Leon, she went to do something, she said calmly. Akame, I hope he's okay, she said, a little worried for her friend. Then, Leon mentioned that she could get her arm back with Lubbock's help, but then she said that her regeneration was excellent, but then Nagenda said that Susanoo's was much better, and I tried to make everyone think that she doesn't require regeneration. Susanoo, now we'll put some ointment on it. It'll sting a little, he said while putting it on. Mine, screams in pain. Tatsumi, it's sad to be the fool when you're trying to show off, I understand, he said in a mocking tone. Mine, what's wrong with me? She said annoyed. At that moment, Lubbock arrived and said that Chelsea was about to kill Kirum. While Kirum was eating cookies, Bowles, Chelsea arrived. Bowles, see, I knew it was you, Kirum, said looking at her. Kirum, Bowles, you're alive, she said happily. Chelsea then started talking to Kirum, but the aforementioned fell to the ground for not eating the necessary amount. Chelsea put her hand on her back and stuck a needle in her neck. Chelsea, okay, now you won't hurt anyone else, she said seriously. She then had a memory of how she had her Taigu, the decision she made, then she grabbed Yatsufusa and was leaving, but a dark voice stopped her. Kirum, or Dark, hey, said stopping Chelsea. Chelsea, how are you still alive? She asked, surprised seeing her alive, but she saw Kirum's dark gaze, which scared her a little. Kirum, oh, your little trick won't work on me, she said with a grim smile. Chelsea, but I hit you in a vital spot, she said scared. At that, Kirum says about the new drug they used on her. At that, Chelsea uses a smoke bomb and runs, where she tries to transform, but a bullet is about to hit her butt. Issei, excuse me, he exclaimed, flying at maximum speed, where he grabbed Chelsea by the clothes and they left. Chelsea, what the heck? I asked surprised, seeing that she was flying in the sky, but she heard Issei's voice. Issei, thank me later, he said while returning to his base state. Chelsea, Issei, you saved me, said in amazement. Issei, we'll talk when we get to the base, he said calmly. So they went to the base where everyone welcomed them, and Chelsea thanked Issei for saving her, who just nodded and went to rest. Cap 20. Tatsumi was remembering the near deaths of his friends. Tatsumi, if only I had been stronger, I could have prevented them from almost dying in the first place, he said, clenching his fists. Mine, Tatsumi, are you going to sleep all day? Let's go, she said seriously. Tatsumi, yes, I'm going, he said, going to them. Shiel, we're going to enter Korok's base, she said seriously. Issei, yes, so that the revolutionary army can advance, he said seriously, but smiled sadistically without anyone seeing it, since that meant that there was very little left to begin his attack on the capital, and only on this one since the rest of the world did not matter to him, just the capital and that's it. Esdeath, Mr. Boric, it has been ordered that we, the Jargers, will be your protectors, she said seriously, looking at the aforementioned. Boric, excellent, with you as the strongest woman in the Empire, I have nothing to fear, he said while being surrounded by his women. Esdeath, Night Ride has infiltrated the city. We'll stay until we catch them, she said seriously. Boric, of course, here at my home you'll have a lot of fun, he said smiling. Esdeath, I have no interest, but I can meet the spies watching us, she said with doubt since she noticed that. Boric, of course, he said, then snapped his fingers and the spies appeared. Wave, who are they? I asked doubtfully. Boric, they're on loan to keep order, the 4 demons. Smiling. Esdeath, I see. No wonder they weren't in the capital, she said seriously. Boric, with you here, they can go on the offensive, as they like, he said calmly. Seryu, wait, but it's dangerous to face them without a taigu, she said seriously. But the purple-haired man stood behind her. 1, don't worry, little one, we've already taken care of it with our bare hands, said the purple-haired boy smiling. 2, we don't care about the power of the Tigus, said the black-haired girl calmly. 3, its users are still human, said calmly. 4, so we have over 1,000 ways to kill them, said the calm blonde brunette. Boric, these 4 are the ministers for executioners, he said calmly. So rest and we'll take care of it, he said calmly. But then Esdeath put an ice sword on his neck. Esdeath, they have a lot of confidence in their abilities, but you shouldn't get too confident, she said seriously, but thought about something. Why did the ministers send us here? Thought seriously. While Wave, he saw Kirum breathe quickly and remembered how he found her. Flashback. Wave, Kirum, damn it, if I had arrived earlier this wouldn't have happened, said cursing himself. Run, calm down, Esdeath knows you were attacked, she said cheering him up a little. Now they are in a room with Kirum lying next to Wave and Run. Esdeath, how is Kirum? I asked as she entered the room. Run, he's still sleeping, but the doctor said he'll recover, he said looking at her. Esdeath, I understand, but we still don't know who attacked her, she said seriously. Wave, he had some fist-shaped marks on him, while he felt a bit of a dragon's aura in that area, he said seriously. Esdeath, so, it seems that the dragon hit him hard with that black flash, she said seriously, while the 3 left the room, wherein that, Kirum stood up. Kirum, time to get up, sleeping did me good, she said getting out of bed, and going with the others present. Run, Wave, what's going on? I asked, looking at Wave. Wave, nothing, said calmly, while Kirum was in her room on the floor breathing heavily, while Wave was outside. Wave, hey, are you okay? You should pass this mission, he said a little worried. Kirum, no, I'm fine, she said, recovering a little. Wave, it's not true, he said seriously. At that, she opened the door and clung to Wave, saying that in her old team if you don't fight they silence you, where Wave said that Esdeath wouldn't do that, but Kirum said that fighting is all she had left. Wave, Kirum said looking at her. Kirum, I'm better now, just let me rest, she asked, so Wave would nod. Elsewhere. Bullied, it seems there are no signs with our faces here, it must be because we're far from the Empire, he said, seeing that no one recognized them. Tatsumi, you're right, brother, he said, somewhat relieved. Mine, even so, we shouldn't be overconfident, she said seriously. Shiel, yes, she said calmly. At that moment, Mine saw that Tatsumi, Shiel, and Bullied were buying ice cream. Mine, hey, don't leave me talking alone, she said, going with them. As they walked, Tatsumi saw that the people here were happier than in the capital, where Mine explained what was happening with the income. Mine, and for that we must recognize the terrain, she said seriously. Tatsumi, yes, let's check the perimeter, he said seriously. Con Lubbock. He was with Chelsea disguised as a civilian. Lubbock, it's a good thing there are a lot of people, so they don't recognize us, he said, seeing the number of people. Chelsea, speak for yourself, said calmly. Lubbock, well, let's gather information, and agenda will be mine, said determinedly. Chelsea, good luck with that, she said mockingly. At that, Lubbock imagined agenda naked telling him good job, and he put on a perverted smile. Behind them, hey Sten, that one seems to be gathering information, he said, looking at Lubbock, without noticing Chelsea. Sten, yes, judging by his appearance, he seems to have been in battle, said seriously. It's from Night Ride, let's kill him, he said, launching himself at Lubbock. Sten, don't do it, Mix, he said, but it was too late, where without any other option he went with him. At night in the cemetery, Akame, if there's an entrance you have to use it. Seriously, Issei, yes. Seriously, the men said it would take them a while to find her, but they died in the process. Akame turned around and Issei put on his balance breaker from his darkness gear. You can't hide from my Akame, and I wanted to meet the dragon, said the purple-haired man. Akame, Ibera, said seriously, to the one known as Ibera. Ibera, you remind me, we never talk in the squadron, she said smiling. Akame, I knew we'd face each other at some point, said seriously. Ibera, assassins like you must be annihilated by someone like me, she said smiling. Issei, well come on, Hitch, I'll wait for you here, divides X2, he said pointing his dragon bringer towards Ibera, who felt weaker. At that, Akame stood behind him and gave him a small cut, but some needles came out of Ibera that almost hit Akame. With Lubbock and Chelsea, they were running from Sten who was following them. Sten, fight, he exclaimed, increasing his speed. At that, Sten caught Lubbock and Chelsea and slammed them to the ground. Lubbock, come on, what are you waiting for, go away, thought while pretending to be dead. Sten was leaving, but Mez came saying that there is another spy. Lubbock and Chelsea opened their eyes slightly, and saw Sten about to kill the other spy, where Lubbock threw a knife but Sten caught it. Sten, since they're alive they had no pulse, he said, watching as both assassins got up from the ground. Mez, they were pretending, said seriously. Lubbock, Chelsea, you go and tell the others, he said seriously. Chelsea, fine, she said, running off to warn the others. As Lubbock took out his laces and got ready, I am, Issei, divide X5, said, dividing Ibera's power, making his attack slower, where then I say the following, boost X5, transfer, said, giving more power to Akame, where she put herself on Ibera's neck, and broke it. Ibera, it wasn't bad, I like your taigu, I'll keep it, she said smiling. At that, Ibera launched herself, but Akame was faster because of the boost Issei gave her, where Akame cut his arms and stomach, separating him. Akame, this is Murasame for you, she said seriously. Issei, well done, he said smiling calmly. Ibera, you're very dangerous, Akame, she said before dying. But Akame and Issei moved away, avoiding some feathers that stuck like knives. It seems my attack failed, said a serious voice, where Akame and Issei looked at the sky. Akame, you're a Jarger, said seriously. Run, yes, I'm just doing a reconnaissance, said seriously. Where then, he left and Issei and Akame left. Con Lubbock, he was surrounded by cordons and they were waiting for them. Sten, let me free your soul, he said, rushing to hit him. At that, Lubbock created a shield with his laces, and Sten hit the laces a series of times. Sten, not bad then, that's your taigu, said seriously. Month, that means you're a Knight Rider, and for that I'll break your skull, he said smiling. At that, Lubbock intertwined his laces and created an axe, and she launched herself at Sten, but he caught her. Sten, how weak, said seriously. Lubbock, of course that's what I wanted, but look behind you, he said, pointing behind the two. They turned around but there was nothing, and then they saw Lubbock gone. Lubbock, bye, morons! Running away, they stood still, but then Sten launched himself at Lubbock. Sten, come back here, I'll free your soul, he said seriously. At that, Lubbock said the material of his taigu and Sten got caught in the string, and Lubbock threw a spear at him, and when he stuck the cords in him, they destroyed his heart. Mez, you killed Sten. The minister won't be happy, she said seriously. Lubbock, never mind, I'm sorry, beautiful, but you'll die now, he said seriously, but Mez threw some kind of slime at the shoelaces. Lubbock, what's this? The liquid's immobilizing my shoelaces. Seriously, Mez, it's my sweat, but now your shoelaces are useless, he said, smiling mockingly. So, she launched herself, and it looked like a trail because of how fast she moved, where she hit Lubbock hard and sent him flying, where he threw some knives at her that she avoided, but the knives hit her from behind. Lubbock, heh, I tied them with my shoelaces, I just had to distract you, he said, smiling. So, Lubbock killed her and left. Lubbock, what bad luck, just when a girl liked him. He sighed before leaving. Thank you, Tatsumi, we traveled a lot, said tiredly. Shiel, the city is huge, she said calmly. Mine, yes, it would have been better if I could go shopping, said with a smile. At that, Tatsumi remembered when he spent the whole day shopping with Mine. Tatsumi, but you couldn't buy anything without a man, he exclaimed angrily to Mine, where they started throwing insults at each other. While they were fighting, Shiel and Bullied laughed at each other's faces until someone arrived. Please stop fighting, said a blonde kindly, making the four look at him. Tatsumi, who are you? I asked doubtfully. Sorry to interrupt. Apologizes politely. Mine, who are you? Seriously asked. Shiel, are you the founder of the dinner? I asked, looking at the blonde. Yes, and I can see that you two are connected by the red thread of destiny, he said, looking at Tatsumi and Mine, who started fighting again. John Boric. He was with a naked woman, until a guard arrived. Guard, Mr. Boric, said seriously. Boric, what's going on? You're interrupting an important ceremony, he said, looking serious, but what the guard said surprised Boric. Guard, the Rakshasa, he said seriously, surprising Boric. Esdeath. Seryu, I knew they couldn't beat them. Only we Jargers can, she said seriously, since Run told what happened. Esdeath, Najenda, you've fooled me so far, but this place will be a graveyard for you and your team, seriously thought. Tatsumi was remembering the near deaths of his friends. Tatsumi, if only I had been stronger, I could have prevented them from almost dying in the first place, he said, clenching his fists. Mine, Tatsumi, are you going to sleep all day? Let's go, she said seriously. Tatsumi, yes, I'm going, he said, going to them. Shiel, we're going to enter Korak's base, she said seriously. Issei, yes, so that the revolutionary army can advance, he said seriously, but smiled sadistically without anyone seeing it, since that meant that there was very little left to begin his attack on the capital, and only on this one, since the rest of the world did not matter to him, just the capital, and that's it. Esdeath. Mr. Boric, it has been ordered that we, the Jargers, will be your protectors, she said seriously, looking at the aforementioned. Boric, excellent, with you as the strongest woman in the empire, I have nothing to fear, he said while being surrounded by his women. Esdeath, Night Ride has infiltrated the city, we'll stay until we catch them, she said seriously. Boric, of course, here at my home you'll have a lot of fun, he said smiling. Esdeath, I have no interest, but I can meet the spies watching us, she said with doubt, since she noticed that. Boric, of course, he said, then snapped his fingers and the spies appeared. Wave, who are they? I asked doubtfully. Boric, they're on loan to keep order, the four demons. Smiling. Esdeath, I see, no wonder they weren't in the capital, she said seriously. Boric, with you here, they can go on the offensive, as they like, he said calmly. Seryu, wait, but it's dangerous to face them without a taigu, she said seriously, but the purple-haired man stood behind her. 1, don't worry, little one, we've already taken care of it with our bare hands, said the purple-haired boy smiling. 2, we don't care about the power of the Tigus, said the black-haired girl calmly. 3, its users are still human, said calmly. 4, so we have over 1,000 ways to kill them, said the calm blonde brunette. Boric, these 4 are the ministers for executioners, he said calmly, so rest and we'll take care of it, he said calmly, but then Esdeath put an ice sword on his neck. Esdeath, they have a lot of confidence in their abilities, but you shouldn't get too confident, she said seriously, but thought about something. Why did the ministers send us here? Thought seriously. While Wave, he saw Kirum breathe quickly and remembered how he found her. Flashback. Wave, Kirum, damn it, if I had arrived earlier this wouldn't have happened, said cursing himself. Run, calm down, Esdeath knows you were attacked, she said, cheering him up a little. Now they are in a room with Kirum lying next to Wave and Run. Esdeath, how is Kirum? I asked as she entered the room. Run, he's still sleeping, but the doctor said he'll recover. He said, looking at her. Esdeath, I understand, but we still don't know who attacked her. She said seriously. Wave, he had some fist-shaped marks on him, while he felt a bit of a dragon's aura in that area. He said seriously. Esdeath, so, it seems that the dragon hit him hard with that black flash. She said seriously, while the three left the room, wherein that Kirum stood up. Kirum, time to get up, sleeping did me good. She said, getting out of bed, and going with the others present. Run, Wave, what's going on? I asked, looking at Wave. Wave, nothing, said calmly, while Kirum was in her room on the floor breathing heavily, while Wave was outside. Wave, hey, are you okay? You should pass this mission, he said, a little worried. Kirum, no, I'm fine, she said, recovering a little. Wave, it's not true, he said seriously. At that, she opened the door and clung to Wave, saying that in her old team if you don't fight they silence you, where Wave said that Esdeath wouldn't do that, but Kirum said that fighting is all she had left. Wave, Kirum said, looking at her. Kirum, I'm better now, just let me rest, she asked, so Wave would nod. Elsewhere. Bullied, it seems there are no signs with our faces here, it must be because we're far from the Empire, he said, seeing that no one recognized them. Tatsumi, you're right, brother, he said, somewhat relieved. Mine, even so, we shouldn't be overconfident, she said seriously. Shield, yes, she said calmly. At that moment, Mine saw that Tatsumi, Shield, and Bullied were buying ice cream. Mine, hey, don't leave me talking alone, she said, going with them. As they walked, Tatsumi saw that the people here were happier than in the capital, where Mine explained what was happening with the income. Mine, and for that we must recognize the terrain, she said seriously. Tatsumi, yes, let's check the perimeter, he said seriously. Khan Lubbock, he was with Chelsea disguised as a civilian. Lubbock, it's a good thing there are a lot of people, so they don't recognize us, he said, seeing the number of people. Chelsea, speak for yourself, said calmly. Lubbock, well, let's gather information, and agenda will be mine, said determinedly. Chelsea, good luck with that, she said mockingly. At that, Lubbock imagined agenda naked telling him good job, and he put on a perverted smile. Behind them. Hey Sten, that one seems to be gathering information, he said, looking at Lubbock, without noticing Chelsea. Sten, yes, judging by his appearance, he seems to have been in battle, said seriously. It's from Night Ride, let's kill him, he said, launching himself at Lubbock. Sten, don't do it, Mix, he said, but it was too late, where without any other option he went with him. At night in the cemetery. Akame, if there's an entrance you have to use it. Seriously. Issei, yes. Seriously. The men said it would take them a while to find her, but they died in the process. Akame turned around and Issei put on his balance breaker from his darkness gear. You can't hide from my Akame, and I wanted to meet the dragon, said the purple-haired man. Akame, Ibera, said seriously, to the one known as Ibera. Ibera, you remind me, we never talk in the squadron, she said smiling. Akame, I knew we'd face each other at some point, said seriously. Ibera, assassins like you must be annihilated by someone like me, she said smiling. Issei, well come on, Hitch, I'll wait for you here. Divides X2, he said, pointing his dragon bringer towards Ibera, who felt weaker. At that, Akame stood behind him and gave him a small cut, but some needles came out of Ibera that almost hit Akame. With Lubbock and Chelsea, they were running from Sten, who was following them. Sten, fight, he exclaimed, increasing his speed. At that, Sten caught Lubbock and Chelsea and slammed them to the ground. Lubbock, come on, what are you waiting for? Go away, thought while pretending to be dead. Sten was leaving, but Mez came saying that there is another spy. Lubbock and Chelsea opened their eyes slightly, and saw Sten about to kill the other spy, where Lubbock threw a knife but Sten caught it. Sten, since they're alive they had no pulse, he said, watching as both assassins got up from the ground. Mez, they were pretending, said seriously. Lubbock, Chelsea, you go and tell the others, he said seriously. Chelsea, fine, she said, running off to warn the others. As Lubbock took out his laces and got ready. I am, Issei, divide X5, said, dividing Ibera's power, making his attack slower, where then I say the following, boost X5, transfer, said, giving more power to Akame, where she put herself on Ibera's neck, and broke it. Ibera, it wasn't bad, I like your Taigu, I'll keep it, she said smiling. At that, Ibra launched herself, but Akame was faster because of the boost Issei gave her, where Akame cut his arms and stomach, separating him. Akame, this is Murasame for you, she said seriously. Issei, well done, he said smiling calmly. Ibra, you're very dangerous, Akame, she said before dying. But Akame and Issei moved away, avoiding some feathers that stuck like knives. It seems my attack failed, said a serious voice, where Akame and Issei looked at the sky. Akame, you're a Jarger, said seriously. Run, yes, I'm just doing a reconnaissance, said seriously. Where then? He left and Issei and Akame left. Khan Lubbock. He was surrounded by cordons and they were waiting for them. Sten, let me free your soul, he said, rushing to hit him. At that, Lubbock created a shield with his laces, and Sten hit the laces a series of times. Sten, not bad then, that's your taiga, said seriously. Month, that means you're a knight rider, and for that I'll break your skull, he said smiling. At that, Lubbock intertwined his laces and created an axe, and she launched herself at Sten, but he caught her. Sten, how weak, said seriously. Lubbock, of course that's what I wanted, but look behind you, he said pointing behind the two. They turned around but there was nothing, and then they saw Lubbock gone. Lubbock, bye morons. Running away, they stood still, but then Sten launched himself at Lubbock. Sten, come back here, I'll free your soul, he said seriously. At that, Lubbock said the material of his taigu and Sten got caught in the string, and Lubbock threw a spear at him, and when he stuck the cords in him, they destroyed his heart. Mez, you killed Sten. The minister won't be happy, she said seriously. Lubbock, never mind, I'm sorry, beautiful, but you'll die now, he said seriously. But Mez threw some kind of slime at the shoelaces. Lubbock, what's this? The liquid's immobilizing my shoelaces. Seriously, Mez, it's my sweat, but now your shoelaces are useless, he said smiling mockingly. So, she launched herself and it looked like a trail because of how fast she moved, where she hit Lubbock hard and sent him flying, where he threw some knives at her that she avoided, but the knives hit her from behind. Lubbock, heh, I tied them with my shoelaces, I just had to distract you, he said smiling. So, Lubbock killed her and left. Lubbock, what bad luck, just when a girl liked him, he sighed before leaving. Thank you, Tatsumi, we traveled a lot, said tiredly. Shiel, the city is huge, she said calmly. Mine, yes, it would have been better if I could go shopping, said with a smile. At that, Tatsumi remembered when he spent the whole day shopping with Mine. Tatsumi, but you couldn't buy anything without a man, he exclaimed angrily to Mine, where they started throwing insults at each other. While they were fighting, Shiel and Bullied laughed at each other's faces until someone arrived. Please stop fighting, said a blonde kindly, making the four look at him. Tatsumi, who are you? I asked doubtfully. Sorry to interrupt. Apologizes politely. Mine, who are you? Seriously asked. Shiel, are you the founder of the dinner? I asked, looking at the blonde. Yes, and I can see that you two are connected by the red thread of destiny, he said, looking at Tatsumi and Mine, who started fighting again. John Boric. He was with a naked woman, until a guard arrived. Guard, Mr. Boric, said seriously. Boric, what's going on? You're interrupting an important ceremony, he said, looking serious, but what the guard said surprised Boric. Guard, the Rakshasa, he said seriously, surprising Boric. Esdeath. Seryu, I knew they couldn't beat them. Only we Jargers can, she said seriously, since Run told what happened. Esdeath, Najenda, you've fooled me so far, but this place will be a graveyard for you and your team, seriously thought. Cap 21. Seryu could be seen playing with some children. Seryu, they're so cute. Smiling. It seems that she also has her kind side, said the black-haired girl of the four demons. Wave, yes, the general told her to relax a little. Turns to look at her. By the way, you've been following us, so are you one of us? I asked doubtfully. You could say I'm an apprentice. I was also sent to follow the general's orders, she said calmly. In that, Wave saw that he had an aura almost identical to Stylish's. While that was happening, Seryu said goodbye to the children. Seryu, guiding them when they are children is the best. I must protect this justice, she said determinedly. With Night Ride, they were sitting at a table talking about what they will do. Shiel, Bullied and Chelsea are also sitting, and Issei is in the corner in front of Najenda. Najenda, we'll mingle with the festival crowd and take out Boric. That's the signal the revolutionary army is waiting for. We can't fail, she said seriously, so everyone nodded seriously. At that moment, Susanoo arrived. Susanoo, it's time to eat. I tried hard, I hope you enjoy it, he said with a wheelbarrow, with everyone's plates. Everyone, yes, exclaimed happily. Susanoo, ramen for Nagenda, he said, giving him his ramen. Nagenda, thank you, she said, smiling. Susanoo, a strawberry special for mine, he said, giving him the special. Mine, delicious, said happily. Susanoo, shrimp for Lubbock, said, giving him the shrimp. Lubbock, that's great, said happily. Susanoo, a stew for Leon, along with iced alcohol, he said, giving her both the stew and the alcohol. Leon, that's great, said happily. Susanoo, meat for Akame, he said, giving her a large plate completely filled with meat. Akame, how delicious, said happily. Susanoo, Tatsumi said anything, he said, giving her a simple but delicious dish. Tatsumi, it works for me, said Chibi. Susanoo, for Issei, lamb bathed in sauce and a bottle of iced liquor, he said, giving him both the lamb and the liquor. Issei, great, thanks Su, said gratefully. Susanoo, for shield dangos, he said, giving the dangos to Shield. Shield, my favorite, smiling. Susanoo, for Bullet sushi, he said, giving the sushi to Bullet. Bullet, thank you, he said with a smile. Susanoo, and some donuts for Chelsea, he said, giving Chelsea a plate of donuts. Chelsea, thank you, she said gratefully and happily. Nagenda, I told Susanoo to do something they like, she said calmly. So, everyone except Issei began to eat quickly, except Issei, who did it with manners and elegance, which made him noticeable. Issei, what? Being royalty in my faction, they taught me manners. What did they expect? He asked doubtfully, so everyone would agree with him. Mine, I love it. Do you want to try Tatsumi? I asked, looking at the aforementioned. But Leon had Tatsumi, and told him to serve her more, and then she petted him by bothering mine and Chelsea. At that, Akame and Issei put down their larger plates at the same time, although Issei did so more calmly. Lubbock, are you done? Exclaimed in surprise. Akame, you cook amazingly, Su, she said, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. Issei, yes, we couldn't live without you, he said while sipping his liquor. Susanoo, I'm glad, but Tatsumi left a grain of rice and that bothers me, he said, so Tatsumi could see that and eat it quickly. Leon, if you didn't mind those details, it would be perfect, said, so everyone would agree with him. At night, if Night Ride is planning to attack, this is the perfect place, right Seiryu? I asked, looking at the aforementioned. Seiryu, Suzuka, don't be too confident, she said seriously. Suzuka, yes, that's okay, sighed. But in the distance, he saw two people and saw that they had combat experience, where the soldiers went for them but they hid. Tatsumi, damn, they've already started looking for us, he said, hiding next to mine. At that, Issei came out of the shadows. Issei, let's keep moving forward, he said seriously. Mine, yes, said seriously. So, the three arrived at a kind of temple. Mine, luckily they didn't follow us here, she said seriously. Issei, but we shouldn't be overconfident, he said calmly. Mine, yes, but we're already far from the city. By the way, Tatsumi, is my makeup already gone? I asked doubtfully. At that, she got very close to Tatsumi and he blushed, and Issei was laughing a little at her face. Tatsumi, yes, he's already out, he said, looking away. Mine, you took the red thread of destiny thing seriously, she said, a little blushing upon realizing that, but Issei spoke. Issei, and don't forget Leon and Chelsea's red thread, he said calmly. Tatsumi/mine, shut up, they exclaimed annoyed. Issei, I'm just telling the truth, he said, smiling calmly. At that, they started fighting again, but far from them, Seiryu were looking at them. Seiryu, that's from Night Ride, and who's the other one? But above all, Tatsumi is with them. Evil has contaminated him, she said seriously. At that, Seiryu turned his arm into a radar, and saw that there was no one else in the area. Seiryu, Night Ride, see you again, he said, smiling grimly. So, she took out some boxes full of missiles and also a rifle. Seiryu, even though Tatsumi is the general's lover, he must die just like that villain, and also that black-haired boy with reddish tips, he said with a grim smile. At that, Issei felt her aura, and when he turned around he saw Seiryu. She shot at them where Issei took Tatsumi, and mine where they used Issei's shadow to avoid the impact. Seiryu, they're still alive, she said seriously. At that, the three of them left Issei's shadow and started running, while Tatsumi carried mine. Tatsumi, where did that come from? he asked seriously, while running. Issei, from behind us. Said seriously, mine, I think this was a trap. Sees more missiles approaching guys, more are coming. She said seriously, Issei, divides X5. Said pointing his dragonbringer towards the missiles, while running. Of course, it took away the missiles' power, preventing them from hitting them and exploding without damaging them. Tatsumi, we got out of their reach. He said, leaving mine on the ground, but Issei felt someone nearby. Issei, watch out behind you! Exclaimed alertly. At that, Suzuka was going to attack, but Tatsumi jumped in and they clashed fists. Tatsumi, mine Issei, I'll take care of her. You guys get out of here. He said seriously. Issei, okay, let's go, mine. Said to the aforementioned, mine, he takes care of her, we take care of Seiryu. She said seriously, so Issei would nod. At that, Seiryu put a giant rocket and fired it towards them. Issei, compression divider. He said, pointing his dragonbringer towards the giant rocket, which disappeared, surprising Seiryu. Seiryu, what? My attack disappeared! Exclaimed in surprise, but he pulled himself together and dashed towards them and stood in front of them. Seiryu, I came to judge them, besides I know who she is but I don't know who you are. She said, looking at Issei. Issei, did you really forget me? How cruel! He said mockingly, and he was the embodiment of cruelty. Seiryu, I've never seen you. Said seriously. Issei, maybe this will refresh your memory. He points his finger at her. Dismantle. Saying that, a small cut appears on Seiryu's cheek, while behind her the mountain behind her was cut into thousands of pieces, where she recognized that. Seiryu, you! Exclaimed angrily. Issei, you already remembered me. He said, smiling in an amused way, while lowering his hand. Seiryu, I'll make you pay for what you did to Koro. She said angrily. Issei, please, that dog needed a change, and those scars suit him well. He said mockingly, making Seiryu even angrier. Mine, and your laugh is like one of those villains, you're rotten. Ready, Issei? I asked, putting myself on guard. Issei, more than ever, I must beat him up for what happened with Sheila. Gave a war cry, to change to his Scion appearance, and in the process moving on to the next level of Super Scion Phase 2. Issei, go ahead. He said, getting into a fighting stance, before a surprised and terrified Seiryu by the power that emanated from him, but her fury had her blinded, and she also put herself on guard. Seiryu, go ahead, Koro, take revenge for what that bastard did to you. She said angrily to her partner. At that, Koro launched himself at them, where mine started shooting at him, and Issei fired key blasts at him as if he were a machine gun. Imagine that instead of Bullied is in SSJ2. Koro tried to protect himself, but they hurt him a lot. Seiryu, Koro hid an ability. She said furiously. At that, Koro let out a roar, but Issei grabs mine and they jump, moving away from the area of effect. Mine, her armament is strong, she said while Issei dropped her on the floor. At that, Seiryu pulled a pistol out of his mouth and fired. Issei divides X3, said while his dragonbringer was shown on his right arm. Thus, the bullets could not reach where Seiryu launched himself at mine, but Issei attacked. Issei, dragon shot, he said, firing said attack, where the attack hit him full on, causing great damage. With Tatsumi, he was chasing Suzuka, where he launched himself at her, but Suzuka threw some needles at him, where Tatsumi dodged them and threw a punch at her, but she took his spear and slammed him into the ground. Suzuka, I thought it was you who killed my companions, but it seems not. You have no combat experience, she said seriously. With Issei and mine, Koro stood behind Seiryu. Seiryu, we'll attack them from both sides, she said seriously, so Koro would nod. Elsewhere, Susanoo was fighting with Nadala until he sent him crashing into a wall. Kirum, Nadala, I don't have time to play with you, where is Akame? I asked the night ride people, who were there. At that, Leon launched herself at Kirum, but the roof broke and it was wave, while Esdeath was with Boric. Esdeath, you should have listened, Boric, she said seriously. Boric, please protect me. It was an order from the Prime Minister, he said, scared. With Tatsumi, Suzuka, then I'll kill you now, she said seriously. Tatsumi, you won't, he said seriously. At that, Tatsumi began to break the pillars and said that he would inform Suzuka. She tried to escape, but a rock fell on top of her, killing her. With Issei and mine, Seiryu launched himself at Issei and Koro at mine, where mine shot and ate Koro, while Seiryu no longer had ammunition, only 2 pistols, but Issei attacked. Issei, Omega Blaster, he said, generating a green sphere in his hand, where he then threw it with great force, hitting Seiryu directly. The attack stopped her, leaving her half dead, and mine cut her down with his attack. Seiryu, I cut myself in half, said, dying. In that, Seiryu was going to destroy himself, but Issei intervened. Issei, you'll explode over my corpse. Hitch! He exclaimed, appearing in the sky and generating a ball of ki from his hands, which became a giant attack, where he threw it at Seiryu, who couldn't even activate his bomb. The attack destroyed the bomb, and disintegrated it along with Koro, where Issei descended to the ground and returned to his base state, and returned to his original appearance, where he and Mine left, and Tatsumi arrived. Mine, thanks Issei, she said gratefully to the aforementioned. Issei, it's nothing, he said calmly. With Boric, she'll cut a lair in half, and Lubbock caught Boric's neck with his laces, killing him, where they quickly went away. Cap 22. Honest was in a meeting with some men and the great General Budo, where the fat man introduced a new team to maintain order. Excuse me, he said, entering the room. Honest, my son Sayura will be in charge of this team, he said seriously, where the one known as Sayura nodded. Sayura spoke to General Budo, but he ignored him. Sayura, he should learn to relax, said, watching Budo leave. Honest, try hard, Sayura. This will determine if you deserve to be my successor, he said, looking at him seriously. Sayura, I'm ready. A rat hunt before we start wouldn't hurt, he said with a wicked smile. Elsewhere, you could see Kirum, who was cleaning Yatsufusa. Wave. Kirum, are you really okay? I asked with doubt and some concern. Kirum, yes, I'm fine, she said calmly. At that moment, Run entered the room with food. Run, did you hear the minister is putting together his own special team? And our general went on an expedition, and only half of the Jargers remain, I asked and said to Wave. Wave, but even so, they should put us in the front line, said frustrated. Run means they're still arguing, he said seriously, where Wave hit the table to speak. Wave, what are you thinking? We must join forces to finish off the rebels, said annoyed. Kirum, I want more, she said, finishing eating her cookies, while she had Yatsufusa in her case. Wave, really, you have a monster inside you, said, looking at her. Run here, said, giving him more food, but upon taking it, Kirum fainted. Wave. Kirum, said, quickly approaching her. Run, Kirum, said, leaving his plate and going to help her. Wave, are you okay? He asked worriedly, seeing that she fainted, where he took her to his room. Elsewhere, Tatsumi, they're sending more troops, he said, watching more enemy troops arrive. Issei, this will soon be a battlefield, he said seriously, looking with his dragon eyes, seeing the soldiers. The right eye, the left eye. Tatsumi, we'll use confusion to get in, he said seriously, so that Issei and Lubbock, who was with them, nodded. Issei, you're decided, he said as his eyes returned to normal, to see him. Tatsumi, yes, and to minimize the number of victims, the minister must die, he said while watching people walk through the streets. Issei is behind Tatsumi. Lubbock, it's time to rejoin the resistance, he said, looking at his pocket watch. Issei, let's go, he said, so the two of them nodded. On the channel, Mine, this place is disgusting, said, since they were in the sewers of the capital. Shiel, it looks like it was extended, said, seeing that the tunnels were bigger. Leon, this is bad, there aren't even any good maps, said, looking at the maps Mine had. Leon, hey Mine, how did it go with Tatsumi? I asked, looking at her with a smile. Shiel, I want to know too, she said curiously. Leon, since the last battle, you seem closer to him, she said, still smiling. Mine, don't say stupid things, exclaimed annoyed. Shiel, but it's true, she said, smiling calmly. Leon, you're giving yourself away, but I'm telling you, maybe I'll take it away from you, she said mockingly. Mine, don't even think about it, she exclaimed annoyed, but when she realized what she said, she looked away a little blushing. Shiel haha, laughs at that. Leon, you are pathetic, but I'll keep it anyway, smiling. Mine, stop the nonsense and let's get to work, she said seriously, so they both nodded and left. Akame, agenda, it's better if you go back to your place, she said, seeing a woman, who was a spy of hers. Woman, sure, said, leaving. Agenda, we've lost contact with the western tribe. Seriously, Akame, it was expected, said seriously. Agenda, let's continue with the plan. I need them to finish them off, she said, looking at the others who didn't come, with the boys and girls. Bullied, Chelsea, Akame, Sussanu. Sure. They said seriously. I am. Lubbock. By the way, what will you do after this fight, Tatsumi? I asked the brown-haired boy with doubt. Tatsumi. I haven't thought about it yet, and you? I asked, looking at the green-haired boy. Lubbock. Continue with my bookstore. And what will you do, Issei? I asked, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips. Issei. What I will do is return to my wives and children. I want to retire from being an assassin in the Revolutionary Army and return to my studies in my homeland, as my parents wanted. He said calmly, to surprise the two when they heard that he has a family. Lubbock, are you married and have children? Exclaimed surprised like Tatsumi. Issei, yes, but I'll tell the others when this is over. He said calmly. Tatsumi, will we be able to see what your wives and children look like? I asked curiously, where Issei nodded. So, he took a photo where the two saw Issei's wives and children. Of course Lubbock got a little jealous when he saw how beautiful Issei's wives were, especially when he saw that it was basically a harem. Lubbock, I see. I envy you. You're married and have children. But I'll tell Nagenda my love and she'll be mine. He said with a smile. Tatsumi, really? I asked with a drop of anime-style sweat. That's why. Lubbock, and what about mine? I asked, looking back at the brown-haired boy. Issei, don't forget Leon and Chelsea. Said mockingly. Tatsumi, what the hell? Exclaimed nervously. Issei, don't forget that Leon already marked you, and Chelsea is always watching you. He said calmly, but smiling mockingly. Lubbock, what? Damn lucky ones, one has a harem and the other will have a harem. Said depressed. Just then, a woman arrived. Woman, excuse me, are you from Night Ride? I asked doubtfully. Lubbock, who are you? Are you from the Resistance? I asked seriously, like Issei and Tatsumi. Woman, yes. Said seriously. Then the four of them went to a place. Woman, when you arrive you must be very quiet. Said to the three. Lubbock, sure. Seriously. So the woman told us about her past as we walked quickly through the castle. Lubbock, we were chosen for your invisibility ability, your ability to camouflage yourself and make your presence, smell, and sound disappear, as well as your ability to hide in the shadows and my experience in espionage. He explained the reason to Issei and Tatsumi, who nodded. Where later they arrived at a place that looked like a small shelter. The woman knocked but no one opened. Tatsumi, what's wrong? I asked doubtfully. Woman, something's wrong. Said seriously. But then, Issei saw blood coming out from under the door. Issei, be careful. He said, making everyone see the blood. So, Issei activated his balance breaker from his darkness gear, and opened the door, but when he saw everyone was dead. Tatsumi, what happened? Seriously asked. Issei, everyone get out now! He exclaimed, warning of the danger. At that, the bodies exploded but they were fine, but they surrounded them. Sayura, Night Ride, I hope you entertain me. He said smiling, but then, Sayura recognized Tatsumi. I remember you were with Esdeath and another. He said pointing to Tatsumi, where Issei spoke. Issei, that would be me. He said disappearing his helmet, where Sayura was surprised, but then smiled. Sayura, wow, and to think I had the indomitable killer in front of me that day. Smiling. Tatsumi, why did you do it? Seriously asked. Sayura, for fun, there's nothing worse than being bored. Smiling. At that, Tatsumi launched himself at him, but a lightning bolt intervened, showing Budo in front of Tatsumi. Budo, so here's the trash. He said seriously, making Tatsumi nervous, since he was a giant. Sayura, wow, you're here, old man of thunder. He said, but well, she ignored him. Budo, my name is Budo and I am a general. They upset the empire and now they will suffer because of my Taigu, the god of lightning. He said seriously. Budo launched himself at Tatsumi with a lightning strike, but Issei hit him. Issei, hellish lightning dragon rupture fist. Said throwing a punch, made of yellow lightning. He gave Budo a strong lightning strike, knocking him back a little. Issei, what did you think of that? He asked with his helmet on. Budo, it seems you also have a lightning taigu. He said seriously, looking at Issei. Issei, it's actually something my mother taught me before she died, and I'm not even starting to warm up. He said while releasing a bit of his dragon aura, while rays between red, blue, and yellow surround him. Lubbock, Issei, Tatsumi. He said wanting to help them, but then Sayura appeared and hit him, blocking him, sending him to the other side. Issei, Tatsumi, take care of Budo. He said seriously, while going to Sayura and Lubbock. Tatsumi, okay, raid. He said, activating his armor. Sayura, I'll be your opponent. Said, looking at Lubbock. Issei, I don't think so. He said, standing next to Lubbock. Sayura, don't interrupt, but anyway, you'll be my prey. He said, taking out Shambhala. Esdeath. Esdeath, this was fun, my thing is the battlefield. She said, while behind her, there was a large wall of ice, with people inside. Esdeath, it's time to return to the capital, get ready for a night ride. She said, smiling sadistically. Kan Issei why Lubbock. Issei was flying where Sayura threw some knives at him, where Issei avoided them and Lubbock created a shield of laces, and threw his laces at him, but he disappeared. Sayura, watch your back, night ride. He said, appearing behind Lubbock, but Issei spoke. Issei, your equal, dragon shot. He said, hitting a sphere of dragonic power, firing a beam of power. The attack almost hit him, but he disappeared. Sayura, there's an armored taiga and a lace taiga, I'll tell you about my taiga. He said, appearing a few meters from the two, where he told them about his taiga's abilities, and that he can teleport wherever he wants. When he finished talking about his taiga, he launched into Lubbock, but he heard something. Issei divides X4. Said, pointing his dragon bringer arm. At that, Issei took away Sayura's power, and Lubbock was able to dodge it. Sayura, what's wrong with me? I asked, feeling weaker. Issei, it's my dragonic power divide. I divide the power of others to make it mine. He said, surprising Sayura for that, where Issei spoke. Boost X3, superior shot. He said, firing another beam of power, but much stronger than the previous one. The attack hit his arm, damaging it badly. Issei, Lubbock, let's go somewhere else. Said to the green-haired boy, as he descended to the ground. Lubbock, yes. Nodding. So the two started running and Sayura followed them. Sayura, where are you going? Come back here. He said, chasing them. Issei, Lubbock, hold on. He said, grabbing Lubbock and spreading his wings, to start flying. Lubbock, let's see if you can follow us in the air. Smiling. At that, Sayura appeared in front of them, and when he was about to hit Issei, Issei flies away. Saying that, a wave of cursed power sent Sayura flying far away, crashing into a wall, where Issei went down to the ground to Lubbock, where Sayura appeared in front of them. Sayura, that really hurt. She said, adjusting her arm. Thank you. The aforementioned was fighting against Budo. Tatsumi. He's strong but slow. He said seriously. Thus, Tatsumi launched himself and gave a vertical cut, but Budo put his arms in an X shape and blocked the attack. Budo, what's your name? I asked seriously, looking at Tatsumi. Tatsumi, my name is Tatsumi. He said seriously in front of Budo. Budo, Tatsumi, what a conviction you have, but those who dare to destroy the empire have to die. He exclaimed, giving a strong blow charged with lightning to Tatsumi, who received the strong impact. Lubbock, Tatsumi exclaimed, but Issei spoke. Issei, take off Lubbock. He said, taking Lubbock, preventing the woman from taking Lubbock, and Issei saved her before Sayura cut her neck, where Issei saw her and spoke to her. Find your family and get out of here. He said, leaving her away from I. Woman, thanks, good luck, and sorry. She said as she left to do what Issei told her. Sayura, I told them not to interfere, toys shouldn't interfere. She said arrogantly, not knowing that her grave ended. At that, he felt a murderous instinct that was monstrous, just like a horrendous aura, as if it were pure darkness, the purest evil, and pure terror, as if a horrifying entity appeared in front of him, and the surroundings began to deteriorate, due to such negativity and immense darkness. Such an aura and killing intent made Lubbock nervous, and Sayura felt a little scared, where they looked at Issei, who was responsible for such an aura and killing intent, while emanating an aura so black, like the darkness of hell itself. Issei, toys? People are not toys, he exclaimed, releasing more of his dragon aura, which turned purple, causing both Sayura and Lubbock to kneel, due to such evil pressure. At that, Issei launched himself at a speed of almost Mach 5, which Sayura could not use his taigu, and gave him a powerful hook in the jaw, which sent him to the sky, but with a practically insane and superhuman speed, he appeared above Sayura, and gave him a powerful hammer blow, with such force that it created a gust of wind so strong that it cleared the clouds around him, where Sayura was sent at great speed, hitting the ground with great force, creating a large crater, where Sayura stood in great pain. Sayura, that hurt me, he exclaimed angrily, but he heard something that made him feel true terror. Issei, Boost X 100, take this. Supreme shot. He said, hitting a sphere of ultra-concentrated dragonic energy, generating an immense beam of dragonic power, which went towards Sayura. Sayura managed to dodge it in time, but lost his entire right arm, as it was torn off and disintegrated. Sayura, damn, now I'll finish you off. I'll introduce you to my Taiga's hidden ability. Disappear! He exclaimed as a circle absorbed both Issei and Lubbock, where they appeared in a strange place. Sayura, no one can leave that place, only death awaits them. Said seriously, but then, Sayura saw that some cords grabbed his only arm, and dragged him towards the circle. Sayura, damn! He said, knowing it was Lubbock who was dragging him. Lubbock, damn you, even your Taiga can't beat mine. He said, pulling with all the strength he had. That's when Issei spoke. Issei, boost X4, transfer. He said, transferring the boosts he made to Lubbock. Lubbock, thanks Issei. Said gratefully. Issei, you're welcome, now pull hard. He said seriously. Thanks to the boost Issei gave to Lubbock, he was able to bring Sayura back with more strength. Issei, hello again. He said, smiling grimly under his helmet. Lubbock, you won't escape. He said seriously. At that, Lubbock made a wire spear and Issei put a purple fire on it, where Lubbock threw it and hit Sayura in the chest, burning him. But the black man felt his soul being burned. Issei, we're leaving here now. He said seriously. Lubbock with his laces destroyed Sayura's heart, and they crossed the circle, where Issei took Lubbock by the arms. Issei, are you okay, Lubbock? I asked doubtfully. Lubbock, yes. Smiling. Issei, okay, let's get out of here, but first. He said, taking Shambhala, where they went for Tatsumi. But they saw that he was knocked out and was tied up. But there were so many guards that Issei couldn't save him and they had to leave, although Lubbock told him that he could kill them with his stealth ability. But Issei told him that he didn't have enough energy to keep it up for 2 seconds, which the green-haired man understood and didn't ask any more. Where they arrived with the others, and told him what happened, and Issei handed Shambhala over to Nagenda, and then began to think about how to save Tatsumi. Cap 23. They were all at the Lubbock bookstore, where Mine comes out of the secret hiding place, until she stopped. Mine, I have to go, don't stop me. She said seriously, since in front of her were Issei and Akame. Akame, it's a trap. She said seriously, looking at her friend. Mine, yes, I know, but I can't let them execute Tatsumi. She said seriously. Issei, you've changed. He said, looking at her. Akame, in the past, the one they would have stopped would have been me. Said seriously. Mine, that was a long time ago. She said seriously, looking at them. Issei, we'll accompany you. He said, smiling calmly, as the system gave him a new mission, to save Tatsumi and unlock the final assault. Akame, yes. Smiling. Mine, there's no need to put yourselves in danger. Said, looking at them. Akame, with the 3 of us, there's a greater chance of success. Said, looking at her. Mine, and you became kinder. She said, looking at Akame, since when she met her she was a different person. Akame, it was largely because of Issei. She said calmly. Issei, thanks Akame. He said, stroking her head, making the black-haired girl blush a little. Of course, Mine smiled a little when she saw that interaction, where she asked a question. Mine, hey Issei, I've always wondered why you're so mature, being only 18, almost 19 years old. I asked, looking at him. Issei, well, partly it's because my wives and children are on the other side of the world. He said calmly. Of course, Mine was surprised by that. Mine, you are, she said, surprised by that. Issei, yes, but when this is over I'll return to them and live in peace. He said quietly. Mine, okay, now let's go. Smiling. Akame, yes. She said calmly. At that they heard a voice. Leon, wow, so you're married, and there's already a plan. He said, coming out of hiding. Akame, Leon. Said, surprised to see her there. Leon, I brought Tatsumi, so I have to help. And I want to meet your children, Issei. She said, looking at the aforementioned, who just looked away. Mine, then you'll go too. She said, looking at the blonde, but then other voices were heard. Bullied, don't forget me, and congratulations Issei. He said, leaving with the others, even Nagenda was there. Shiel, I'm going too, and congratulations Issei. She said, smiling. Chelsea, I want to go too, and I want to make some sweets for your children, Issei. She said calmly. Lubbock, if you all go, I will too, and you finally told the others. He said, looking at Issei, who nodded. Leon, boss, do you agree? I asked hesitantly, looking at the silver-haired girl. Nagenda, Who said I wouldn't do it? And good for you, Issei. The black-haired man with reddish tips nodded embarrassed, which amused the others. Besides, they will use this to threaten the revolutionary army, and we can't allow that, and an incursion will be necessary for the battle. This is an emergency mission. Let's save Tatsumi. He said, looking at everyone, who nodded. Thank you. This one was in front of Esdeath, who was on the other side of the metal bars of the dungeon where Tatsumi is. Esdeath, how long has it been, Tatsumi? I can't believe you're part of Night Ride. I was determined to destroy you, but my fury went away when I saw you. If you accept to join me, I'll destroy all your past crimes. She said, looking at him. Tatsumi, I don't mind working with you, he said seriously. At that, Esdeath broke the bars and threatened Tatsumi with a piece of ice. Esdeath, if you don't accept, only death awaits you, she said seriously. Tatsumi, well, I'm ready to die, he said without any fear. At that, Esdeath hugged Tatsumi. Esdeath, I'm not asking you to betray your friends, I just want you to be with me, she said, hugging him. Tatsumi, what does that make you feel? He asked, making Esdeath look him in the eyes. Esdeath, my heart chose you, and I want to be with you, she said, looking into his eyes. Tatsumi, never, he said very seriously, surprising Esdeath. I don't want to get involved with someone who likes to hurt others, he said very seriously. Esdeath, okay, I'll have to kill you with my own hands and we'll see how strong you really are, she said, looking at him seriously. Elsewhere, Wave, wasn't she supposed to be in love with Tatsumi? Why is she? I asked without understanding. Run, I think it's a form of love, we receive orders, we must be vigilant, he said simply. Wave, killing someone you love, what's the point? I don't understand, he said, crossing his arms. Kirum, yes, instead of someone killing him, she'll do it herself. Me too. I want to kill my sister and Issei so they'll be with me, but it's too late, I don't have much time left, she said seriously, silencing Wave because of that. Night Ride. Negenda, Buddha will accompany Esdeath to the execution, she said seriously to the others. Mine, who is Buddha? I asked with doubt. Akame, a general of the Imperial Guard, his taigu is fearsome, said remembering. Issei, I'll take care of him, he said calmly. Negenda, but it's dangerous, she said seriously. Issei, thanks to my dragon god demon slayer magic, along with my affinity with electricity, lightning doesn't do anything to me, and I can eat or absorb it. If he hits me I would only feel his blow, just that, he said while a small lightning bolt came out of his finger, which they understood. Negenda, okay, Susanoo, are you ready for your hidden ability? I asked, looking at my taiga. Susanoo, yes, when you give me the order, he said seriously. Negenda, is everyone ready? I asked, looking at the others. Everyone, yes, they all said seriously, but Issei just smiled with excitement, because he knew what would happen, and that excited him. The next day, you could see many people in a coliseum, where Tatsumi's execution would take place. Emperor, citizens of this nation, there are people who have spread rumors about the fall of the empire to cause fear. Today we will execute a member of Night Ride. In the middle of the arena, Tatsumi rose, crucified these kinds of people, who deceive people for their benefit. But listen, our empire is invincible, he said loudly, so that everyone could hear. Honest, you did excellent, your majesty. General Esdeath, I'll let you take care of him, he said, looking at the aforementioned, who nodded. Budo, where are you going? Seriously asked. Honest, it's time for lunch, he said calmly, as he left. Emperor, it's time, General Budo, I'll leave the rest to you, he said, looking at the aforementioned. Budo, of course, your majesty, he said with respect. So, Esdeath approached Tatsumi and put her sword to his neck. Esdeath, you said you were ready to die, she said seriously, while Tatsumi was silent. But then, a shot and a crimson-red ray almost hit Esdeath, but she dodged it, where the light blue-haired girl turned around and was surprised to see the dragon already there. Mine, Tatsumi, how did you let them capture you? She said annoyed, while Issei pulled Esdeath away from Tatsumi, and mine was going to untie him. Tatsumi, guys, why did you come? I asked, surprised to see the two of them. At that moment, a manta ray appeared and on top of it was Negenda and the others. The people started to escape and Budo ended up on the sand. Issei, I'll take care of Budo, he said seriously. Mine, good luck, said while still untying Tatsumi. Issei, fine. Jumped and stood in front of Budo. Your opponent will be me, old man, said looking at him seriously. Budo, okay, go ahead. At that, an aura of blue lightning surrounded Budo, while an aura of lightning between red, blue, yellow and black surrounded Issei. So you also use lightning, huh? This will be interesting, he said smiling slightly. Esdeath, I'd like to talk in the torture chamber, Nijida said looking at her. Nijenda, I have nothing to say, said seriously. At that, Nijenda detonated the explosives that Lubbock had set. Nijenda, well done Lubbock. Smiling, Lubbock, thank you. Smiling, Esdeath, I knew you'd come with a plan, she said seriously. I am Issei now, he said releasing his rays with intensity. So, Issei threw him at Budo and gave him a blow that he blocked. Budo threw a kick at him, but Issei caught his leg and threw him into some rubble. But Budo recovered where he jumped and threw a lightning bolt at him that made a smoke screen. Budo thought he killed him, but when the smoke cleared he saw Issei eating Budo's lightning. Issei, thanks for the food, old man, he said, increasing his electric aura. At that, Budo stood on the ground and looked at it seriously, where Budo and Issei were in their fighting stances, slowly releasing more of their lightning auras until Budo is Vali. They launched themselves like bullets at each other, their lightning auras blazing. Budo hit him with a blow that broke part of his shoulder armor, but he saw that it was regenerated, to his surprise. But Issei gave him a infernal lightning dragon iron fist, breaking Budo's arm. Issei divides x4, said pointing his dragon bringer towards Budo. Thus, Issei took power away from Budo, which made him slower, where Issei approached quickly and gave him a series of blows so fast that thousands of fists could be seen hitting him, being Issei's stand the world of an heaven, where he broke several of Budo's bones, where he took advantage of the fact that he was close to him, and launched the infernal lightning dragon iron fist at him again, which left him stunned, and Issei charged one of his gauntlets with dragon energy to finish him off, but Budo hit him and sent him against a wall, where Issei came out and did a divide x70, leaving him peacefully without energy, even leaving him unable to move. Issei, now it's over, boost x30, he said with so many increases in his dragon bringer, where he pointed it towards Budo and said something, vulcanize. He said so the following happens. A crimson-red laser beam came out of Issei's dragon bringer, which disintegrated Budo without leaving anything of him, not even the ashes. Issei, ready, now I'm going with the others, he said leaving. Akame, she was walking down a hallway, but then some guards appeared in front of her. Akame, if they want to fight they'll die, she said seriously, as she lunged at them. Esdeath, is that your tiger? I asked looking at Susanoo. Nijenda, he is. I didn't finish because Susanoo spoke. Susanoo, my name is Susanoo, he said seriously, but then they heard a voice. And he's not alone, he said, falling from the sky, creating a mini earthquake, where you could see a suit of armor that had fallen next to Susanoo, while the ground cracked a little, where the two looked at Esdeath. Esdeath, wow, Dark Dragon, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, she said with a smile, as she would experience the power of such a being firsthand. Issei, same as always, eager to fight, although I don't deny that it will be fun to test your strength firsthand, he said while releasing a little of his dragon aura. But when Esdeath spoke, that voice sounded familiar. Esdeath, where did I hear that voice? I asked doubtfully. Issei, have you already forgotten me? How cruel, he said mockingly. Esdeath, who are you? Seriously asked. At that, Issei made his helmet disappear, where Esdeath was surprised to see it. Issei, hi Esdeath, long time no see. Greet with a funny smile. Esdeath, wow, and to think I had the dragon at that moment and I didn't realize it, she said smiling sadly. Issei, I thought the same when I saw you there, but let's see what's stronger, your ice, he said while Esdeath threw some ice spikes at them, but a wave of fire melted them instantly, surprising Esdeath, or the fire of the third celestial dragon, he said releasing his celestial dragon aura, while his dragon aura appeared on his body like a flame that spread throughout the area. Esdeath, wow, a fight between opposites, I hope you entertain me, she said smiling with sadism and emotion for such an aura of power. Without a doubt he was someone powerful, although she is surprised that in a simple body there was such power. Thus, Susanoo and Issei launched themselves at Esdeath. Susanoo threw a punch at her and Issei threw a flame at her, which she blocked with a wall of ice but melted afterwards. Esdeath, not bad, Issei, she said smiling. Her excitement at testing such power was practically divine. Akame, Akame fought with the guards until the others arrived and helped her, where Akame entered and saw the raid. Chelsea, okay, we found her. Let's go with Tatsumi and the others. She said so everyone would nod and go with them. And Esdeath was about to freeze Susanoo, but had to dodge a bullet. Esdeath, now they have reinforcements. Said seriously. Leon lunged at her, trying to hit her, but Esdeath kicked her away. At that, Nigenda activated Susanoo's hidden ability, who created a sword and gave it a vertical cut, whereas Esdeath created ice walls, but Nigenda activated some explosives, whereas Esdeath was about to be attacked but was going to activate her ability. Esdeath, Maha. I didn't finish because Issei shouted something. Issei, I won't let you. Dragon shot. He said, firing a beam that went at the speed of sound, since it was fired with a fraction of Issei's dragonic power. The attack hit Esdeath, preventing her from using her ability, but she created ice and protected herself from Susanoo's attack. Akame and the others arrived and gave Tatsumi his taiga. Issei, let's go now, he exclaimed, raising large walls of flames to gain time and prevent Esdeath from seeing them. Nigenda, yes, said for everyone to leave quickly. Upon returning to base, everyone went to rest, but two people were outside talking. Mine, Tatsumi, said, getting the brown-haired boy's attention. Tatsumi, yes, mine? I asked with doubt. Mine, ever since you saved me, I've wanted to return the favor, said, looking at him. Tatsumi, but now we're even, he said without understanding. Mine, listen, I want to be by your side, she said, looking at him with a small blush. Tatsumi, really? Well, I want to be by your side too, he said, a little blushing. Mine, Tatsumi, I love you, he said, taking her hands and giving her a smile. Tatsumi, me too, smiling at him. So, they both came closer and kissed each other, where they then entered holding hands happily. Cap 24. Everyone was congratulating Tatsumi and Mine on their relationship, and Leon and Chelsea started flirting with Tatsumi and Mine got upset. Lubbock watched this with jealousy and comical tears, but Issei looked at everything calmly, while smiling calmly, which was false, since he knew what would happen next, so he decided to prepare. Elsewhere, Wave could be seen restraining a civilian who was going to attack him. Civilian, let me go, said angrily. Wave, if you keep going like this, I'll have to arrest you, he said seriously, but then someone threw a can at his head. Civilian too, don't make us laugh, this kingdom is finished, said another annoyed civilian. A guard was about to shoot, but Wave stops him. Wave, how much longer must we continue like this? Seriously asked. Run, if this continues, the Empire will fall, he said, approaching Wave with Kirum. Wave, the citizens are on the side of the rebellion, won't we do anything like Jargers? He asked, annoyed by that. He felt like a useless person for not being able to do anything. Run, calm down, Wave, he said, making him calm down. At that, Run explains to Wave that he wanted to change the Empire that was corrupt from within, where he then looked to Kirum. Run, by the way, what are you going to do? If you leave now, you could be free, he said, looking at her. Kirum, I don't need to be free, I just have one wish, she said seriously. Esdeath. She was killing an army. Esdeath. This is how all battles should be, said sadistically. Soldier, say goodbye, Esdeath, he said, drawing the light blue-haired girl's attention. So, the soldier threw an axe at her, but she jumped and avoided it. Esdeath, you're using a very interesting taiga, she said while splitting it in half and freezing it, while it had a scared face. Esdeath, there is no one who can challenge me, she said, smiling, but then she thought of something. Tatsumi survived when there was no possibility. We are made for each other, and Issei was able to fight me equally unlike the others, but I noticed that his aura was not complete, but was only a small percentage, so he has more hidden power. Hell, when I see him again we will see that ice or fire is stronger. Tatsumi, just wait. I will come for you soon, my love, she thought, smiling lovingly, being seen by Issei's family, who shook their heads at that, since she was not in her squares. With the Emperor, the Empire is falling, said seriously. At that moment, Honest arrived and started talking to the Emperor, saying it was time, while smiling maliciously. Honest, the power of the Emperor, he said, smiling maliciously. With a smile, she was coughing while kneeling in her room, holding her yatsufusa while wiping her mouth. Kirum, I don't have any time left, it's time to end this once and for all, she said, standing up as best she could and leaving. Elsewhere, Issei, Tatsumi, Lubbock and Akame were looking at some crucified corpses. Lubbock, how cruel, he said seriously. Tatsumi, yes, he said, clenching his fists in helplessness. Issei, it's in code. Noticing that, Akame, yes, it's for me and for you, Issei. She said seriously, at the Lubbock Library. Tatsumi, they know it's a trap. He said, looking at Issei and Akame. Issei, we'll be fine. He said, replacing the bandage on his arm with a new one, just in case. Akame, this is personal. She said seriously, while grabbing Murasame. Issei, also, we must do something with her. He said while taking his sword of darkness, and put it on his waist. Tatsumi, she's an enemy. He said seriously. Akame, she's my sister. Said seriously. Issei, and my friend. Said seriously. Tatsumi, I understand, good luck to both of you. He said, sighing in defeat. Issei, thank you. He said, leaving with Akame. Kan Issei and Akame. Issei, remember Akame, you must knock her out and make her take the antidote. He said while giving it to her. Akame, okay Issei, thanks for what you do for me and Kirum. She said gratefully. Issei, don't worry, I'll have to leave soon, and so you're not alone, I created that antidote so you and Kirum can be together. He said calmly. Akame just smiled and hugged him, while Issei just stroked her head, where they then separated to continue walking. So they arrived at the meeting place, and upon entering they saw Kirum sitting waiting for them. Kirum, I knew you were coming. The general told me you were on night ride, Issei. I never thought it was so literal. I thought that meeting in the mountains was just a coincidence. She said, looking at the black-haired man with reddish tips. Do you want it? She asked, offering each of them a sweet. Akame, yes. Said accepting. Issei, of course. He said calmly. So, both older black-haired men sat in a seat, and Kirum sat next to them. Kirum, do you remember this place? This is where you betrayed us, and where the three of us spent time. She said without looking at the two. Kirum, I couldn't think of a better place to kill them, it brings back memories. She said, starting to remember things from the past, like the times she trained with Akame, the times Issei slept with them to protect them, although later she remembered that he told them he didn't need to sleep for that, the happy moments the three of them spent. Kirum, ever since they abandoned me, I've been thinking about how to kill them. She said smiling. Kirum, I'll go with Akame first, and then I'll go for you, Issei. She said, standing up like Akame and Issei. Akame, Issei, I'll take care of it. She said seriously, where Issei just sighed a little. Issei, good luck. He said, walking away as they went outside. Toya launched himself and started shooting, but Akame dodged and gave him a cut that Toya avoided, where Nadala tried to stick her spear at him, but Akame dodged that, where Kirum appeared behind and tried to give him a cut, but Akame blocked it, and both attacked each other but blocked each other. Kirum, why did you betray us? We could have stayed together. She said while forcing Akame. Akame, I realized what we were doing wasn't right, I told you to go with me. She said seriously. Kirum, and betray our companions who are no longer here? I asked annoyed. Thus, both attacked each other and clashed swords. But the place started to fall apart, and a red eye came out, and then a dangerous beast in armor came out. Issei, seeing that, put on his darkness gear armor, and stood next to Kirum and Akame. Kirum, a dangerous beast. Said seriously. At that, the beast launched an attack with its chains, and Nadala pushed Kirum and received the attack. Kirum, Nadala, you'll pay for that, Toya. She said angrily. So, Toya jumped and shot, but the bullets didn't affect him, where the beast caught Toya. Kirum, it's over. She said angrily. She lunged and slashed at him, but it didn't go through. The beast was going to strike, but Issei caught Kirum and pulled her away. Issei, are you okay? I asked, leaving Kirum on the ground. Kirum, Issei said, watching it. Akame, Kirum, are you okay? She asked, approaching with concern. Kirum, Akame said, looking at her. Issei, let's do it. He said seriously, so the two girls nodded. So, the three of them launched themselves. Kirum cut his tubes and Issei launched a superior shot, which left him half dead, but Akame gave him a cut, killing him. Kirum, it seems the three of us are still a good team, she said as Issei stepped back a bit, giving them space to continue their fight. So, Kirum launched herself at Akame and they started clashing swords, where Kirum brought some soldiers that Akame killed quickly, where she launched herself at her but something fell, where it was revealed that he was Wave in his armor. Wave, I won't let you hurt Kirum, said seriously. At that, Issei launched himself at him and kicked him, knocking the wind out of him and sending him away. Issei, Akame, you go ahead and you know what to do. I'm going with this one, he said, approaching Wave. Kirum, We both want different things, so thanks for coming to help me. I'm glad we're close friends," she said, smiling. So, Wave took off his armor, and so did Issei. Kirum lunged at Akame, and she quickly used the handle of her sword, and hit her in the neck and knocked her unconscious. "Akame, Issei now," she said, giving him the antidote. "Issei, fine," he said, but then Wave stood in front of Kirum. "Wave, I won't let them hurt her," he said seriously. "Issei, listen, Wave, we'll want to help Kirum. She's having a problem with a drug in her cookies," he said, surprising the dark blue-haired boy. "Wave, what?" I asked, surprised. Now I understood why I was like that on that mission. Akame, "Yes, and we'll want to cure her," said seriously. "Wave, me?" I didn't know what to say, but then Issei spoke. "Issei, if you want Kirum to feel better, we must give her this antidote," he said with the tube in hand. "Wave, okay," said, giving them the way. So, Issei approached Kirum, where he opened her mouth and made her drink the liquid. "Issei, ready. When he wakes up he'll be able to think clearly," he said while throwing the tube aside, since he didn't need it anymore. "Akame, I'm glad," said relieved. "Issei, listen, Wave, as you can see, the Empire is corrupt," he said, looking at the aforementioned. "Wave, yeah, it took me a long time to realize it," sighed. "Issei, join us," he said calmly. "Wave, what?" I asked, surprised by such a proposal. "Akame, yes, when we finish this the Empire can be a better place for everyone," she said, smiling. "Wave, okay, I'll join," said calmly. "Issei, perfect, let's go," he said while carrying Kirum on his back, and so the three of them left. Upon arriving at the base, everyone is surprised to see Kirum and Wave. They were going to attack him, but Issei spoke and explained everything. The others understood and welcomed Wave. He left Kirum in Akame's bed, and after a while she woke up. "Kirum, sister Issei?" I asked, looking at them with confusion, but then the memories of what she did while under the effects of the drug came to her. "Akame, hello sister," she said calmly. "Issei, hello Kirum," said calmly. "Kirum, I didn't want to hurt them. I don't know what happened to me. I didn't feel like myself," she said, crying because of that. At that, Issei and Akame hugged her, and she hugged them. "Issei, calm down, you're better now," he said calmly. "Akame, and finally we're together again," smiling. "Issei, also, we'll want you to join us to save the Empire," said, looking at her. "Kirum, it will be a pleasure," she said, smiling. "Akame, welcome," smiling. "Issei, besides, you have to know something," said, looking at her. "Kirum, what thing?" I asked doubtfully. "Akame, Kirum, when this is over, Issei will have to leave the capital, since he has a family on the other side of the world. More exactly, he has several wives and children that he has to take care of. He is only here to finish this. After this is over he will leave," said sadly about that. Kirum was surprised, but sad about it, since they would have to say goodbye to Issei, but at the same time happy that he has a family. At that, Wave entered since he heard everything and congratulated Issei for his family, and then looked with pity at the twins because he knew their bond with Issei. After that, they gave Wave and Kirum a room where they could rest, where Akame and Issei were talking, while walking towards their rooms. "Akame, thank you Issei. You gave me my sister back." "Thank you so much," she said gratefully, while hugging him. "Issei, I told you I'll have to go, and so you're not alone. I created that antidote so you and Kirum will be together when I leave," he said calmly, while walking. So when they arrived at their rooms they said goodbye, and entered their respective rooms, where Issei upon entering his only sighed heavily, pretending for so long tired him out, where without saying anything, he went to his bed, where he took out from under it a peculiar sphere, which began to move, revealing the inventory curse of Issei, who had the name of Toji Geshin. When he saw his master he just said "Dad," which made Issei smile slightly, where Toji Geshin left all of Issei's weapons on his bed, where he then wrapped himself around Issei, while he stroked his head. So Issei began to polish his weapons. Of course he put up a soundproof and privacy barrier, and incidentally one where time passes faster than outside. So he took the opportunity to polish and sharpen his swords, daggers, spears and other melee weapons, and in the process clean his firearms, where he created a lot of ammunition for all his firearms, which he then put in hundreds of magazines for all his weapons. So after Toji Geshin opened his mouth, where all the weapons that his master polished and sharpened entered his mouth, also the magazines and other things. So after Toji Geshin put that peculiar ball back on his head, and instead of keeping it under his bed, Issei kept it in his nightstand drawer, so he went to sleep, while the 2 barriers he had up disappeared. Cap 25. They were all talking at the table. Leon, looks like we have more allies now. Smiling. Negenda, yes, that's good. Smiling. While Kirum was eating cookies, but this time they were normal, and Wave was leaning on a wall with Tatsumi by his side, while Akame was eating a large amount of meat. Leon, Tatsumi, when this is over we'll have plenty of free time, she said, putting her arm around Tatsumi's neck, while smiling flirtatiously, making the brunette blush a little. Mine, let it go, Leon, she said jealously. Chelsea, yes, said seriously. At that, Chelsea and Mine hugged Tatsumi, making him nervous. Everyone laughed at his misfortune, even Wave and Kirum. Leon, after this, how about we join a circus? I asked, smiling. Tatsumi, of course not, said nervously. At that moment, Negenda arrived, having left for a moment. Negenda, I want to congratulate you all and welcome the new ones, she said, looking at everyone, who nodded, and she continued speaking. Listen, this will be the last mission, and the root of the problem, kill Honest, she said seriously, while Issei listened to everything, and that meant it was the green light for him to begin the final phase of his plan, which made him smile. Time skip. Now they were all outside the capital. Akame, good luck everyone, she said, looking at everyone. Issei, don't be too confident and take care of yourselves, he said, while having Toji Geshin tangled around his body. Of course no one could see it, only him. Everyone, sure, they said seriously. Negenda was with Susanoo and the entire revolutionary army, where the silver-haired girl made everyone move forward, where the door was destroyed. Negenda, Tatsumi, Issei, you kill the minister, we'll distract them as much as we can, she said to the 2 mentioned, who nodded, and went with the others to the palace. Today, we will get rid of this corrupt empire, altogether, she said seriously. With the others, Leon destroyed the floor and everyone entered. Tatsumi, fine, he said, entering with the others. Wave, let's go, it's this way, he said seriously. So, Wave led them and they destroyed a door. Guard, night ride, and with Wave and Kirum, traitors, said angrily. Kirum, go away if you don't want to die, she said seriously, with her Yatsufusa in hand. But the guards did not leave. Shield, it was to be expected, said seriously. Bullied, we'll have to kill them, he said, drawing his sword. Run, you guys can't handle this, he said seriously, arriving at the scene. Kirum, run, said watching Wave and the others. Run, hi Kirum and Wave, I see you join Night Ride. Seriously, Wave, we've opened our eyes to this empire, and it's time for you to open yours, he said seriously, looking at his best friend. But then, Run activated his Taigu and launched some rays at them, where everyone protected themselves with some structures. Chelsea, so that's your Taigu, said seriously. Lubbock, we have to be careful, he said to get his team to nod, but they heard Run speak. Run, you're right, this empire is corrupt, he said, admitting that. Lubbock, so why are you interfering? I asked, not understanding why he was interfering. Run, his methods are very bloodthirsty, he said seriously. Bullied, and you think you're better, said annoyed. But in that, Run told his past and how he was a teacher. Leon launched herself at him but dodged him, where mine shot at him but he dodged them. Run, I wanted to change it but you guys ruined it, said annoyed. At that, Leon destroyed a column and raised dust. Leon, mine and I will entertain him, you guys go on, she said, looking at the others, who nodded and left. So Leon jumped with the column, but when it hit it, it was destroyed. Mine shot at him, but he protected himself with his wings. Mine, but what? She said, surprised, while she covered herself with some feathers that run through towards her. With the Emperor. Holmus, I'll be honest, we're at a disadvantage, said to the Emperor. Emperor, we're losing. Have I ruled badly? I asked doubtfully. Honest, of course not. I've always been by your side and I haven't done anything wrong. You must impose an exemplary punishment, since you are the Emperor, and you must remain firm, he said seriously but smiling evilly. At that, the door was destroyed and there were Bullied, Akame, Shield, Chelsea, Wave, Kirum, Tatsumi and Issei. Bullied, surprise, he said smiling. Honest, rebels, exclaimed seriously. Emperor, Night Ride, said seriously. Akame, the minister is the target, you will die, she said, taking out Murasame. So Akame threw herself at him, but a kind of barrier appeared, protecting him. Issei, a shield, take this, supreme shot, he said, launching his attack with a little more power than normal. The attack almost completely destroyed the shield, but before firing another, Honest spoke. Honest, ha ha ha, they're late. The Supreme Taigu has been activated. Laughing like crazy. At that, Tatsumi then tried to reason with the Emperor, but Honest spoke. Tatsumi, Minister Honest, you've manipulated him, he said angrily, looking at the fat man. Honest, I don't know what you're talking about. All I've done is give him loving advice. Lied. Wave, stop lying, said angrily. Kirum, you caused all this suffering, she said angrily. Honest, shut your mouths. Now Emperor, do it, said to the boy. Emperor, I am the Emperor of this empire, exclaimed seriously. At that, the place began to shake and something came out of the ground, while Honest laughed like crazy. Honest, meet the Empire's greatest weapon, Shikudazer. Its power can only be compared to that of God, or rather, it is God, exclaimed madly at that. The palace was destroyed, and from the ground the Supreme Taigu appeared. Leon, it's huge, she said, surprised by that. Mine, what is that? I asked, surprised by that. Run, she's the legendary Taiga, he said seriously, surprising the two of them. Emperor, whoever dares to contradict me will be finished forever, he exclaimed seriously. Thus, the Taiga began to destroy everything, with the others. Chelsea, what can we do now? She said, seeing that. Issei, listen, I'll face him, he said, watching all of this calmly. Tatsumi, you're crazy, he'll kill you, he exclaimed in surprise at that. Akame, Issei, don't do it, she said, afraid of losing her friend. Wave, don't do it, he said seriously, not wanting to lose a friend. Kirum, you won't be able to, she said, with fear of losing someone important again. Issei, listen, I have a way to stop him, but for that I need to fight alone. Besides, Tatsumi, I'm a sorcerer. I'm crazy by nature, since for this job you have to be a little crazy, he said without looking at them, while he walked forward calmly. Lubbock, what's up with that? I asked, wanting to stop him, but an energy barrier blocked them. Issei, I'm going to use a skill forbidden by God, he said without looking at them, to everyone's shock that he knows such a thing. Tatsumi, do you think you can? I asked seriously, while trying to break the barrier. Issei, I'll do it, he said, turning around and giving them a calm smile. Akame, please be careful, she said, looking at him with fear of losing him. Issei, I'm not going to die. In the end, I promised my wives that I would never die and that I would leave them alone, he said, turning around, but then they all heard a voice. Kami, shall we begin, partner? I asked from Issei's hand, in the form of a crimson gem, to everyone's surprise. Issei, you already roared, Kami? He said, smiling insanely, seeing the Supreme Taiga also. He said so that Kami would speak. Kami, as we always say, said to speak at the same time as Issei, while a black gauntlet with claws, with 2 red gems that shone intensely, appeared on his left arm. Issei/Kami, not even the gods can stop the red-eyed dragon god dragon balance breaker Scally Male, said to jump and activate the full form of Issei's balance breaker, with the darkness gear. Of course, that surprised everyone, since he was a dragon god, but when they asked what that title was, they would ask him later. So, Issei flew and stood in front of the Taiga. Issei, well, since the child misbehaved, he must be punished with a firm hand, and that will be death, he said in a mocking tone. Emperor, you don't scare me, said seriously. Issei, well, get ready, he said, releasing his dragon aura completely. But when Issei released all his aura, the sky turned as if it were night, but the moon, instead of being white, was as red as blood itself. Tatsumi, what will he do? I asked, surprised by the time change. Chelsea, what's she planning? She asked seriously, but then they heard a kind of peculiar chant, like some unfamiliar people's voices. Issei, I the one who woke up. It's already started. It looks like it's about to start. I am the dragon god who killed God, and stole the principles of cruelty from God. It's always been that way. You're right. It always was. I laugh at the infinity of evil, and the eternal sleep. What the world wants, what the world rejects, I will become the black dragon with the red eyes of cruelty. It was always power. It was always love. No matter the era, you always choose the path of ruin. I will sink you into the depths of the terrifying, bloody abyss. Juggernaut drive. As the chant ended and the voices disappeared, Issei began to grow, until he became a black dragon with red gems on his body, where God gave a huge roar, which paralyzed the entire world. Everyone was surprised by what they saw. Nigenda was also surprised. Nigenda, I see, So that's the god-forbidden way he spoke to me, she said, remembering something. Flashback. You could see Najenda that was there, but Issei was seen approaching her. Issei, boss, can I ask you something? I asked doubtfully. Najenda, of course, what's up? She asked, looking at him, but was surprised by his serious look, so she got serious too. Issei, look boss, before joining Night Ride I heard rumors about a certain Supreme Taigu. Do you think it's true? I asked seriously, although I was pretending, but I was a good actor. Najenda, it's not known if it's true, but that could be a big problem, she said seriously, thinking about that. Issei, boss, maybe I can beat her with something I've had since birth, but I didn't use it because it was too dangerous, he said seriously, making Najenda look at him. Najenda, what do you mean? She asked confused, where she saw Issei sigh heavily and speak. Issei, you see boss, a long time ago there was a war between 3 races, the demons, the angels and the fallen angels. The reason for that war was basically to show which of the 3 races was the strongest, but there was a problem. In the middle of the war, 4 dragons appeared, 1 red with green eyes, 1 white with blue eyes and 2 black with red eyes. The 4 were fighting, so God and the 4 original Satans decided to seal them. But when they succeeded, all 5 died, few injuries that caused them, even God. I explained seriously, to Najenda's shock for such a thing, but more knowing that God was dead. Najenda, incredible, but how do you know that? I asked intrigued. Issei, before dying, God created artifacts for humans to defend themselves from supernatural beings. He called them sacred gears or sacred artifacts. There were 3 categories, the normal ones, the special ones and the Longuinus. The latter were capable of fighting against the gods, but God, without knowing it, created one more category called super gear, a category classified as prohibited due to its excessive corrupt and destructive power. Among them were the darkness gear and the dark divining gear, the counterparts of the boosted gear and the divide divining, which had the souls of 2 of the 3 celestial dragons, being the red and white dragon that sealed God with the Satans, and the darkness gear and the dark divining to the 2 black dragons, he said, surprising Najenda, who thought a little about why that was being said until his mind clicked on something, and he saw Issei. Najenda, do you have a Longuinus? I asked, surprised, but Issei spoke. Issei, yes and no. I have several Longuinus in my body. Something strange, since if a human has more than 2 sacred gears he will die instantly. But I am not human, I am an Arcadian, so I am, so to speak, a perfect vessel for several Longuinus. But I also possess the darkness gear and the dark divining, sacred gears where the 3rd celestial dragon and a dragon god are, he said, dropping the bomb. Najenda was paralyzed. Now she understood why those armors that Issei used were black with red gems, but she deduced something, while Issei left, knowing that she would easily deduce it. End of flashback. The entire army looked at this in shock, especially since they heard the chanting and the voices, even from afar. Akame and the others saw that it was a little bigger than the Supreme Taigu. Emperor, but what? Exclaimed in shock at that. Honest, this can't be possible. Exclaimed in shock at seeing such a thing. So, Issei launched himself towards the Taigu and hit him with a blow that dragged him a few meters. He launched some attacks at him, but Issei began to fly and dodge them. Issei shot darkness, said, launching a dark attack from his chest. The dark attack hit the Taigu, making it fall. Emperor, damn you! Exclaimed furiously. The Taigu opened its mouth and launched a lightning bolt at him, which did nothing to Issei. Issei, time for punishment, boost X4, infinite roar shot, he said, while from his snout he fired a beam similar to his dragon shot, but much more powerful and with the infinite power of his adoptive sister, Ophis. The attack was so powerful that it pierced the Supreme Taigu, while wherever the attack passed it was destroyed without mercy. Honest, Nua! I screamed in terror, where he ran away from there, with the others. Akame, he did it! Exclaimed happily. Tatsumi, well done Issei! Exclaimed excitedly. Wave, that was the best! Exclaimed in amazement. Everyone was saying good things about Issei, but the Taigu was going to fall on top of some people. But Issei stood in front of her and stopped her. Issei, boost X1000, said seriously. Thanks to such a large number of boosts, Issei stopped her too easily, before she hit the ground. So Issei returned to normal, while Toji Geshin went towards him, where he climbed up and wrapped himself around his body again, and everyone ran to him, as the barrier disappeared, where Akame jumped and hugged him happily, while everyone was happy and thanked Issei. Issei, thank you very much, Lubbock, Go with Leon and mine, they'll go after Honest. He said, looking at the aforementioned, who nodded. Lubbock okay, said calmly. So Lubbock went with them, until Issei felt a familiar aura, and it was Esdeath, where Issei only said her name. Issei Esdeath, said seriously. Cap 26, Issei Esdeath, said seriously. Everyone looked, and there she was. Everyone walked away, leaving only us. Esdeath, I see the Supreme Taiga was destroyed, she said with her eyes covered by her bangs. At that moment, soldiers from the Revolutionary Army arrived behind her. Soldier 1, it's Esdeath, he said, running towards her with a sword. Soldier 2, she's the only one left, we have to kill her, he said with a spear in his hand. Issei, no, everyone move away, he exclaimed to the soldiers, who ignored him. Esdeath, this empire is also weak, she said, releasing a cold air. Akame, don't do it, exclaimed upset. Esdeath must disappear, she said, and then froze everything with her ice, creating a giant ice circle. At that moment, Negenda arrived with Susanoo and saw everyone frozen, with those inside. Esdeath, Issei and Akame, right? I asked, looking at them. Issei, it's over. Esdeath, you lost, he said seriously, looking at the light blue-haired girl. Esdeath, the Empire lost, not me, my hunt isn't over yet, she said seriously. Akame, hunting? The war is over. Seriously. Esdeath, if there's no more war, I'll start one, said seriously. Akame, because of the new kingdom, we can't allow it. Ready, Issei? She said, taking out Murasame. Issei, always, he said while summoning black gloves with red details and claws, which radiated a dark, apocalyptic energy, these being absolute abbeys, the gauntlets of the abysses. Of course, Esdeath was a little surprised by those gloves, and the energy they released. Esdeath, interesting, let's see who wins in a battle of opposites, she said, smiling sadistically, while drawing her sword. Negenda, Esdeath, I knew you'd end up with me. Akame, Issei, finish her off, she said seriously. Issei/Akame, you will die, they said seriously, while Issei surrounded his fists with fire. Esdeath, we'll see, she said defiantly. Thus, Akame launched herself at Esdeath, clashing their swords, until Esdeath kicked her and pushed her away. She turned around and clashed her sword with Issei's fist wrapped in fire, and each blow became stronger. Issei, boost X3 transfer, said, making increases, and transferring them into his right fist. So, he gave Esdeath a right hook that she avoided, but it made a small burn on her face, where Issei stood next to Akame. At that, Esdeath threw some ice stakes at them, but Issei stood in front of them. Issei, level 2, he said, while from his hands a blue fire appeared, which he threw against the ice stakes, melting them, and went against Esdeath, the blue fire, where the sky blue created a wall of ice, which melted. At that, Esdeath appeared in front of Akame and tried to touch her, but Issei grabbed her arm and threw her into a wall of ice, where she recovered, where Akame jumped and made a vertical cut, but Esdeath blocked it with an ice sword. Esdeath, they make a name for themselves with their titles, she said, pulling Akame away from her. Akame, Esdeath, why do you create and destroy enemies? I asked, recovering. Esdeath, victims, of course, she said mockingly. Issei, that doesn't make sense. Actually, for me it does. The boredom of not having anyone at your level a fight worthy of your attention is torture, he said, annoyed, but thought, remembering that he did the same thing in the past. Esdeath, then if you're not willing to die, kneel before me, she said arrogantly. Akame/Issei, never/ever rip my heart out again, the two exclaimed, annoyed. So, Akame and Issei launched themselves at her, where Esdeath blocked Akame/ and then a left hook from Issei. Akame, we all want to live, said seriously. Issei, the dead too, said seriously. At that, both of them jump and give her a cut/ hellish black flash, but Esdeath stops them, although the hellish black flash barely. Issei, people's lives are not yours, said some pillars of fire rising, which Esdeath dodged with great difficulty. Akame, that's right, she said, trying to cut him, but Esdeath avoided it. Esdeath, how funny, hearing that from the mouths of assassins, she said mockingly. At that, Esdeath threw an ice spike at them, but Issei stood in front of Akame. Issei, flame blaze, said, throwing a large flame of fire. Thus, the attack collided with Esdeath's ice spike and the ice melted. Then more spikes came out of the walls that Akame and Issei cut when they approached. Esdeath jumped and kicked them both. Issei landed on his feet, but Akame fell on her back, where Esdeath created a large piece of ice and threw it at them. Issei, brilliant flame of the hellish death dragon, he said, gathering the fire from his fists, creating a large sphere of fire, thus throwing it at the piece of ice. Issei's attack and the ice collided, destroying each other and raising a large smoke screen, from which Esdeath emerged, who was going to kick Akame. But Issei moved faster. Issei, elbow of the hellish death dragon, he said, while from his elbow, a torrent of fire came out, increasing the speed of Issei's blow, which hit Esdeath directly in the face, sending her flying a few meters and having burns on her face. Esdeath, not bad Issei, you're not as weak as the others, pigs should wallow in the mud like the cattle they are, she said, smiling sadistically. Akame, for you, that's what people are, said seriously Issei, miserable. He gave a war cry, going into his scion appearance, but at the same time, going into a transformation that no one present saw, being the SSJ blue. While Akame, she stood up and cut herself with Murasame. Kirum, sister, exclaimed worriedly Tatsumi. She's crazy, he exclaimed, worried for her. Bullied, what did you do, Akame? Exclaimed / asked with concern. Everyone was scared by the cut. Then Akame started to feel pain, but then it went away, but some marks appeared on her body and in her eyes. Esdeath, so that's Murasame's hidden ability, and you Issei, your aura is comparable to that of a god, she said, smiling with sadism and emotion. Akame, I've killed many. Murasame remembers the lives I took. As a dark aura surrounds Murasame. Issei, same, my plum blossom demonic sword, he said while summoning said sword, in that, its crimson blade was enveloped by the divine aura that Issei had. It was also enveloped by a fire so black, like a deep void, with no way out. Akame / Issei, we cheered for all of them, they said, getting into the same fighting pose. Esdeath, good, now combine with those demonic swords, your Akame with those marks and your Issei with your divine power that you just showed, she said, smiling with superiority, thinking she could beat them. Akame / Issei, we'll finish you off, they said seriously. So, the two launched themselves at her with subsonic speed and slashed her, and she barely blocked it, where they both disappeared and appeared, at different points, while Esdeath blocked all of Akame and Issei's attacks. But Issei managed to give Esdeath small cuts. Esdeath threw several ice spikes, but they melted when Issei's fire touched them, and Akame cut them as they melted. Esdeath jumped and stood on a piece of ice, and the two stood on another, where Issei threw several key spheres at her, but she barely deflected them, where Esdeath threw a pillar from the ice where they were. At that, Issei and Akame jumped from the pillar, where Akame ran towards her while Issei flew straight to Esdeath, where Issei distracted her enough for Akame to jump onto the pillar above them and boosted off, where she hit her, along with Issei, knocking her to the ground. But she created a small ice shield on her arm, while Akame and Issei with the tips of their swords tried to break it, until it broke, where Akame cut it and Issei too, but Esdeath drove them away with a blizzard of ice, where they too jumped back and Esdeath stood up. At that, the Murasame marks began to appear while his arm burned and turned black like a dark mass, where Esdeath cut her arm. Esdeath, who would have thought? This is already getting fun, she said, smiling with boundless sadism. So, Esdeath launched herself at them and their swords clashed. At that, Esdeath threw blood into Akame's eyes. She was going to kick her again, but Issei attacked. Issei, black flash, said, hitting him in the stomach. The blow knocked her away from them, while the light blue-haired girl felt like her soul was somehow damaged. So, Akame recovered and they launched themselves at her, where Esdeath created a small wall, but they broke it, and both of them kicked her. Issei, seeing that he returned to his original appearance, while his transformation was going away, shit, I forgot that I could only use it in this world for about 5 minutes, due to the excessive power. Well, that doesn't matter, he thought seriously, to look at Akame. Akame, let's kill her now, he said seriously. Akame, yes, said seriously. Esdeath, you will receive all my power, come, she said, smiling. At that, Esdeath threw her sword, which the two avoided, and launched themselves at her, while they attacked her from several places, but she defended herself with ice shields. But when they were going to cut her, Esdeath said something. Esdeath, Mahapadma, said, activating her hidden ability. All the time froze, and Akame and Issei stood still. Esdeath, it's the first time I used my hidden ability twice. They did well, she said, creating an ice sword. At that, Esdeath gave them a vertical cut, but nothing happened. This surprised her. Esdeath, what? An illusion, she said in surprise. At that, Esdeath began to look everywhere, searching for them. Esdeath, Where did they go? She said, looking for them. At that, everything went back to normal and Esdeath looked up feeling something and there they were. Issei/Akame, die! He exclaimed, giving her a downward slash. Thus, both gave him a cut that was in the shape of an X. Esdeath. But how did you avoid my attack? I asked without understanding. Issei, we were expecting you to use that ability. He said seriously. Esdeath, they had it planned. She said surprised. Akame, you only saw an illusion of your bloodlust, because of your arrogance. She said seriously. At that, the Akame marks disappeared but not completely and Issei, his plum blossom demon sword disappeared. Both, mission accomplished. They said seriously. At that, Akame coughed blood and Issei approached her. Issei, Akame wait. He said, putting his hand on his head. She thought she would heal her. But then everyone, including Esdeath, was shocked by what they saw. The same blue flames appeared in Akame, but not to heal her, but to disintegrate her completely, leaving nothing, not even ashes remained. Everyone was shocked by such a thing, but Esdeath asked something. Esdeath, so you were the one who infiltrated the revolutionary army, to destroy both it and the empire? She said, looking at Issei, who took Akame's taiga. Everyone couldn't believe it when they heard that, but then Issei started laughing out loud. Issei, as cunning as ever Esdeath, yes, my true goal was to destroy both the revolutionary army and the empire. Since you are the rotten root of this world, despite the motives of the revolutionary army, your methods were too bloodthirsty, and if I wanted I could destroy everything by myself, but I still didn't have my full power. That's why I did everything I did throughout my stay in this world. He said, seeing the taiga of the deceased Akame, then take the sheath and put the katana in the sheath, and it disappeared in dark red rays. Tatsumi, I mean everything we went through. Said in shock. Kirum, all the good times we had. She said with tears in her eyes after learning the truth. Issei, indeed it was all a lie, I just manipulated them to help me with this, and look, they fell flat on their faces, ha 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 ha. He said, laughing at that. Shiel, you're a bastard! He exclaimed angrily, like the others. Issei, haha, do you at least know how cursed I am? I asked with a smile, while everyone saw how black horns with a reddish tip appeared on Issei's head, in the form of a crown. If you don't see it, it's in the hair, because since they are the same color, it camouflages very well without zoom. Of course, everyone was surprised to see that, but then Issei said something. Issei, well, I'd like to keep talking, but I have work to do, so storm. He said, touching the ground, so that a dark mass spreads throughout the capital. At that moment, everyone saw demonic hands emerging from the dark mass, dragging all the survivors of the capital, the revolutionary army, and everyone else in the capital to hell. Thus, Issei left the capital, but not before launching a sphere of fire into the center of everything. As he left, the sphere exploded, generating a gigantic explosion, which destroyed the entire capital, leaving a gigantic crater of molten rock. Thus, in front of Issei, the portal appeared. Portal, hello again, Indomitable Killer, do you want to return to your world? I asked doubtfully. Issei, you already know the answer. He said so the portal would let him through, so he entered. Thus, he appeared in the living room of his house, where he had to put strength into his legs, since Lumen threw herself at him. So he saw that everyone was watching TV, where he knew that they saw everything, where he asked how much time had passed, where the actress told him that 7 days had passed, almost 8, something that surprised him slightly, but he understood. So everyone went to dinner, since it was night, where they then went to sleep. While in the universe where Issei was, Danny, YASMUHD, appeared and saw everything, and only restarted said universe. Of course nobody remembered anything of what happened, and everything happened as it should have happened in the beginning, while Danny went to her world to rest.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.